Welcome back to another Reddit readings video. If you enjoy these stories, don't be scared to leave a like. Now, do be scared. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. My encounter with a would-be axe murderer in the middle of the woods. So, to preface, I would like to state that this story is probably going to read like the plot of a campy 1980s horror movie, and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true, if not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends. There would be a police report for verification. I will be changing names, locations, and some details in order to protect the privacy of the innocent. A buddy of mine and I try to camp twice a month now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for this past weekend, 2/18/22/2022. We chose a fairly remote location we had been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than when our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun. But it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is at 9 p.m., pitch black night, in the middle of nowhere woods 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continued for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it, and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations of the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 15 tense minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor, my buddy," and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given the 2 of us and 1 of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I ask him what the hell is going on. He proceeds to tell me and my buddy that he was camping down the trail with his buddy, and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out, man. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then, he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill, you know. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me, so I grabbed my car keys, the lights, and ran. I don't know what to do, man. He chased me when I ran and I didn't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, but we do have a hatchet." My buddy and I look at each other for a second, completely astonished. Then, something horrible dawned on me. "Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here, right now?" The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie comes to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. "I just want your FCKING, balance. Gary, I want your balance. GARYYYYY. Gary, where are you? Where? GARYYYY. I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I've never heard anything like it in my life. It was a brutal, guttural scream that was shrill to the ears yet deep in pitch. The sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and sing-songy to short, guttural punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman didn't notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with who we'll call Gary for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further. Come to find out, they had taken 4.5 grams of magic mushrooms each, and his buddy, who we'll call Ty, was a coworker of his and was fine for 3.5 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though Ty thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screams get further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m. The moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Ty had no jacket or flashlight according to Gary. My buddy and I were way too drunk to drive out of camp to get cell service as it was snowy and icy and required 2-3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail, and Gary was still slightly feeling the effects of weed and mushrooms, so he couldn't drive either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hope he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did. Oh, he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. Hey, help, please help me, I'm lost. And we can tell the man's walking from the woods into our camp. We tell Gary to hide just in case and greet the man with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun and my .40 calories pistol holstered, my buddy carrying his AK-47 style rifle and his two 9mm Glocks holstered, and with our flashlights on our brightest settings in his face. He was about 62-63 and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to walk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, and had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned and told Gary that Ty seemed cool, and if anything else happened to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid, and we're actually planning a camping trip with him soon. But Ty, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac into the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder your friend to steal his good trip, or whatever it is your psychosis-filled mind was thinking, for the love of God, let's not meet again. The laboratory in the forest. Every summer my family and I venture north for several weeks, as do most other families in my state. The town we visited was not far from another sprawling town on a lake. Despite my overall disdain for most people and traffic, the area was pleasant most of the time. Additionally, 2 friends of mine also visited the area, and we would meet with each other at least 2 or 3 days out of the 2 weeks I was there. The names of my friends are Osi and Jack, and we are all the same age and live in the same town back home, so we know one another quite well. Anyway, one evening when I rode my bike over to the general store where we would all meet, only Jack was there. For context, Jack is always 5 to 10 minutes late, and Osi was always there at least 20 minutes before me, seeing as though he could just walk from where his family's cabin was to the store, so this took me slightly by surprise. So I asked Jack where Osi was, and he said, "Didn't you get the message?" He said he found something and was going to take a while before he got back. I was confused when he had stated this, as I did not remember getting a message from our group chat. But sure enough, when I opened my messages, there was one that wasn't opened. The message reads something along the lines of, "I'm going to be a little late. I found something really cool." So me and Jack waited about an hour in front of the store waiting for Osi when he finally showed up, but he didn't have his bike, which I found downright weird, seeing as though he cherished that thing. Before we could say anything to Osi, he immediately said, "You guys have to check out this building I found. Come on, let's go." I asked him where his bike was, and he just responded with, "It's back at my cabin. You probably want to leave your bikes here if you want to get to the place I found." So we obliged and chained our bikes to a lamppost. We followed Osi down the main road until we came up to a gravel side street with a no outlet sign. Osi pointed at the gravel road and said, "Down here, it's going to be past the end of the road, so expect some hiking." When we came onto the gravel road, I noticed nearly instantly that there were very few homes on this road, which was bizarre for such a well-populated area at the time of year we were visiting. About a quarter of the way down this decrepit and unkempt road, at least by Osi's measurement, Jack asked what this building was that Osi had found, and Osi responded by saying it was an abandoned and odd-looking gray brick building with a metal roof shaped like a half circle, similar to a greenhouse. I asked if he had entered the building yet, and Osi said that he tried the front door, but it got stuck on something. After Osi had said this, Jack asked if Osi knew for certain that this building was abandoned, and Osi responded by saying that some of the windows were broken, and the entire back end of the house next to it was destroyed. After Osi had mentioned this, we all agreed that if we can get into this facility, we can make it a hideout where Osi and Jack could smoke, seeing as though I don't, but I thought it would be fun to have that sort of thing nonetheless. After about another hour of walking, we finally reached the end of the road. At this point, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was becoming noticeably darker under the canopy of trees on this essentially destitute road, so I was beginning to have second thoughts, but I kept my mouth shut because Osi wasn't the best person to argue with, if you catch my meaning. So we proceeded into the woods for what I could guess was about a mile when we stumbled into a clearing with a big bungalow-style house and the building that OC described to us to the left of it. We waited for, give or take, 3 minutes to see if the coast was clear and then made our way to the building. OC's discernment almost precisely fit the appearance of the facility. It was roughly 10 feet tall with a curved roof made with sheet steel not unlike what you would find on barns or utility sheds. OC was now excited, and when he went up to the door he motioned for us to help him open it. So that is just what we did, and to this day I regret ever going anywhere near that clearing. We opened the door with relative ease, but what came next was completely unexpected. Something fell from the table, blocking the door, and it sounded vaguely wet, and when OC had shined his flashlight in the general direction of where the sound occurred, we saw, and I am not joking, a severed alligator head with strings of flesh and muscle still attached. At about this time, the smell of the interior hit all of us, and I vomited with OC and Jack proceeding to gag. Mind you, we were in a place nowhere near a natural habitat for alligators, about 1,000 miles to be more exact, so this was beyond weird to just find the head one laying in a building on the other side of the continent. OC, being as stubborn as ever, shined his light even further into the building, and all we saw were pieces of various reptiles all over the place. We had also seen syringes and vats on long tables, along with blood smeared across most of the surfaces that weren't covered with a multitude of reptile parts. At the moment we opted to get out of there, Jack whispered, "What the fuck?" At this, OC and I turned to where Jack was looking and found that one of the lights was on in one of the downstairs rooms of the seemingly abandoned house, and someone was walking to the front door. What looked to be a man stepped out and issued a nearly deafening scream that sent us running through the woods back to the road. None of us mentioned what had happened to our parents, and it has been 5 years since this has ensued. Not a day passes where I don't think about it. Edit. There have been several complaints pertaining to my lack of elaboration as to what had happened after the events of the store. All I will state here is that roughly 2 or so weeks after this had occurred, or I did, at least reveal to our parents what happened that night. I had only done so as my parents can be rather stringent at times, and I did not wish to be punished for something that was otherwise a freak and arbitrary mistake. Additionally, someone within the comments posted 2 links to the general area of where me and my friends were. It may be the place we were, but again I do not precisely remember where the facility and house were in the forest. The Ballad of Steve. The story I'm going to tell you happened over the course of roughly 5 or 6 years. Names have, of course, been changed. When I was in college, I met this dude named Steve. He was good-looking, well-spoken, and confident. He was instantly well-liked by most of the people that he met, but was a bit intimidating to me at first due to the fact that he was pretty jacked and didn't speak to me a whole lot in the beginning. Here I was, an 18 going on 19 fat kid with an inferiority complex that made me act out to get attention. I would wear women's clothes to class to get a laugh, or interrupt the professors with a witticism here and a joke there, again for a laugh. I was that kid, the one that people didn't exactly dislike, but weren't too eager to hang out with because I could be a bit much at times. This did nothing to help with my feelings of inadequacy, but I didn't make the connection there until a couple years later. Steve and I didn't exactly become fast and hard friends, because I got pretty drunk at a party once and he decided instantly that I was annoying. Still, we were civil to each other as we were in the same department and had a couple of classes together. We kind of hung with different crowds too, even inside the department. Steve had recently been kicked out of boot camp in the military. He told everyone that it was because he had injured himself badly enough that he had been discharged. But that wasn't true. However, we'll get to that part later. Cut to about 3 or 4 months after my first meeting Steve, and I had been invited by a mutual friend, Corey, to come to a small get-together at his place where he incidentally was roommates with Steve. I told Corey that I was kind of wary of Steve and felt like he didn't like me, to which he replied that I was right and that was why he wanted me to come over. He wanted me and Steve to get to know each other better because he was positive we would become friends if we just gave each other a chance. After some more prodding, I finally agreed. When I arrived at Corey's house, there were maybe 3 other people from the department there. It seemed like a pretty chill setting. There was some alcohol being passed around and I drank a little bit, but I kept my distance from Steve. After a couple hours and quite a few beers, I was starting to feel pretty good. Someone brought out a couple of joints and those started getting passed around the room. When one of them made its way to me, Steve spoke up. "Don't bother passing to him," he said with a mocking laugh. "He's a goody-good." I'm not exactly sure why he said or even thought that, It might have been because I once mentioned in passing that I had never smoked weed before. Regardless of why he said it, it made me mad that he was making fun of me. So I did what any 19-year-old drunk dude would do. I grabbed the joint and took the biggest hit I could possibly take. This, as anyone who has ever smoked knows, is a huge mistake for a marijuana virgin when quality kush is handed to him. After my coughing fit and all of the laughter at my expense had subsided, I looked at Steve challengingly and he just kind of nodded in my direction before resuming his conversation. Now, no one told me that you shouldn't mix alcohol and weed. Had I stopped there, I would have been fine. However, I continued to drink, which exacerbated all the stuff that comes along with being high. By the time I knew I was high, I was starting to get paranoid. I am, or at least was, a bit of a hypochondriac. Dry mouth felt like my tongue was swelling up and my throat was starting to close. The feeling of almost weightlessness that sometimes accompanies being high made me feel like I wasn't anchored to the floor anymore. The time dilation that you experience with weed made me feel like I was literally frozen in time. I started to panic. By this point, everyone else had gone home and it was just me, Steve, and Corey. I explained to Corey that I thought I was allergic to weed because I wasn't feeling right, and oddly enough, Steve asked me to explain what I was feeling. When I did, he walked me through all of it and calmed me down. Once I was calm, he put a controller in my hands and we played video games until I sobered up enough to drive. It was honestly really cool of him, and it was the start of one of the best friendships I've ever had, until it became the worst, most abusive relationship I've ever been in. Over the next year or so, Steve and I became really close. I considered him one of my best friends. Being around him was almost like a drug. He just had this way of making you feel like you mattered. I know now that he was a complete sociopath, but you don't really see those signs until it's too late. He harassed me until I started working out with him, which meant I had more energy and confidence in myself. I got into pretty decent shape. I wasn't ripped. I wasn't even what most people would call fit. But I wasn't the fat kid anymore either. He would come to my house and force me to go out and do stuff. Before I became friends with him, I was kind of a loner and a hermit. We would go to the lake just to dick around, or go hiking in the woods, or any number of outdoorsy type activities. For the first time in years, I had confidence in myself and I was actually quite happy. Enter Lisa. Lisa was the love of my life. The one who got away, or rather the one that I stupidly dumped twice over a 5-year relationship because I was scared. She's not a huge part of the Ballad of Steve, but she plays a role. She had come to my hometown to go to school, and she had a boyfriend back home, but we clicked immediately. I know you're wondering, and no, we didn't hook up or anything while she was with him. She made her intentions toward me clear, and I made it clear that nothing would happen while she was dating someone else. She told me that she had been considering breaking things off with him as he was a bit controlling and dickish, and the next day she walked up to me and kissed me full on the mouth. When I started to push her away, she laughed and said, "I broke up with Jason last night. You're mine now." I smiled back and our relationship began. I apologize for getting into these details that have nothing to do with Steve. It was just an immensely happy time of my life, and I never would have had the confidence to flirt with Lisa in the first place if it weren't for Steve. The next year after Lisa and I got together was rather uneventful. I will admit there were some red flags with Steve that I either didn't see or just outright ignored. Looking back on it now, one of the most obvious was that one day I was hanging out with Lisa when Steve showed up. She had always gotten a bad vibe from him, rightly so. And so when he showed up, she left to go to class 45 minutes early. Watching her walk away, Steve said, "I could take her from you if I wanted." I gave him an incredulous look, slightly panicking that this man who called himself my friend might actually want to, and be able to, sway Lisa to date him instead. He laughed at my expression and added, "Don't worry, I don't want her. She's like a 6 at best. She's perfect for you, but I prefer my bitches a little thinner and much hotter. Just thought you should know that if I wanted, I could take her from you." It should be noted that Lisa was thin, if curvaceous, and absolutely gorgeous in a very classical way. I am now convinced that Steve actually was attracted to her, but he saw himself as the alpha and needed to assert his dominance over me. One of his perceived betas. I'm ashamed to admit that it worked. I did get angry and told him not to talk to her about my girlfriend in such a gross manner. But once he gave a half-hearted apology, I just kind of shrugged it off. The next year there were even more red flags that I chose to ignore. I know the story is moving rather quickly right now, but those first couple of years weren't really that bad. Yes, Steve was starting to show his true colors, but the really horrible shit was still to come. Also, if you're keeping track, I was at a 2-year college for 3 years. That's just how long it took me to get my associate's degree. That's neither here nor there. Steve started dating one of the freshmen in our department. I heard from others that the relationship was incredibly psychologically abusive on his end, but I kept brushing it off because the girl he was dating hadn't spoken up and Steve was a good guy, right? I mean, I hadn't witnessed it. Other people must just be misinterpreting Steve's unusual sense of humor in a way that painted him in a bad light in their mind. I was unaware at the time that of course she wouldn't speak out against him because that's what psychological abuse is. It's gaslighting and insults and ensuring that the victim believes themselves to be absolutely worthless and deserving of the treatment that they receive. During the end-of-year departmental party, I proposed to Lisa, and she said yes. When Lisa and I graduated from the college with an associate's degree, we decided to move to a new school together. Despite the fact that our relationship grew stronger than ever without Steve in our lives, a dot that I didn't connect due to still being firmly in his psychotic grasp, the college we decided to transfer to was absolute garbage, and after the year was over, we had decided to transfer again to a better and cheaper school, this time about an hour away. Coincidentally, it was the same school that Steve now attended. That summer, Lisa moved back to her hometown while transitioning between schools, and I ended things with her for the first time over the phone. Shitty, I know, but we were like 5 hours apart since I had stayed behind to live on campus and work, and neither of us could find the time to visit the other. The only reason I can logically come up with is that I was scared of the commitment. I've always said that when I marry, I want it to be for life. I got in my own head and started to worry about whether or not Lisa was the person I really wanted to spend the rest of my life with. When I moved to the new city, Steve helped me get an apartment in the same complex where he and Corey, the friend from earlier, both lived. We were in separate buildings, but the apartments were set up in a way that the courtyard between the two buildings was only like 40 feet across. I could actually see into Steve's basement apartment window from my second floor one when we both had our blinds open. There were many times that I would glance out the window while playing video games or something, and Steve would catch my eye and wave me over, so I would obediently turn my game off and head over to his place to smoke a little weed and watch one of his 4 DVDs for the billionth time. During this time in my life, I became a major alcoholic. I'm fairly certain that Steve realized this was happening, but said nothing because he wanted to be able to hold it over me later. He may have contributed to my alcoholism a bit. He began to use the same bullying tactics he had once employed to get me to work out and go do things. This time he was using them to get me to go out drinking. If I told him that I had class early the next day or homework that needed doing, he would just wave it off and tell me we would be back in plenty of time for me to get my homework done or get plenty of sleep. We would often stay out until 2 in the morning when the bars closed, or later if he met someone cool and decided we were going to go to their house to hang for a bit afterward. If I said I didn't have money, he would promise to pay for me. At the end of the night, I would get a bill I could barely afford, and he would explain that clearly he meant he would pay for the first couple of rounds, and if I drank more than that, it was my fault. Several times I had to borrow money from him to pay rent, which further put me in his control. I would like to take a brief break and address the elephant in the room. I realized that every single one of the previously mentioned problems stemmed from me. I could have moderated my drinking. I could have told him no when he asked me to go out. I could have realized sooner that he was never truly going to pay my bar tab or that we weren't going to be home early. I take responsibility for all of these things. That being said, something you have to understand about Steve is that he would gaslight and make me feel like I was being a bad friend if I told him no, despite having a very valid reason for the refusal. What I'm trying to do by telling you this part is point out that he was never the good friend that I thought he was, or he would have pointed out that I was drinking too much. Would it have stopped me, as I know now from the numerous attempts by another, really true friend? No, it wouldn't have. But at least in hindsight, I would be able to say, you know, Steve tried to get me to stop drinking. He was a good friend. Back to the story. Some few months after moving to the new city, Steve introduced me to a friend of his from out of town, Jennifer. She was a very pretty woman with dyed red hair, styled into a pixie cut. She was thin, with an athletic build and a gorgeous face. She was honestly every straight man's dream. Not only that, but she was intelligent, funny, quick-witted, compassionate, and kind. I instantly developed a crush on her, but I was sure she was out of my league. I asked Steve if she was seeing anyone though, because at this point I still had some confidence. He told me she wasn't and asked if I liked her. I said yes, and he assured me that he would try to get a feel for what she thought of me. Cut to a few days later, and Steve is now dating her. This confused the shit out of me, because when he introduced us they kept making jokes about how neither of them was really interested in the other and they would never work as a couple. I think even back then I knew that he had done his psychological fuckery to get her to date him so he could, once again, assert his dominance over me. I shrugged it off, happy that my friend had finally found a girl to make him forget that freshman he had been dating a couple years ago. He had constantly moaned about missing her when she finally got the courage to tell him to fuck off one night after he had called her fat. She was maybe 95 pounds. Over the next few weeks, I started to notice that Jen was looking more and more exhausted and haggard. When I asked if she was okay, she would just smile and assure me that her workload was just getting to her. We had started to become friends, so I asked her not to hesitate in coming to me if there was anything I could do to help her out. She thanked me for the kind gesture, but again said she would be fine. I would later find out that Steve was treating her just the same as he had treated his previous girlfriend. She apparently told Steve about my offer for help, thinking it was sweet that I wanted to help her. And as you might guess, Steve flew off the fucking handle. I had never seen him so angry. He came to my apartment banging on the door fit to break it down and screaming at me to get my two-faced ass out in the hallway so he could kill me. I didn't know it at the time, but Steve had started taking steroids, which explained part of his unfounded rage. After nearly an hour of him pacing my living room, threatening me and yelling loud enough to wake the whole damn neighborhood, I was finally able to convince him that my intentions were nothing but friendly toward Jen now. Bro code dictated that even if the two of them broke it off, I wasn't going to pursue her since she had dated one of my best friends. Once he finally believed that I wasn't trying to stuff his girl like a Thanksgiving turkey as he put it was like a switch was flipped. Suddenly we were best friends again, and his earlier rage seemed to have been forgotten as if it had never happened. He dumped Jen shortly after. My guess is that he realized I had no romantic interest in her anymore, and therefore couldn't use his relationship with her to needle me and control me. I only saw her a handful of times after that, but the last time I saw her she looked so much happier. Yet another sign about Steve I either didn't see or chose to ignore. About a month after the yelling incident, Lisa and I got back together. She was incredibly distrustful and wary of me at this point, and rightly so. I had broken her heart for no other reason than that I was an idiot. Over time, she began to trust me with her emotions again. This was a mistake on her part, and I don't mean that to sound cruel. Perhaps I had picked up some things from Steve. I know that I was fairly manipulative. I am more ashamed of that than I can ever portray with words. I hate myself to this day for some of the ways I treated her during our second stint as a couple. Lisa was still uncomfortable around Steve, and she would often leave if we were hanging out and Steve showed up. He never seemed to catch on that she didn't want to be around him. Things were made far worse when we went to a house party one night, and Steve groped her. Again, I am incredibly ashamed to admit what I did when she came to me in tears of rage and disgust and told me what happened. I am ashamed because the first thing out of my mouth was, "Steve wouldn't do that. Maybe you just misunderstood what was going on." He smacked my ass and grabbed my chest. She practically yelled at me. "All right," I said, "I'll go talk to him." I should have just cut him out right then and there. I should have taken Lisa home. I should have went and knocked Steve the fuck out. I should have done a lot of things, but I've always been a people pleaser, and Steve brought this out in me in the worst way. When I asked Steve about the situation, he told me that he had grabbed her waist to get around her in the kitchen, which was crowded, and that he had accidentally brushed her breasts while reaching for a bottle of rum. I fucking believed him. I went back to Lisa and conveyed what had been told to me. After a lot more enraged tears and yelling, she left. Why she didn't just dump my stupid, harassment apologist, victim-blaming ass right then I still don't know. When Steve appeared a few minutes later and I explained what had happened, he put on a faux sympathetic face and said with a chuckle, "Man, fuck that cunt. Let's find you a hot, drunk bitch who wants to give a blowjob." Even back then I knew that that was a huge red flag, and I do not have sex with drunk women. But I still ignored the signs. I didn't cheat, but I ignored the signs. Lisa didn't speak to me for a week, and she was right to do so. She should have never spoken to me again. For the next few months, things with Steve were a bit strained and we didn't hang out much. Things with Lisa improved again now that Steve wasn't around as much. We were even talking about moving in together. This would not ever happen because I was going to break up with her again before long. I didn't know I was going to do this at the time, but it was going to happen. When it did happen, there were no tears like the last time. There was no pleading that we could make it work. Lisa simply fixed me with an emotionless, almost dead gaze and said, "My sister told me not to trust you again. I should have listened. Get your shit and get out of my apartment." Now I really wish that she had just left it at that. But over the next couple of years we would go on to have a few stints as friends with benefits, as we both knew what the other wanted in bed, and it was just easier for both of us, I think, being highly sexual beings, to find comfort with each other when we wanted sex. I obviously obliged. There were no feelings in it for her. It was just sex. We never got back together, but we became a sort of facsimile of friends again after a while. Shortly after our breakup, I became immensely depressed. I didn't realize that it was because I was still in love with Lisa. Why would I be? I had broken things off with her. Regardless, I started drinking even more and stopped working out. I started regaining all the weight I had lost my freshman year of college, and Steve noticed, often remarking that I was a fat fuck. I never really minded it, because I was used to my weight being the butt of every other joke. Besides, he always said it with a laugh to let me know that he was only joking, the way good friends always insult each other, right? At the same time, I started hanging out with him again. One day he came to me asking if I wanted to move into a house with him. I politely declined because I liked living alone, and my rent was relatively cheap for where I lived. He called me a pussy and got unreasonably angry, saying that I owed him everything. He proceeded to scream at me for half an hour. He didn't speak to me for 3 days, but did eventually calm down. He never apologized for his ridiculous outburst though. When he moved out, another mutual friend took his apartment after having just gone through a bad breakup of his own, and I started hanging out with this new friend, Mark, quite a bit since he was just across the courtyard and Steve was a couple miles away. During this time I met a man through Mark who would go on to become one of the 2 best friends that I have ever had, and one of the most amazing people I've ever known. Enter Nick. Remember the friend from earlier who I said regularly tried to get me to stop drinking? That's Nick. He was and is a man who, for some reason, I never want to disappoint. Even today, being mostly sober, a huge part of what keeps me from drinking is the idea that if Nick found out, I would be more ashamed of myself than if I publicly shit my pants in front of the woman of my dreams. Personally, that to me is a mark of a true friend, mostly because Nick never asked for or expected me to feel this way. In fact, I think he's a little uncomfortable with it, but it's not something I can just turn off. Nick and I hit it off fairly quickly and started hanging out regularly. It was with Nick and his circle of friends, all of whom I proudly now call my own friends, that a Dungeons and Dragons group was started that lasted for nearly 4 years. Nick plays a bigger, if not huge, part in this story later. Things continued this way for maybe half a year before I finally decided to take Steve up on his offer and move into the house with him, mostly because money was tight and my bills would go down. His current roommates had moved away for whatever reason and he had a couple of vacancies. I took one room, and a friend of his from when he was in boot camp, Greg, took the other. For a while, things were awesome. Steve had apparently become Catholic. He was off the juice. It was like I had my old friend back from the days when we had first started becoming chummy. He, Greg, and I would often go on road trips or go out to bars or just go to some outdoor attractions around the city and walk around. Now, remember that I said that Steve had been discharged from the military and claimed that it was due to an injury. Turns out that was not true at all. One night while Steve was at work, Greg and I were hanging out with some beers and somehow the topic came up. You know he was crazy? Yeah. Greg asked. What do you mean? I said. He was kicked out before he finished boot camp. Really? He told me that he suffered some kind of injury and they had to let him go. After I said this, an incredulous look came over Greg's face and he turned slowly to look at me. He then proceeded to tell me that what Steve had told me was an utter lie. He told me that Steve had reason to suspect that his then wife was cheating on him and had been overheard by a commanding officer saying that when he finished with boot camp he was going to murder them both. And the daughter that he and his wife, he had been given an in-depth psychological evaluation and been discharged essentially for being too insane for the military. I later confirmed this with some of Steve's childhood friends. At this point I was starting to realize who Steve really was, thinking back on some of the interactions I had had with him. Unfortunately, I was stupidly loyal to someone I perceived to be a good friend. At some point, I had invited Nick to come over and hang out to play video games and whatnot, and when Steve met Nick he immediately called him fat. Now, Nick was at the time a large man. He has since made enormous strides in his fitness journey. Shout out to Nick for your hard work if you're reading this. He looked great. Regardless, I remember the look of utter disbelief on Nick's face, but I defended Steve by saying that was just how he made friends. If he wasn't calling you names, then it meant he didn't like you. By the way, can we stop that shit? Treating people like shit as a way to break the ice is fucking terrible. I'm guilty of it in the past, and I hate that I used to do it. Anyway, not relevant. I could tell Nick was skeptical, but he just kind of went with it. I think he kind of resented me for not defending him, but he never said so. I don't blame him if he did. A few weeks after the conversation with Greg, Steve had a friend of his from out of town stay with us for a weekend. Greg was out of town for work or something. I forget the details as they aren't important. Before this friend of Steve's arrived, he told me that she was fat, but pretty, and if I wanted to bone down with her I had his blessing. This did not sit well with me, not only because of how he described her, which I learned wasn't true when she arrived, but because he felt the need to give his permission for two of his friends to have sex with each other. I kept my mouth shut, though. I forget the woman's name, but she was a very pretty woman. She was curvaceous, but in no way fat. I was confused as to why Steve would describe her as such. She and I got along really well from the start. That night, she and Steve slept together. Again, I'm fairly certain he slept with her because he could tell I was taking a liking to her. I wasn't falling over myself to get into a relationship with her, but I did like her quite a bit. Steve had to once again assert his dominance over me. The next day we all had lunch at a local restaurant, and Steve essentially left his friend and myself to drive his car back to the house while he wandered off to do God's know what. I was infuriated that he would do that. Not necessarily the leave us part, but the fact that his friend had come to town specifically to visit him and he just bailed on her with no real reason. She and I spent the day watching movies and playing video games. We talked quite a bit about Steve as he was our one common link, and a lot of things came to light about Steve that I won't mention here simply because I don't want to be typing this for the next 2 weeks. I texted Steve multiple times throughout the day asking where he was. He didn't respond until about midnight when I sent a text telling him it was kind of shitty of him to just leave his friend with me when she had come to see him. The text I got back just read, "Mind your fucking business, fatty. I'll be home when I get home." He finally rolled up around 10 the next morning as his friend was getting ready to leave. He was driving a motorcycle that I had never seen before. He barely said goodbye to the woman as she was leaving, and when the door was shut, I rounded on him. "Where the fuck were you, dude?" I demanded, feeling myself getting angrier by the word at what he had done. Not that it's any of your fucking business, but I was helping a friend bury a body. He shot back as he walked into his room. I knew instantly that this was a lie. I had this intuition when it came to Steve. I could almost always tell when he was lying, and this one was just so outlandish that I didn't even need to consider it to know it was absolute bullshit. "No, you fucking weren't," I said under my breath. "What was that, fatty?" he said, coming back into the room shirtless and getting in my face. I gently pushed him away from me and he looked utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe I would ever stand up to him like this. I said, "You're lying," I retorted quickly, enunciating. "But if you want to treat your friends like shit when they travel 4 hours just to hang out with you for a couple of days, then be my guest." We stood there glaring at each other for a few seconds before he deflated and looked slightly ashamed, which shocked the hell right out of me. "I was with a girl I've been dating," he said softly. "So you invited a friend to stay with us," I said, my anger rising again. "Cheated on your girlfriend with her, bailed on us, and then fucking lied to me about it. Fuck you, you fucking douchebag." I turned on my heel and stormed up to my room. I'm fairly certain Steve threw something at me but missed, because I heard a thump on the wall just to the left of the doorway as I walked through. I didn't stop to find out. I didn't see or speak to Steve for a couple of days after that. It wasn't until Greg came home from his trip and noticed that we weren't spending time together and were acting coldly toward one another that our friendship started to repair a bit. Most of that was due to Greg yelling at us that he wasn't going to live with a couple of bitches who couldn't get their shit together and act like adults. Despite our relationship repairing slightly, things were never really the same after that. Over the next few months, Steve started to sell drugs and always kept a loaded gun in the house. I specifically remember him telling me one day that some guy was going to be coming over to give him some money that he was owed, and if he showed up while Steve was at work, I was supposed to take the money, count it, and put it on his bedroom desk. I didn't know he was dealing at the time, and so assumed it was just a guy who owed him money. I just agreed and went back to playing my video game as he left for work. Steve got home from work before the guy showed up, and when there was a knock on the door, Steve came out of his bedroom with his gun in hand and held a finger to his lips. He opened the door to reveal a man standing on the porch with a wad of cash in hand. Steve immediately pointed the gun in his face, cocked the hammer back, and started screaming at him to drop the fucking money on the ground and get the fuck off his porch. As the dude was fleeing in terror, Steve yelled after him that if he ever saw him again, he would kill him. Of course, I was immediately distressed by what I had just witnessed, but I was equally terrified. When he turned to me with a huge grin after collecting the money from the porch and closing the door, I just gave a weak smile and ignored the whole thing. I learned later that he was back on steroids when this happened. During this time, Steve would regularly come home late at night, 3 sheets to the wind, ranting about one ethnic group or another. The one that sticks out in my mind the most was when he stumbled and so drunk that he could barely string together a coherent thought. He was yelling about globalism and how the Chinese were trying to take over the world. He mumbled a string of words I couldn't make out, then shouted clear as day, "Pingling," followed by another string of unintelligible bullshit, and finally "fucking our daughters." As the last word left his lips, he immediately fell to the floor and began to sob. I had no idea what to do. If I tried to help him, I knew he would get violent toward me. In the end, I did nothing. I just went to my room. A few weeks after that particularly lovely incident, Steve and I got into an argument about something that I can't remember. He stormed off to his room, and I thought it was over. I knew from experience that given time and distance he would calm down. He would never apologize, but at least the situation would de-escalate. I was wrong this time. 10 minutes later, he came crashing back into the living room, gun in hand, and pointed it in my face. He was yelling that if I wasn't going to respect him, that he might as well just kill me. "You're not going to shoot me," I said far more calmly than I felt. Inside, I was shitting my pants, despite the fact that I did honestly believe he wouldn't shoot me. I had been around guns before, but never had I had one pointed at me. "Yeah," he said. "Why do you think that?" "I know it," I replied. "I know you're not going to shoot me because I'm one of the few real friends you have left." He seemed to consider this for a moment, and finally lowered the gun. His face was still murder incarnate, but at least the gun wasn't pointed at me. "Can you move, man?" I asked. "I'm trying to watch Netflix." He continued to stare at me for a long while, seeming to be internally fighting with himself, before finally stomping back to his room. I didn't see him again for the rest of the night. A few days later, Steve and Greg asked me to sit down when I came home from my 3rd double in a row at the restaurant where I work. I asked why, and they said we needed to talk about me living there. I told them there was no need. I was moving out. They seemed satisfied with this, and I went to my room to get some much-needed sleep. As a side note, as I was moving out, I accidentally broke the handle off of the storm door, and Steve lost his mind, screaming at me and calling all kinds of names, including the N-word. I assured him that I would replace it, but he just kept calling me names. Nick was helping me move out at the time, and once we were away from the house, he gave me a look that spoke volumes. "I know," I said. "I know. Part of the reason I'm moving out." "I didn't say anything," he replied. "You didn't have to," I said. This was the point that I finally snapped and realized that Steve was nothing but a toxic piece of shit. It took someone I hadn't known for very long giving me a single fucking look for that puzzle piece to finally fall into place and make me go, "Fuck this bag of dicks." After I moved out, I only saw Steve once more. I was coming out of class on the university campus, and he drove up on his motorcycle and started trying to make conversation. But I just made some lame excuse about needing to get to work or home or something and walked away. About a year later, I blocked Steve completely on all social media when he commented on a Facebook post and called my mom a cunt. I don't know why I didn't do it sooner. About a year after that, Nick and I were at the mall. Being in a bit of a time crunch and needing things from different stores, we decided to head different directions and meet up in the food court. I finished what I needed to do first and was standing in front of the Dairy Queen waiting for Nick to meet me when I got a phone call from him. "What's up?" I said by way of answering. "I just saw Steve," he said without preamble. He was going into the store I was coming out of. He didn't need to tell me which Steve. He knew most of the worst of what I've put in this story by this point, although I'm sure some of these anecdotes would surprise even him. My heart seemed to seize and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I hadn't seen or spoken to Steve in over 2 years, and the thought of coming face to face with him now filled me with dread. "Hello, are you there?" "Yeah," I said, finally finding my voice. "I'll meet you at the car. That's why I told you. I'll be out in a bit." I practically sprinted to the car and just kept praying to whatever gods might exist that Nick would be out soon. I went over and over in my mind what I would say or do if Steve showed up. Luckily, I never had to find out what I would have actually done or said, because Nick appeared pretty quick and we left. That was the last I heard of Steve. The incidents that are portrayed in this story are not everything that happened over the course of my relationship with Steve. There were more, including more death threats, a physical altercation, more name-calling, and insurance fraud that Steve decided to rope me into without my knowledge. These were just the worst or more poignant incidents that needed to be told in order to paint Steve as he truly exists. Were I to tell the entire story of Steve, it would likely wind up being a whole-ass novel. A lot of it, while terrible, isn't really all that relevant in the grand scheme of things. So there's the Ballad of Steve. Now, I know at this point you're wondering to yourself why I didn't just leave Steve in the dust a long time ago. Why didn't I just walk away from that friendship at the first sign of trouble? Well, there are a few reasons. First and foremost, as I said, Steve was a sociopath. Sociopaths are extremely versed in making people trust them, even as they treat them like trash. Not to mention he gaslit me and made me feel as though a lot of the smaller incidents were my fault. That in turn led to me believing the bigger problems were my fault. This is how psychological abusers keep control. Secondly, I am a loyal friend to a fault. I will see the best in the people I care about even as they stab me in the back and beat me down. This is a fault of mine that I am working on. I only saw the terrible in Steve when he treated another friend I was loyal to like shit. Third, a part of me was terrified to walk away. There was a piece of me that was scared, and sometimes still is since I blocked him, that he would get it in his head to kill me because I rejected him. This is again part of the conditioning that abusers do. Regardless, I am much happier now and glad that the whole ordeal is behind me. I'd like to end on this final note. If you are in a relationship of any kind where you are starting to see red flags, don't ignore them like I did. I explained away a lot of the red flags that Steve was waving proudly, and I regret it to this day. I was lucky and got out of the most toxic friendship I've ever known with only some psychological trauma and having my confidence shattered. But it could have ended so much fucking worse. If you need help getting out, seek it immediately. Leave everything behind if you have to. Things can be replaced. You can't. Anyway, thanks for reading this on Steve. Please stay wherever you move to. I don't ever want to see or hear from you again. I stole a purse. Part 1. I looked down into the leather purse I'd stolen. Not only was the designer label fake, but there wasn't a single billfold or bit of jewelry inside. The purse was empty, apart from a rubbery black bag. Whatever was inside, it was sealed tight. The round shape and heft made me think of a weight training ball, but there was something disturbingly familiar about the lumpiness of it. It made me want to throw the black rubber bag away and act like I'd never stolen from the woman in the blue dress. I would have, too, if I hadn't needed the money so badly. I started sawing away at the rubber with a knife. It was ridiculously tough, and I couldn't help but wonder what the eloquent young girl whose purse I'd snatched had been doing with such a thing. I only prayed that whatever it was worth something. When I finally ripped open the rubber, a stink like rotten meat filled my tiny apartment. Clotted gore, a swollen purple tongue, glazed eyes that stared lifelessly at my ceiling. The rubber bag contained nothing but a severed human head. I brought a hand to my mouth to hold down the vomit. But before I could dispose of the bag, a black worm-like thing slithered out of the head's eye socket. It coiled itself, sprung, and burrowed into my arm. Shrieking, I ran to the bathroom. I tugged at my shirt, fumbled for a razor to carve the thing out, but it was too late. It had wriggled inside of me, leaving only a tiny bleeding hole behind. I patted myself all over, feeling for any trace of something hard and squirming beneath my skin. Instead, I heard a voice in my head. Oh my, well, this is certainly interesting. A most unexpected turn of events. Who's there? What's happening to me? I screamed at the empty bathroom. Think of me as a passenger, just along for the ride. As long as you do as you're told, there's no need for you to get hurt. I gripped the filthy sink, splashed water on my face, and leaned in close to see if I could spot a black worm swimming in my eyeball. My hand closed around a straight razor. Get out of my head. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'm inside your brain, you know. Would you like me to make you schizophrenic? Or perhaps a pedophile? How about paralyzed from the waist down? All I have to do is make a few adjustments. What are you? I gasped. What do you want? The same thing as you, to live. There was a knock at the door. I slid to the floor, clutching my skull. I couldn't believe this was happening. That'll be her then. Her? I asked helplessly. The woman you saved me from. Her organization doesn't take kindly to the existence of beings like me. And unfortunately, there's no way to extract me from a living host, which means I'm afraid that she's here for your head. If you value your life, I suggest you run. I stole a purse. Now I'm running for my life. Part 2. The tapping on the door intensified. The squeaky doorknob twisted. I crept out of the bathroom. Careful, the black worm inside my head warned. If she sees your shadow, she'll just shoot you through the door. How do you know? I hissed. That was how she killed the host before you. Cursing under my breath, I made my way to the fire escape. The rattle of rusty metal when I lowered myself into the alley made me wince. The air reeked of piss and spilled trash, but it tasted fresher than it had in years. I rubbed at the hole where the black worm had tunneled into me, suddenly aware of how fragile this life I'd taken for granted really was. We really should find a place to change your hair and clothes. The voice inside my head commanded, and I jumped. They have many more agents than just the woman you robbed on the train. Doubtless they already know what you look like. Suddenly, everyone from the beady-eyed bald man unloading a beer keg to the goth barmaid smoking a cigarette on her break seemed suspicious, although I never could have imagined the insane situation in which I'd found myself. As a pickpocket, I had a few tricks up my sleeve. One of them was a locker in a cheap gym that held hair dye, non-prescription glasses, a change of clothes, and a wad of cash. An hour later, a clean-shaven, blonder, hipper me strolled out of the gym. "What should I call you?" I asked, feeling foolish. In the hive, we don't have names. But if it makes it easier for you, you can call me K1114. Okay, K, I chuckled. The silence in my head was deafening. I cleared my throat. I hope you've got a plan to keep me in one piece. That was how I found myself on a library computer, sifting through old newspaper articles. K had told me to look for clusters of disappearances over long periods of time and compare them to the opening dates of bars and cafes nearby. There, Kay ordered. Stop scrolling. Could you stop yelling inside my head? I grunted. It kind of hurts. Several nearby library patrons gave me an odd look and backed away from me. I'm just rather excited that I've found someone who can get us out of this mess. Cafe Louisiana, established 1954, was listed at the address on the screen. According to my notes, people had gone missing nearby at a steady rate since the year after the place opened. Sitting in the Cafe Louisiana 40 minutes later, I began to suspect that all those missing persons had offended themselves after seeing the prices or hearing the music in the place. The decor looked like it hadn't been updated since 1970, and the candles stuck in wine bottles lighting made it hard to see the cockroaches that I was certain must be scurrying around in the dark. I sipped my overpriced beer, looked at my reflection in the wall-length mirror, and wondered what the hell I was doing here. What are we looking for exactly? I said to myself, or more specifically, to Kay. I'd swear I felt him squirm around my brain in irritation. Someone who doesn't get distracted, Kay reminded me, who focuses only on what they're doing as though they had no worries and all the time in the world. There were a couple people who fit the bill. A stubbly drunk staring intently at the bottom of his whiskey glass. A slim girl with an afro leafing through a notebook while she sipped red wine and took in the scene. A pale woman with long black hair working on her laptop. Eventually, the stubbly drunk started telling bad jokes to the bartender and the black-haired woman checked her phone, leaving only the slim girl in the corner. "Go talk to her," Kay instructed. "What do I say?" I whispered into my glass. "Why don't you ask her if she can help with your worm problem?" I couldn't tell if Kay was serious or not. As it turned out, I didn't have to worry about an opening line. "I think I know what you want." The slim girl with the afro confronted me the moment I approached her table. "How?" I began. "Coming in here like you were looking for me. Talking to yourself." She closed her notebook neatly. "You've got yourself an unwelcome guest. Ask her if she can get us documentation, money, and transport. Tell her that we will make it worth her while. I can get you everything you need." The slim girl replied before I could speak. "It will just take time." Agree. Kay's shouts were like a headache. I was too curious. "Who are you?" "Call me this. Not that it matters to you, right?" A bodied waiter set an enormous glass of red wine in front of me. "Drink up." "Do not drink that." "Are you going to listen to that worm in your brain?" Dice took a deep draught of her own glass and smirked. "Or are you going to listen to me?" It was like I was falling into Dice's greenish golden eyes. I would have jumped off a building if she'd asked me to, but all she wanted me to do was drink. Over the next hour, I polished off 4 or 5 glasses of wine. I was vaguely aware that I was in a badly lit hipster bar on the posh side of town, that something bad had happened to me recently, and that there was a shrieking voice in the back of my head that was getting quieter. and more sluggish by the minute. But I can't remember doing anything during that entire hour except drinking wine and looking at thighs. Her skin was smooth and sweet as honey. Her wine-stained lips were like black cherries. If I hadn't failed high school English, and if I wasn't so drunk, I thought I would write a poem about her. It seemed like a brilliant idea. I staggered to my feet to flag down a waiter and ask him for a pen. All ready to talk. I sneered. No more voices in your head now, are there? Huh? I slurred. Yep, you're ready. Thighs finished her own glass of wine, the same one she'd been sipping the entire evening. Your uninvited guest is enmeshed in your brain. Remember, that means it's even drunker than you are now. I wanted to talk to only you. There are a few things you should know. The room spun. I leaned back in my chair. That little black worm isn't just going to ask for favors forever. I've seen those things before. There's an outbreak of them every few centuries. Since the moment it got inside of you, that black worm has been expanding, learning everything it can from your senses and your memories. Soon, it'll start taking you over, little by little. Maybe you'll notice your hand moving on its own, or your reflexes suddenly getting faster. But by then, it's too late. When all this is over, you'll be the uninvited guest, and it will be in control. But that's horrible, I moaned. I clutched the table like a life raft, imagining dark tendrils spreading out behind my eyes. I wanted to puke. Isn't there any way to stop it? Get it back to where it came from before it has a reason to stay, I suppose. I shrugged. The Cafe Louisiana was empty now except for me, Thighs, and the long-suffering waiter. She pushed in her chair and I staggered over to pay the bill. Why are you telling me all this? I asked Thighs woozily. Boredom. Thighs grinned. It's the worst thing about eternity. I glanced at the wall-to-wall mirror. According to its reflection, the waiter and I were alone in the bar. My eyes drifted back to Thighs. Don't worry, she smiled. I won't drain you. Not while that worm is corrupting your blood. To my surprise, she took my hand and led me out into the rainy night. Only a few moments ago, her skin had mesmerized me, but now I realized it felt as chilled and lifeless as a hunk of supermarket meat. Thighs looked wistfully over her shoulder at the Cafe Louisiana. It's a shame you found me here. I really like this place. The perfect spot to pick up a snack or flip through my diaries. I hadn't noticed Thighs eating any snacks. It's the only way I can remember anything anymore. And besides, sometimes it's nice to reminisce about what one was doing in. Thighs checked the date on her notebook. June of 1674. Maybe it was just the booze or my imagination, but it felt like the two men holding umbrellas at either end of the alley were watching us. Thighs noticed it too. Come here. Suddenly she was pressing herself against me, running her unnaturally cold fingers through my hair. I felt her fangs graze my neck. My heartbeat accelerated to 11. I shut my eyes. The men's footsteps on the sidewalk as they departed, assuming we were just another drunken late-night couple. Not at all the brown-haired, bearded, solitary pickpocket they were looking for. My eyes snapped open. The streetlights reflected on Thighs' fangs. You're lucky that over the years I've learned some self-control. She hissed into my ear. We'd better get you back to my place. Your uninvited guest will be waking up soon. And when it does, it'll make you pay for putting you to sleep. I was terrified of Thighs, but I could see the dark silhouettes of the two umbrella men in the distance. I had to trust her. I didn't have a choice. Or did I? I stole a purse. My body is no longer under my control. Part 3. During the rickety elevator ride to her apartment, Thighs made a phone call. She spoke angrily to a tired man on the other end of the line in a language that I guessed was Arabic. When finished, she turned to me and smiled. Your paperwork is on the way. I hope you like the name Mateo. The elevator lurched to a stop, and my stomach lurched with it. I had to lean against the wall to make it to Thighs' door, and when I stepped into her pitch-black abode, I felt something plastic crunch beneath my feet. The tarp, Thighs explained, helps with the cleanup. The windows are sealed and I can see in the dark, so you'll need your own light source. I was so drunk that all that made a kind of sense. I took out my phone, shook on the flashlight, and tried to ignore the reddish stains on the plastic under my feet. Thighs' house was like a museum of abandoned hobbies. She hustled me books stacked to the ceiling in unsteady columns, walls of dusty instruments, a homemade PC surrounded by generations of electronics, and a room where a pale, bloodless girl was sitting for her portrait forever. A half-finished canvas depicted her corpse, posed nude on a red sofa. When I suggested I sleep on an identical couch, I shuddered to think what might have transpired on the fabric where I was about to lay my head. Sleep, I said simply, and whether it was the booze, exhaustion, or some kind of spell, I obeyed. I kicked off my shoes, climbed onto the antique sofa, and when I turned off my phone, the room was as dark as the other side of sleep. I woke to the sensation of thumbs pressing into my eyeballs. Not Thais or anyone else's, my own. If headaches could kill, I would have been dead. I was in too much agony to scream. Pardon me, but what the hell do you think you're doing? The voice of Kay, the black worm that had burrowed into my brain, warbled and popped like a bad recording. With a sinking feeling, I realized that it had control of my hands. In the Cafe Louisiana, Thais had told me that once it started controlling my body, I was done for. Thais said, I groaned. Thais said, Kay cut me off with a burst of pain. Did it not occur to you that maybe, just maybe, the 400-year-old homicidal vampire might be lying, toying with you just to see what would happen? As Kay's tirade continued, I realized that I could still move my hands. With a little effort, I still wasn't convinced that Thais hadn't been wrong or lying. This might just mean that Kay's expansion inside my brain was further along than I'd thought. It might just mean that I was running out of time. The doorbell rang, and I heard Thais crawl across the ceiling to answer it. Your documents are ready, a voice in the darkness beside me whispered, only moments later. Give my regards to your uninvited guest. The apartment door stood open, casting light over the huge plastic tarp and the antique apartment. Thais were inviting me out. After the pitch-black apartment, the sun outside was blinding. I took the liberty of charging your phone and using your hands to buy our plane tickets. Kay informed me, sounding pleased with itself. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough in your account to cover the cost of a next-day flight, so I also took out a few credit cards in your name. You used my body while I slept. I groaned, as nightmarish as it was to think that Kay could take control of me the moment I drifted off. What he'd done to my bank account was no less horrifying. My stomach rumbled. A leftover kebab was the last thing I'd eat over a day ago before I'd started making the rounds of the metro and snatched that woman's damned bag. You need sustenance, Kay commented. If I may make a recommendation, I'm partial to American-style breakfast. Black coffee, 3 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over easy, hash browns, and pancakes with lots of maple syrup. At the moment, everything sounded good. And besides, I knew just the spot. It was where the hungover tourists gathered when they missed home, and it was a great place to blend in, hide out, or walk off with an unattended laptop. I can make that work, I grumbled, but can we afford it? Of course we can, as long as you put it on your new credit card. An hour later, breakfasted and somewhat more awake, we were on a metro ride to the airport. I found myself instinctively sizing people up. The college student who'd left his billfold in his back pocket, the 2 elderly missionaries who weren't watching their luggage, the backpacker who kept her iPhone in a mesh compartment. Remember, we don't want any more trouble than what we've already got, Kay warned. You're reading my... Something suddenly occurred to me. You're reading my thoughts? I no longer had to speak with Kay to communicate with it. I thought about Thais warning and a chill ran down my spine. Soon, Kay wouldn't have to wait until I fell asleep to do as he pleased with me. Soon, I would have no more control over myself than the passengers around me had over the metro we were riding in. I couldn't help it. My eyes were back to scanning the wagon for easy marks. They settled on a familiar face. If I hadn't made eye contact with her, the woman who I'd robbed probably wouldn't have noticed me. I remembered her, though, the feeling of sliding that bag off of her shoulder, the rush of smug satisfaction, the troubling weight and shape of it, then finding Kay wriggling around in the eye socket of the severed head inside. If I could, I would have taken it all back, but I didn't have time for regrets. The woman whispered something into an earpiece and reached behind her back. I didn't have to wonder what she was reaching for. A weapon to kill me. It wasn't easy to run in the stuffy, tight-packed metro. I collided with bags, barking dogs, and sweaty bodies. The more I tried to push my way through, the more resistance I faced. To make matters worse, the woman was fast. I thought I was good at weaving through a crowd, but that woman was something else. And unlike me, she wasn't panicking. Those baby blue eyes that had looked so innocent when I'd robbed her now looked like 2 cubes of ice, and they were fixed on my neck like it was the most important thing in the world. As I rammed my way into the next wagon, I saw what the woman was holding, a knife made out of something like glass, practically invisible to someone not looking for it. She slithered through the packed wagon like a snake. I just couldn't get away from her. I bounced off of the belly of a chain-draped soccer hooligan. There were 5 of them, huge sunburned pink mountains of flesh standing between me and my only escape. Just where you find your groin. Then, a hooligan sneered. My eyes darted to the blue and white colors of his jersey. I felt my mouth move on its own. I just wanted to tell you that you're a fat knob and FC Chelsea is garbage. Kay had spoken for me. With a roar, the big man flung me into the middle of his friends. Hey, 2 security guards shouted. I could hear them running my way, but the hooligans' off-brand sneakers were a lot closer. I curled up like a shrimp as they battered me. Passengers were screaming. The doors beeped open as the metro came to a halt. The guards grabbed my shoulders and dragged me out of the stomp fest, and the icy-eyed woman slid her wicked glass-like dagger into her sleeve and faded into the crowd. What the hell was that? I asked Kay when we were finally out of the metro. I just saved both our lives, Kay reminded me as I staggered over to a waiting taxi. I spent as much time looking behind me as in front, terrified that the icy-eyed woman would appear again. I could already imagine the sudden puncture, the cold outtake of air as she slid the dagger between my ribs. I'd hate to see the other guy, the cab driver, chucked. Only then did I realize the blood dribbling down from my mouth and nose. I checked the mirror. I looked like a walking corpse. Airport, I groaned. As the cab cruised through the rainy streets, I nursed my injuries, double-checked my travel documents, and thought about the black worm inside my head. After all, if Kay could already seize control of my mouth at will, it was only a matter of time. I stole a purse. What I found inside is taking me to Las Vegas. Part 4, Las Vegas. The truth was, I didn't know where Kay was sending me until I got to the check-in counter at the airport. I'll admit it, I was curious why a telepathic brain parasite would be interested in themed hotels, slot machines, and escort services. Why Vegas? I asked, still unused to communicating without speaking. Las Vegas is just a stopover, Kay explained. Our true destination is a place called Masquerade. That sounded like a cheerful spot. I sighed. I don't suppose you'd tell me why. Everything will be explained upon arrival, Kay informed me cheerfully. But right now we're approaching the security checkpoint, so act natural. I flashed the border control my best smile and did my best to believe I was Mateo Pujol, student, age 27. Hometown Girona. Birth date. Wait, when was my birthday supposed to be? When the tired agent stamped my false passport and waved me on, I let out a sigh of relief. Maintaining a false identity was harder than I'd imagined, especially with Kay constantly giving me advice. Could you shut up for a minute? I finally shouted. Nearby passengers looked at me in shock, and to my horror I noticed a pair of security guards looking my way and muttering into their radios. It was going to be a long flight. My parents weren't exactly the wealthy world-traveling type, and this flight with Kay was my first time on a plane. I'd expected it to be bumpy, even frightening, but soon I was falling asleep in my seat. That turned out to be the most terrifying part of my flight, because when I woke up, my body was moving on its own. I'd opened my eyes to find my hands flexing and unflexing as Kay tested his control over them. Once I even woke up mid-stride, Kay was surely trying to see if he could walk me to the bathroom without my knowledge. I remembered my date with Thies and called for a flight attendant. Hey, I requested, could I get a drink? What are you doing? Kay quivered, getting a little peace and quiet. 4 beers later, Kay's groaning was finally fading into something resembling telepathic snores. While he was out cold, I flipped over a napkin and began to write. If Kay got to the point that he could read my thoughts, I needed something that I could hand to someone that would explain the whole situation. I'm infected by some kind of parasite. It's in my brain. I think it might be dangerous. Don't believe anything else I do or say, apart from what's written in this note. I stuffed the napkin into my pocket and tried to get some real sleep. I didn't wake again until our flight landed, and neither did Kay. You really must stop doing that, it groaned, as we walked through the mezzanine of the glitzy Las Vegas airport in search of a car rental. I wasn't paying attention to Kay's complaining. However, my eyes were fixed on a broad-shouldered figure on the moving walkway up ahead. There was something about his stride that I recognized. Carlos. My older brother Carlos had left home for California when I was 12, right around the time I started pickpocketing. He'd had the courage to leave our toxic family and toxic city behind. Going no contact with all of us was just the price he paid for freedom. I'd always looked up to my older brother, and he'd always looked out for me as best he could considering the circumstances. When he'd left without a goodbye, I'd wished him the best. I never imagined I'd see him again, especially not under circumstances like this. Suddenly, I felt like a kid again. I could tell Carlos about the worm. He was my older brother. He'd know what to do. I ran to catch up. That's not him, Kay screeched. His psychic voice was so intense I nearly fell over. I know what you're thinking, literally, and that is not your brother. Carlos heard my running footsteps and turned around. A grin flashed across his tan, pockmarked face, based on his designer polo shirt, shiny business shoes, and thick gold ring. He'd done well for himself. It was like a dream come true. For a second, I even forgot about Kay. It can't be. Carlos held his arms open wide. Little bro, what are you doing here? I swallowed. Oh, just traveling. Listen, Kay shrieked until I winced. There are things out there that hunt beings like me. We're rare, and they use us in powders and potions and tinctures and who knows what else. They can smell us a mile away. The thing you're talking to looks like your brother, because that's what you want it to look like. We've got to catch up, man. How about I buy you a coffee? Carlos jabbed his thumb over his shoulder at an airport cafe. I nodded and followed his lead, or tried to. Every step was a huge effort, because Kay was making my own muscles work against me. In a minute, that thing is going to try to get you alone. You'll see. Then it'll suck me out of your head and leave you dead in the process. Don't go anywhere with it. Oh, hang on a minute. Carlos frowned and looked down at his carry-on. I gotta take my medication and use the bathroom. How about you come with me to keep an eye on my suitcase? He nodded to an abandoned-looking airport bathroom. It was between terminals. The lights were half out. We'd be the only ones in there for sure. I stammered. I can watch your suitcase from right here, can't I? Then we can go grab that coffee. For a moment, Carlos' face seemed to change, to twist into something horrible and hideous. Come on, man. I need some stuff from in there. Pills I gotta take. It'll only take a sec. Come on, don't you want to reconnect with your older brother? I did, more than anything, but this wasn't him. Seeing you again brings back so many memories. Remember when you tried to teach me to skateboard and I broke my arm? I laughed. Of course, how could I forget? Carlos grinned wider and my blood ran cold. No such thing had ever happened. Almost unconsciously, I reached out to touch him. My fingers passed right through where his sunburned, hairy forearms should have been. They passed through and touched something that felt as gnarled, scabbed, and inhuman as diseased tree roots. I backed away and Carlos lifted an eyebrow. What's wrong, little bro? Hey. I sprinted down the moving walkway, jostling other passengers out of the way as I went. I was afraid to look back over my shoulder, afraid of what might be following me. That was close. You have got to listen to me, Kay rambled. There's a whole other world beneath the surface of the one you think you know, and it's dangerous. We're alive, aren't we? I soaked. Let's go rent that car. It wasn't easy to talk my way through the rental process. Not only did I keep forgetting Mateo Puejal's basic information, but I also kept getting this hair-raising feeling on the back of my neck. When I turned around, my brother Carlos' face was watching me from across the glittering lobby. It was twisted into a hungry smile, one I was sure that only I could see. I stole a purse. I'll never sleep again after what I learned at Massacre Rim. Final. Kay and I drove in silence through the bleak Nevada canyons. The sunset turned the landscape a burnt orange color that reminded me of paintings of hell. For all I knew, maybe that's where the black worm in my brain was taking me. There's something you should know before we get to our destination. Kay spoke inside my head suddenly, and I nearly swerved off of the deserted road. Remember the agent, the blue-eyed woman who tried to kill you? I wasn't likely to forget in a hurry, but there was no need to tell Kay that. There's a chance, a very small chance, but a chance nonetheless, that her organization has guessed our next move. If that's the case, there will be a very nasty surprise waiting for us at Massacre Rim. Great, I thought. Kay replied with the psychic equivalent of a shrug. I kept forgetting that it could read my thoughts. What's going to happen when we reach Massacre Rim? I'll reconnect with the hive. And you, well, you'll get your body back. I couldn't tell if Kay was lying or not. It didn't seem like it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something that Kay wasn't telling me. The road stretched straight ahead for as far as I could see. It was a struggle not to fall asleep. Maybe that's why my eyes fixated on the broken-down silver BMW on the side of the road. In the glow of the headlights, I saw that the passenger side door hung wide open. I slowed down. What are you doing? Kay asked. There's no gas or water for miles. That person might need help. I responded. They don't need help. How could you possibly know that? If they broke down here, they're beyond help. Kay forced my foot to press down on the accelerator, and as we sped by the abandoned car, I glimpsed the green glowing eyes of a huge coyote beside it. A coyote that stood on two legs. These deserts are the last great empty space in this country. All sorts of things come out here to play and to hunt. Kay went on, but I wasn't listening. I was thinking about how easily Kay had moved my foot against my will. At some point on this endless night drive, we had passed a tipping point. Kay now had more control over my body than I did. I was so distracted that I forgot how fast I was going. A few hours later, flashing red and blue lights appeared in the rearview mirror. With Kay's usual warning to act natural and a terrified lump in my throat, I pulled to the side of the abandoned highway. What if it was the blue-eyed woman, disguised as a police officer? What if they realized my documents were false? Only one of the two officers even bothered to leave the cruiser. A sunburned rookie with a ginger flat-top haircut approached my door with a scowl. I handed him my documents. "Where did you head so late at night, sir?" the rookie asked. "Camping trip. I'm a big astronomy geek, and I hear the stars are great out here," Kay answered for me. To my surprise, the rookie nodded like it was an answer he heard often. I still wasn't used to the feeling of words that weren't mine coming out of my mouth, and it must have shown. The officer had been about to let us go, but suddenly he bent down beside the door. "Do you have anything you want to tell me, sir?" I drummed my finger on the note in my pocket. "I'm infected by some kind of parasite. It's in my brain. I think it might be dangerous. Don't believe anything else I do or say, apart from what's written in this note. That would definitely get the officer's attention. If I didn't think, if I handed it off before Kay could react." I thought about mental institutions, the smell of sterile lab instruments, the woman with ice blue eyes. I moved my hand away. "Not that I can think of," I finally replied. After a long look, the rookie handed back my documents, and I silently thanked Ice Counterfeiter for the incredible job that they'd done. It wasn't long before brown road signs announced that we were entering Massacre Rim WMA. It didn't feel like driving into the Old West. It felt like driving into prehistory. Kay directed me down potholed dirt tracks that the car rental company would never have approved, apparently guided by some sort of internal compass. Soon, we'd left behind even the occasional stray headlights of the highway. The desert around us was as dark as the bottom of the sea and still kept me driving. Sage bushes scraped against the underside of the car. I gripped the wheel with white knuckles as we lurched over crumbling mounds of red rocks and around massive clumps of dry brush. Finally, I felt Kay push my foot down on the brake. Here, I didn't realize how tense I'd been until I stepped out into the cool desert air. Then I looked up and my breath caught in my throat. I didn't know there could be so many stars. They were scattered across the sky like diamond dust, surrounded by clouds of blue and purple that I'd never seen in the city. I was looking at the Milky Way. As I stared in awe, an Inkai sphere cut across that beautiful vision of space. Just looking at it made my head hurt, and I got the feeling that it existed in more than 4 dimensions. It lowered itself onto the red dirt in front of me, oozing out across the desert like a thick liquid, and only then did I realize what I was looking at. Beings like Kay, billions of them. "You've been incredibly helpful," Kay told me. "We've been on several fact-finding missions among your species over the centuries, with inconclusive results. But now, thanks to you, we can confirm that Homo sapiens are selfish enough to guarantee our spread." "What?" I gasped. "Not all species make good hosts. Among more individualistic species, the infected usually wander off to die alone, rather than infecting others. In more hierarchical species, the infected warn the authorities about their condition, regardless of the cost to themselves. Think about how you reacted to your infestation. All you wanted was to live, and that's exactly the trait we're looking for. With the new data I've gleaned from your thoughts, I estimate about 4 weeks before half of the hominid population is infested, and 3 to 5 months until complete infestation. You will, indeed, make excellent hosts for the hive. I suppose we're just lucky that we found you before you destroyed yourselves." It was too much. I fell to my knees before the ink pool of squirming worm-like creatures. "Unfortunately, it is now time for us to part. I must share what I've learned from you with the hive. Perhaps we'll meet again, but it's statistically unlikely." I felt something slithering beside my right eyeball, and Kay disappeared into the writhing black pool. Searchlights zoomed across the desert toward us, mounted on black Humvees. I had no doubt that the woman with ice blue eyes was there, shouting commands into a walkie-talkie. I ran. Behind me, streams of something like that looked like fireworks and smelled like a chemical factory rocketed toward Kay and the hive. But I didn't stick around to see what happened. I had no doubt that if I inhaled that thick white smoke, I'd be hospitalized or worse. Alone in the chilly desert night, without signal, water, or shelter, I did my best to follow narrower tracks to larger ones. To my surprise, I soon saw a pair of ordinary-looking headlights making their way cautiously toward me across the jagged desert landscape. the police cruiser from before. I figured I should hide, but I didn't have the energy. Besides, without water or transport, I wouldn't last long past sunrise. The ginger-headed rookie cautiously rolled down his window. You said you were coming out here to see the stars and go camping, but there wasn't a telescope or a tent in that shiny rental car of yours. He glared at me. We thought that was strange, so I called it in, and then all hell broke loose. If you're willing to tell me exactly what's going on out here, I might be willing to give you a ride into town. With no reports filed, we got a deal, the rookie's grim-faced partner asked as he opened the rear door. We expect full cooperation, and I warn you, it's a long ride. My muscles tensed. I waited for Kay to step in, to stop me, to take control of my mouth or legs. Nothing. I was alone inside my own head, and my choices were my own. That's okay, I sighed. It's a long story. I found out how my wife copes with the death of our son. There was nothing special about that particular night. Nothing at all. The TV was blaring in the living room and the dishes clattered in the kitchen with the promise of dinner. My eldest son Jeremy was sitting cross-legged on the floor and mashing the controller buttons with a force that made me wonder whether the plastic knobs or his thumbs would give out first. Grappling with the thought of a dislocated finger likely being cheaper to fix, I rattled the ice in my whiskey glass and cleared my throat for good measure. Hey, lay off, Jer. Remember what happened to the last one? The last one was still sitting on the garage table, waiting for me to do something about it. Jeremy had thrown one of his fits and smashed it to pieces against the wall. We didn't bug him too much about it back then, as it had only been 2 weeks since the passing of our youngest child and we were all going through something similar. It's funny to think how much coping mechanisms can vary from person to person. Some turn to alcohol, drowning themselves in liquor every night until the consequences of their drunken behavior finally catch up to them. Others take to violence, gritting their teeth through every social interaction until the buildup is finally enough to punch a hole through the wall. Then, there's the type that confines themselves to their room and refuses to come out under any circumstances. The latter was our daughter, Macy, by the way. She was only 14, and yet it somehow felt like she hadn't been a part of our family for a while. When she wasn't at school, she spent all of her time locked away in her room, on the computer, or with her head under the covers. We'd long since given up trying to coax her out and resorted to bringing her dinner plate upstairs and leaving it by her door. I nursed my drink thoughtfully, watching Jeremy swing and miss at a giant orc. Fuck, he screamed, his shoulders tensing visibly as the frail elven creature he was playing as was lifted off its feet and slammed into the ground. Fuck this stupid game. Not wanting to end up with another hole in the wall, I scrambled to my feet and pried the controller out of my son's hands. He resisted at first, but my solemn expression seemed to ground him. Time out, Jer, I said. Go set the table. Dinner's almost ready. I had no way of knowing this, of course, as my wife was doing the cooking that night, but I had to say something. Plus, I knew it would take a while to set the table just the way my wife liked it. Set an extra place tonight, my wife Lily said, coming into the dining room. Her cheeks flushed. Why? Jeremy stared at her. Is Macy going to eat with us? My interest was piqued too, and I wondered if this meant we were going to take the first step towards being a family again. Yes, Lily's lips pursed into a thin line. Yes, she is. We stared at her in disbelief. To my knowledge, Macy hadn't been downstairs in over 3 months. Aside from her quick disappearances out the front door, I never saw her at all. And most of the time I missed those altogether. How on earth had my wife convinced her to join us for dinner? I suppose I've been putting off giving any details about my wife. You see, the loss has affected her in a slightly different way. In a sense, I feel like talking about her coping mechanism could potentially drive a permanent rift between us and destroy what is left of our marriage. That being said, I'm not entirely sure there's anything left. Ever since the day our son died, she's been detached from reality. I suppose in a way, we all were, but my wife was different. She couldn't or wouldn't come to terms with the fact that Kendall was gone. No, not in the way you're thinking. She didn't sit on the edge of her bed, crying for hours, nor did she spend every waking moment surrounded by photo albums or toys or clothes. In fact, she didn't cry or dwell on it at all. Instead, she carried the urn around. She carried it around and talked to it as if it were a real person. Comfortable, she cooed as she strapped it into the baby seat of our car just the other week. I watched her through the rear view mirror, my skin prickling. Needless to say, I didn't like going out with my wife. She turned heads wherever she went, the grocery store, the spa, the bank. She was undoubtedly known as the crazy lady with the urn. She insisted we set a place for our son every time we sat down to eat. Instead of talking to the rest of the family, she'd have conversations with the urn over dinner. It's a wonder she didn't try to feed it as well. At this point, I had no idea who Lily was. Our formerly prosperous marriage had quickly declined into one of convenience, and I often found myself fantasizing about other women. Once my side of the bed had been occupied, I was banished to sleep on the downstairs couch, so I could use the TV to satisfy my own needs without judgment. I'm sure my wife wouldn't have noticed if I'd started bringing dates home, but I never did, secretly hoping a day would come when things went back to normal. "Macy's going to eat with us," Jeremy repeated, his hand frozen in midair. His angry composure seemed to have vanished as quickly as it had appeared. For a moment, the room was enveloped in stunned silence. Then Lily spoke. "Yes, she will be joining us from now on." My heart fluttered as hope filled my lungs. It was finally happening. I could almost feel the broken pieces of our family slithering towards the dining room table from every corner of the house to form a long-lost family unit. "Dinner is almost ready," Lily blurted out, turning on her heel and heading towards the kitchen. "I'll just get Kendall." I got up to pour myself another drink. Of course, she would get Kendall. Of course, things couldn't just go back to normal instantly. It would take time. Even so, as she brought out the urn and sat it on top of the plate, followed by a light kiss on the lid, I knew I could never get used to this. "Shall I call Macy?" I asked, as my wife reappeared with a serving dish, "or will you?" A strange expression crossed her face. She stood there, motionless, as though she was thinking long and hard about what to say. I swallowed, wondering if she hadn't heard my question. "No," she retorted eventually. "She'll join us when she's ready." And that was that. Neither Jeremy nor I questioned it any further, instead tucking into the dinner Lily had prepared for us. We didn't say a word throughout. My wife, on the other hand, said plenty. "Enjoying your peas, Kenny?" She asked the urn amidst bites. "They're fresh from the garden, just how you like them. Remember when we used to pick them together at Grandma's? She taught me how to plant them, too, before she passed away last year." I stared at my plate, my stomach in knots. I needed another drink badly, but the bottle was in the living room. I wondered if I could slip away quietly to fetch it when Jeremy piped up. "When's Macy coming down?" he asked, arranging his peas in a straight line. "We're almost done with dinner." My wife looked like she'd been jolted awake from a pleasant dream. She began, her cheeks flushing. "Oh, Macy, yeah, perhaps another day." We stared at her, bewildered, but she seemed totally oblivious to our change in demeanor, chatting away to Kendall about rhubarb and its benefits on the body. "None?" Jeremy asked again, his voice quivering. "Why won't Macy come down?" It was like she hadn't even heard him. Either that, or she was doing her best to not pay attention. Clearly, it was a subject she didn't want to address. "What's your favorite vegetable, sweetie?" She giggled, her tone suddenly cold, as if she didn't mean a word of what she was saying. Jeremy sat upright in his chair and waved a hand in front of her face. "Where the fuck's Macy?" I tensed up, knowing full well Jeremy wasn't supposed to speak to his mother that way, but the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control before I could stop it. "Why can't you just talk to us every once in a while, huh?" he exploded. "If you spent half the time with us that you spend with that stupid thing, then maybe we would still be a family." Caught in a fit of rage, Jeremy grasped his end of the tablecloth and pulled it towards him, sending the dishes crashing to the floor. Kendall's urn, sitting atop one of the plates, succumbed to the same fate. Crash, clatter, crack. "Kenny," my wife screeched, leaping to her feet and dashing around the dining table. "Baby." I craned my neck to look over the damage. Amidst the porcelain shards and utensils, the urn lay cracked in half, its lid nowhere to be found. It was empty. "Kendall." Lily landed knees first on the shards, the porcelain crunching under her weight. Nothing could have prepared me for what she did next. Jeremy and I watched in horror as my frantic wife snatched one half of the urn and stuck her tongue out to lick it, her fingers desperately searching for any remains left on the floor. She swept her hands across the ground, cutting her skin up in the process, and shoved the whole lot into her mouth, her eyes rolling back inside her head. I wanted to vomit. No, I wanted to run. My heart was pounding at 10 times its normal rate, threatening to leap out of my throat. My skin was clammy and my vision blurred, but not enough to stop me from seeing the monster that was my wife, stuffing ashes, blood, and porcelain shards down her throat. Jeremy must have felt the same way, but I couldn't see him, my tunnel vision only allowing the image of Lily and her feast. Mom, I heard him cry, his voice a mixture of terror and disgust. He didn't say anything else either, making do with only a gargled gasp and short, rapid pants. There was nothing to say. Even now that I look back on it, I cannot think of a single coherent sentence that would have befitted the circumstances. I knew instantly that my wife was gone and I'd never be able to see her the same way. Grabbing Jeremy by the arm, I tugged him away from the table, leaving Lily scavenging the floor. I needed to save my children. I'd get Macy out of her room whether she cooperated or not and take them both to my parents' house. At least that way I'd know they were safe before I dealt with my wife, or what was left of her. Jeremy was still in shock as I pulled him up the stairs, so he didn't protest. He seemed to know exactly what we were about to do and I needed all the help I could get. Macy had never been easy to deal with and I knew it would take some time to convince her we had to get out. Now, time we did not have, but as we barged in through the door of her bedroom, I instantly knew my plan wasn't going to work out. The room was empty, the bed was made without a single crease, the computer was off, and the desk was arranged neatly as if it were only there for show, rather than a part of someone's living space. A large, maroon urn sat in the middle of it. I didn't need to ask. I already knew what happened. She had run out. I found a diary in my attic. What do I do now? My name is Cora Heron and I have lived in this house my entire life. I know its halls and creaks. I know which step to avoid when you want to sneak a snack late at night, and I know which stone in the paved pathway will knock you on your ass. I have never felt scared or like this house wasn't safe until today. I started college last month but came home for the weekend to see my fathers. My relationship with them has always been close and I thank whatever spiritual nonsense out there for giving me them as my parents. My dad's conceived me using a surrogate, and while I have met her before, I don't really spend time with her. I was the only child they chose to have, and honestly, I haven't really wanted siblings, someone to share their attention with. No, thank you. I love being their one and only. It was this weekend back home, however, that I found the diary. Despite their attempts to get the time off of work, the Friday I arrived, they both were at their jobs. I was a little irritated but knew we would spend a good amount of time together the next few days, but meh, I was not looking forward to being bored. Normally they're good for a nice binge watch of a trashy show or something like that, but now here I am, alone. I hung out in my room for a bit before I decided to try and get up into the attic. I was tired of rewatching old episodes of Friends and I wanted to do something with my hands. You know, I wanted to get those brownie points for cleaning something, and the attic would be perfect for that. It hadn't been touched in so long, and damn it, I was gonna get it done and get that sweet, sweet praise. Sorting through boxes and boxes, I found a box of books. Some looked ancient and were crumbling at the spine. Glue long since yellowed and crusty. One stood out, though, a maroon, gold-embellished journal, looking like it hadn't aged a day in the seemingly 90 years it had been vibing here. I glanced through the pages, about to toss it down until the word strangling and knife pop out at me. Looking around the attic, a growing sense of unease slithering up my spine, I flipped to what is seemingly the beginning of the entry and begin to read. What I read cannot be explained. I hope it was fiction. I hope it was all lies. But the horror and fear that has not left me since won't let me not believe this woman. My, however many greats end. What will come next are the words of May Heron, copied down for all of Reddit to see in hopes that someone, somewhere can help me figure out what to do next. April 25th, 1932. We weren't supposed to know that there were favorites. Whenever we would ask our parents which of us they loved the most, they would laugh us off and assure us that we all have something to give equally. Marion is smart. They say she'll bring honor back to our family by being the first to graduate college. Charlotte is beautiful. She'll honor us by marrying well and raising our status. May, which is me, May is strong. May will honor us by protecting our family from what we would ask, huddled around them late at night. They always reach out and stroke each of our cheeks in turn and shush us, telling us that we don't need to worry. But today, I turned 20 and it was the most special birthday. Most girls in our respective age groups have a big blowout bash for their 16th and receive jewelry and trinkets. But for our family, 20 is the real one. 20 means you have crossed the threshold from girl to woman. It also means privacy, sweet privacy. Every 20th birthday that us three have had, a big breakfast is made before the other two of us are pulled from the house, soothed with promises of our own fun. The only thing that worries me a bit is when we returned after Marion and Charlotte's. They didn't seem okay. They seemed so tired and spent that I remember sassily remarking on it. asking what extravagant things they did while we spent the night with our grandmother. Their eyes were hollow and sad, and Mama would shush me, cheekily responding that turning 20 is hard work and I will one day see. Marion and Charlotte woke me up, giddy with the promise of presents and my favorite breakfast. I followed them downstairs, their voices high-pitched and sweet with emotion. When we arrived at the table, a beautiful spread was laid out and they both shrieked out their happy birthdays before grabbing me and squeezing tightly, making me feel truly loved. When they pulled back though, there were tears in their eyes. Marion grasped my hands and apologized again and again and again. Charlotte was in the background, her angelic face a blank mask. I was puzzled. I wanted to reassure my sister and let her know that I forgave her, whatever her trespasses may be, and she hurriedly filled me in, Charlotte gasping in indignation. "You will get 3 visitors tonight. We cannot help you. This is what we have been preparing for. Mama and Papa have already left. You cannot call for help and no one will come for you until tomorrow. You must keep your chin up and hold your head high. You are Mayharon and no one will keep you down. Do you understand?" I wanted to cry, but my eyes stayed dry. I didn't understand what was happening. Charlotte hissed that Marion should have said nothing, telling her that they didn't get the advantage. Why should I? Marion sadly looked at Charlotte and whispered, "Because I want this one to live." They leave and I am left alone, standing in the middle of a well-decorated kitchen, the site of many a family dinner where we have laughed, cried, grieved. I hope that whatever would happen to me doesn't lend to a dinner full of sorrow. I noticed a parcel on the table, my name scrawled in my mother's loopy font, and I gingerly picked it up, feeling the weight of the envelope in my hand. 2 items fall out of the package, 1 small dagger and 1 small capsule. "My dearest May, today you are 20. Papa and I knew this day would come and we fully believe that you will be the one to make it this time. You will receive 3 guests. Do not let them in. Do not be fooled, however. They will get in anyway. You cannot stop them. You are a heron and you will live. If you don't, then you are not a heron anymore anyway. I am sorry if this sounds cold, darling. We both love you so much, but we simply cannot grieve another loss. Papa and I have treated you well, haven't we? We gave you a good life. All of the etiquette classes, the evenings of study as we helped you rise to the top of your class. Remember that, my dove. Should this be your last night, know that you are cherished and a glorious part of our lives. I hope you make it. I am so sorry, May. I know at this moment you will want to flee and call the police or someone to come and help you, but you cannot. That would be cheating. Papa removed the phone in the night, and if any help is given past the point of reading this, I cannot promise it'll be good help. So trust me when I give you this advice, do not listen to them. You know who you are. Your instincts are as strong as you are. You do not need to kill to finish the evening, but if you do not, they will come back. Finally, you do not know them. They are not who you think. From this moment on, May, you are alone. I hope the dagger helps you return to us, and if not, if a merciful release is what you desire, the capsule will grant that wish. Goodbye, my darling. I hope we meet again. Love, Mama. She was right. I wanted to flee and get as far away from here as possible. I started hyperventilating. I was in the middle of a feast fit for a king, and here I am, in a chair, head between my knees, and despite what the letter says, I did not believe that I am strong enough for whatever is coming. Just then a knock at the door and I heard Marion's bell-like voice ring out. But it sounded wrong. It sounded dirty. May, I need you to let me in. May, be a good girl and let sister in, okay? I promise you it was just a prank. A tinkling laugh. Funny, huh? Now let me in, May. My body acted on its own accord to let her in, but my instincts kicked in. Do not let them in. Her voice grew agitated. This is not funny, May. You let me in right this instant. I did the opposite and shoved a chair under the door. May, the voice shrieked, harpy-like in volume and tone. You ungrateful waste of father's seed. Let me in right this minute before I tear your heart out. Tears streamed down my face and I shook my head wordlessly, knowing she can't see me, or rather praying that she cannot. The door slammed against its locks and I could see the door beginning to give against what sounds like much more than Marion's diminutive frame. Wood splintered from it and I ran. I ran to the living room where we have spent so many evenings, and I was so frightened. I felt as if I could pass out when I heard it. Footsteps, right in the hall. She made it past the door and there was no longer even the illusion of safety. May, called out Marion's voice. I just want to talk to you, May. Don't you want to hear how much we all hate you? How much we all wish you had never been born? I shoved my hands over my ears and tears were stinging my eyes with their saltiness, and I began to fear that I will never be able to see again. I worried that should I survive, I will never unhear these things my sister is now saying to me. Come here, May. Let me tell you how unwanted you are and how much mother wanted a boy. I heard her steps grow closer and I panicked, wanting to escape and leave while also feeling incapable. I couldn't do this. I wouldn't do this. Why was she doing this? Then I remembered Mama's letter. You do not know them. This was not Marion. Marion loves me. Marion helped me the little she could, even when Charlotte was telling her no. Marion would not say this to me. Gathering my strength, I clutched the dagger. On shaky knees, I walked to where Marion's voice was emanating. Poor little May, so dumb, so ugly, doomed to be the embarrassment of the family. Oh, how people look at us with disgust and pity when they see you with us. It's like having a wart that we have never been able to remove no matter how hard we. Her voice was cut off. My hand was covered in a thick, black substance. Black smoke spills out of the wound and fills the area around me. My dagger had found its home in her chest as she rounded the corner, and despite knowing this is not my sister, my eyes were full of tears and I whispered that I am sorry before I twist. She screeches, eyes rolling back into her head, and she is gone. She is no more. I was not foolish enough to believe this was the end of it. She fell too easily and too quickly for the amount of warning that I was given, and I didn't know if I could do this again. I tried to eat some of the food. If Marion was only the first of three, it stood to reason that she would be the easiest. They were only going to get harder, and I didn't want to know how much worse it could get. Her words still rang in my ears, and while I knew inside that it was not Marion, I was unsure if I would ever be able to look at her again. Day faded slowly into evening, and I was strung up with adrenaline and fear. I checked all of the drawers for more weapons, and I found nothing. All of the silverware save for the plastic cutlery that they left for me on the table had been removed, and when I tested it to see how much pressure it can withstand, it snapped in half. I steadfastly ignored the capsule on the table, its blithe appearance mocking me. I placed the door back where it goes and hoped it stays, though Mama's letter says it won't matter. I was about to renew my search for anything that could be blunt enough to protect myself with when I heard it. A faint singing coming from the direction of the warped door. Oh, little May, poor and frail. Poor little May, will she prevail? The singing grew louder and more childlike before a light tapping hit the door. May, please let me in. I did not answer. May, do not leave me out here. What would Mama say about your manners? I still did not answer. May, you are making me sad, and you know I do not like to be sad. Let me in. On her last words, the already frail door gave in and was shoved into the room, revealing Charlotte standing there, a maniacal look staining her features. Why do you make me sad, May? This is why we chose you for this. All you do is disappoint. Even her doppelganger was more graceful than I could ever hope to be as she crossed into the room, and this time I was not waiting for her to sling more words at me like Marion did. I rushed at her, dagger raised, and I could see that the element of surprise worked out for me as shock flashed for a brief second on her face before being replaced with a wicked smile. Oh, okay, little May, if that's what you want. I was grappling to the floor, and my sister, who once held me while I cried after a boy at school called me ugly, was now straddling me, her face inches from mine. Did you know you were a mistake? Did you know that we despise your existence, all of us? You're proof that people should not procreate after a certain age. I was thrashing as she sprayed spittle in my face, her breath rancid and reeking of burnt meat. I struggled as she continued on. Did you know how much we all prayed for an accident when you were little? A minor drowning mishap, maybe, a kidnapping, anything to rid us of you. This was still my sister's visage saying these things to me, and the fissure in my heart created from Marion's previous insults was ripped further with Charlotte. I fought against her as her hands wrapped around my throat and she leaned closer. We tried to kill you, you know, numerous times. Her hands were growing tighter around my throat and my vision was turning black. Her nails were sure to leave imprints in my skin, reminding me of this day for weeks to come. I couldn't breathe, and these hands that brought me comfort in some of my hardest times were killing me. I heard ringing in my ears and I felt my body start to go limp. I didn't want to die. I couldn't die like this, with my sister strangling the life out of me. I didn't want to hurt Charlotte, but I remembered Mama's letter, and I strengthened myself with the knowledge that I am stronger than this mockery of my sister. I am the strength of the Heron family, and I will prevail. I finally bucked strong enough to throw her off balance a little bit, but it worked to get her dislodged enough for me to scramble out and try to get away. She grabbed my ankle and pulled me back, and as she was dragging me, I threw my hand out and slapped her with all of my might. She looked shocked for a second before renewing her assault, grasping my ankle again and gripping tightly, much tighter than she should be able to. I gasped for air still, but the adrenaline surging through me helped me scramble as I patted the ground where I must have dropped the knife in the original scuffle. and blessedly felt the hard handle before grabbing it. I swiped at Charlotte's face and hit her cheek. She screamed as black steam began to pour out. I swiped again at her throat and she again shrieked out her anger before disappearing. Much as Marion did, I was once again alone, panting and sweaty. My throat felt like I had smoked 100 cigars, and I did not feel like this fight was as even as the first, and I knew that my earlier thought that they were only getting harder was correct. I pulled myself up by grabbing the edge of the table and sat upon it, inspecting my ankle. Dark red marks marred my flesh, burning in pain. I wondered if my neck looked the same. I did not know when the next one was coming, and all I desired was defeat. I just wanted to sleep and end this game. I couldn't possibly hear my mother, or even worse, my father, say these cruel things to me. I just wanted to be done. I was tired of the constant thudding in my chest, my heart trying to burst out in its terror. I eyed the envelope on the table and then glanced at the capsule. I reached out and took it, rolling it in my hand before I heard what I hoped was my third and final visitor. There was no preamble this time, no pageantry as with Marion and Charlotte. The door slowly creaked open and there stood a small girl, about my size. She was pretty in a simple way, and while she was not threatening, an air of danger radiated from her and my fear reached a new level. "Hello," she said, looking at me expectantly. "May I come in?" I was mute, puzzled by her politeness. "I will come in regardless, May. Let me in and this will be easier." I stayed silent and did not move, listening to the letter Mama left me. She sighed, shaking her head. Mama's letter. Still nothing from my end. Very well then. She came in and took a seat by the now cold food, still placed on the table. Fearing for my life had left me little motivation to clean. She gestured at the seat and I started to feel like a guest in my own home. "May, my name is AmITheA. Do you know me? Don't bother answering. I am not going to wait for one if you are still holding on to Mama's advice. I am, rather, the eldest Heron. I doubt you would know me. They couldn't have explained to you what happened to me without ruining the birthday surprise, I suppose. So I will have to do so myself. This test, May, is meant to check to see if you have the will to survive and carry on the Heron name with pride. I did not pass this. I tried my damnedest and it was not good enough. I was raised with love and told that while Marion and Charlotte were smart and beautiful, I was kind. I was so nice and my values would change everything. Do you know what they did to me, May? They lied. I changed nothing while dying on the living room floor. I did nothing to fix this line and I have never made a difference. But you know what that's like, don't you? You know what it's like to sit there when Mama and Papa tell us what makes them proud of us and feel bitter that yours is not as impressive. Strength, May. What is that? Don't Marion and Charlotte have that as well? They passed their test, didn't they? What makes you special then? I assure you, when you die tonight, they will replace you like they replaced me. I was 20, Marion was 10, and Charlotte was 5. Mama should not have been having more children at 40, but she did because she could not stand the idea of one of her children losing. She wanted another chance to be oh so proud and smug. So when you die, May, when you are expiring on the ground and wondering what makes you so much worse than Marion and Charlotte, know this, you will be forgotten and the next child will not even know of your existence until they too turn 20 and you haunt them, just as I am doing to you. She paused, checking to see my reaction to her monologue. I was impassive. I am May Heron and I am the strength of the Heron family, and I could hold it together while this stranger fills my head and heart with dread. I could take this as she slung all of my buried fears into my face. Do you want to know what my tests were? Marion and Charlotte, small children, telling me that while I was kind, I would never bear children. No man would ever love me. No man would ever be able to look at me for long enough to even entertain the idea of building a family with me. My final one was the love of my life. I defeated Marion and Charlotte. While creepy, hearing small children tell you things that you know they don't know the meaning of loses its power. But Frederick, hearing him tell me that I needed to let go of the idea that he loved me, that he saw any kind of redeemable feature in me. He laughed, May, laughed and laughed until he cried tears of black and I could not take it. My heart shattered and crumbled and he just rejoiced in my misery. He said such things to me and I took the only way out that I could. At this, she looked at the capsule that I had placed upon the table. I'll tell you something, May. It's so nice here. My eyes flew open in surprise. It's so nice here and so wonderful. There are no expectations. I am free and happy and I see Marion and Charlotte every night in my dreams. I still dream. I still feel it. I am just no longer tethered to all of these attachments that hurt you. She leaned closer. The nights you spend crying and hating yourself, wanting to break free of the shadow of the incomparable Heron family. You could be free. You could be with me, May. You could be so happy, and I would love you even more than they pretend to. I promise, little sister, come with me and you will never feel less than again. I reached out to take the pill. I studied it for so long that I expected her to be gone when I looked back up, but she was still there, watching me as if I were the most fascinating thing she had ever seen. My voice cracked after so long of non-use. See, can you hug me while I do it? Her face broke into a smile as she held her arms out. Of course, it would be an honor. I sank into her arms and adrenaline once again pulsed through me before I slammed my fist into her stomach. The dagger that has been an extension of my arm this entire time finding its place deep inside her. Her eyes widened in anger, but it was too late. She was gone and I was alone in the room. I was never able to tell her that I was sorry for doing so, that I was sorry for replacing her, and even more sorry that I wasn't sorry that I had been chosen to. When I surveyed the room and could see that I was finally free from them, I collapsed and sobbed and finally felt all of the fear that I had been soaking in. I was done. I could rest. I did not relax, and when I heard my family come in and surround me with praise, I sat there. My eyes were dull and I could not muster up relief that they were home. They peppered my face with kisses and I was stuck in my head, hearing the words of my sisters, feeling the emotional wound. I made my excuses and took my leave as my father beamed at me with pride. On my way out of the room, I turned and asked my family one thing. Why? They all shrugged and all they offered me were smiles that did nothing to comfort me or answer the questions in my heart. I do not know why I had to do this, why our family has been cursed this way. I do not know if my heart will ever settle down and cease its rapid thumping. I do know that a heart is capable of beating once broken. I do know that I am strong, stronger than any of my three sisters. I also know something my family doesn't, that they didn't even think to confirm. AmITheA did not bleed. She did not seep the black smoke as my other sisters did. She shrieked and left, and while I wanted to feel relief, Mama's letter came back to me. You do not need to kill to finish the evening, but if you do not, they will come back. AmITheA will be back and I don't know when. I don't know if I am supposed to do this all over again. I don't think I can. This evening will never stop haunting me. It will never let me take a full breath again without feeling the pressure of Charlotte's hands on my windpipe or the words slung at me by Marion. I hope in the future I am stronger. I hope that I can weather this storm again and again until AmITheA is finally slain. I will not be able to live without fear until I do. Pray for me, diary. Pray for my success, but most of all, pray that I am not already dead. That's it. I have never heard of May or AmITheA before. I was the first girl in so many years, and I wonder if my father even has a clue about this curse, as they called it. I want to laugh and applaud the creative writing. I want to poke holes and scoff and call this woman I won't ever meet a liar. But I don't. I believe her. The air in the attic is stale. Was it always this dark here? I sit in my dread and think about how I would survive hearing my father say similar things to me, and I can't even imagine it. I would die. I would hate to even hear them say they're disappointed in me, let alone that they regret me. It would kill me. I ask for your help, Reddit, for one simple reason. I turn 20 next month and I don't want this to happen to me. I am terrified that on the morning of my 20th, I am going to wake up to doppelgangers of my father's and some unknown third specter. I can't let this happen to me. May at least got the warnings. Does my father even know? Could he know? Papa Albert was not a Heron before marriage, and I doubt he would know. But Dad, does he? Does he hate me so much that he just wouldn't warn me? No, he can't. He loves me. I know he does. Please, help me. We found a town that doesn't appear on any maps. This probably isn't the smartest idea to post this here, but I really have nowhere else to turn. People need to know about this, even if it's the last thing I ever do. By the time you read this, I'll probably be dead, or vanished mysteriously like everyone else who's been unfortunate enough to stumble down this rabbit hole. That's exactly how it began too, a rabbit hole on the internet that kept leading me deeper and deeper like the countless others I've seen before. Cicada 3301, The Finders, LHOHQ, Missing 411, Erratas, 11BX 1371, Markovian Parallax Denigrate, Numbers Stations, The Wyoming Incident, and all the others. You've probably seen them too, or at least heard of them, if you're anything like me. And because you're here, I'm guessing you follow these mysteries when they crop up. Most of the time they end in rather anticlimactic ways. Some artistic project, an ARG, or the majority just being a dead end which devolves into endless speculation. Not this time. Chigabas is different. Me and my friends have spent years following these sorts of things, along with various endeavors in urban exploration and abandoned locations. We've had some odd encounters and weird things happen to us, but nothing that could be considered concrete proof of something haunted or supernatural. A buddy of mine, Ryuko, works as a petroleum scout. Basically, he flies all over the country trying to find promising future drill sites. Recently, he was out in a remote town known as Thompson in northern Manitoba looking for new potential locations when he found something odd. He explained that he had been going over public ordnance records around the city and found something odd. I'll probably butcher this explanation, so if anyone knows better, feel free to correct me. From what I understood, he had the blueprints of buildings, pipelines, and underground wires. They of course have certain mandates that must be followed that prevent them from drilling too near existing structures. He explained that he was comparing these blueprints when he noticed a section that didn't match up with satellite imaging. He then said a bunch of scientific shit which I didn't understand, which basically meant that the blueprints indicated that this particular area was supposed to be nothing but forest. But the satellite imaging contradicted that. He said it looked as though someone had intentionally doctored both the images and blueprints, but wasn't able to make them both accurately match. He spent some time researching the history of the area, but couldn't find much of anything online or in historical records. He gave me the coordinates of the area too, but like him I couldn't find much of anything. I'll be honest, I didn't really think there was much to it, but Ryuko seemed adamant that something about it was weird. He made sure to lecture me about the plethora of weird reports from the Canadian North, and although chilling, I failed to see how it related to his discovery. Our correspondence went on for months about it, even after Ryuko and his team had deemed the location unsuitable. He just couldn't seem to let it go, even managing to get some of our other friends enraptured with the mystery. Eventually, he messaged me one night with a new development. "There's a town out there," he wrote. "What? How do you know?" I wrote back. "One of the locals told me about it after we put down a few drinks. He said he didn't like talking about it, but he knew that there was a town there many years ago. He doesn't know what happened to it though, or even what its name is." His words didn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay, but if it is a town, then why wouldn't it show up on Google Maps? Exactly, it's like someone has gone through a great deal of effort to erase it. I felt chills roll down my spine reading that, but still didn't know whether to buy it. In our modern day of computers and GPS, it's hard to think an entire town could go undocumented. But apparently that was the case. I'm gonna go out there. I had a feeling that response was coming, and it made my gut churn. I've always felt as though if I were in a horror movie, I'd be the first one to die. That's partially due to my bad luck, but more so is my willingness to indulge in questionable ideas for the sake of curiosity. In my defense, Ryuko managed to rope in two of our other friends as well, Panzerwaffle and Dunkleosteus. I know it's needlessly edgy to go by codenames, but I'd rather not reveal their real ones, so I'll just refer to them as the names they use online. So the four of us kept researching for a few more weeks, and after we finally managed to align our schedules, we set a date. We all met up in Winnipeg to begin our journey. It was about an 8-hour drive up to Thompson, and from there only Ryuko knew the rest. But he assured us it wasn't much further beyond that. The vast country roads of the Canadian Midwest soon unveiled before us, giving us front row seats of endless oceans of dirt and prairies. The stifling atmosphere of the city soon gave way to the fresh air of the wilderness, so at the very least it was a good break from the rat race. The four of us discussed theories and joked most of the way out there until Panzerwaffle raised an interesting point. So I saw this thread online where this guy was talking about his time working on mobile security stuff. He said he was former military and got recruited after into this private security firm that went all over the world. It didn't really seem that interesting until he mentioned going to a hidden town outside of Thompson. The rest of us perked up at that mention. Yeah, he was saying this area has a lot of strange reports of cryptids and weird sightings. Wendigos, aliens, Bigfoot, you name it. I looked at Ryuko in the driver's seat. That true? First I've heard of it. I mean, the Canadian North is pretty well known for strange sightings, so I'm not too surprised. Dunkleosteus then cut in. Man, we are not prepared for shit like that. I don't know about this. Panzer chuckled and leaned over to pat him on the shoulder. Little late to back out now, bro. He laughed again, but Dunk looked no more reassured. Before long, the cities had vanished in the rear view, leaving only an endless expanse of road and flat grassy prairies in all directions. We had a good time thanks to Ryuko lead footing the pedal and arrived in Thompson around 3 p.m. The town itself was little more than a few blocks, a couple restaurants and a hospital, which was mostly what I expected from its remote location. Thompson is essentially the final outpost of the Canadian North, Beyond it lies a vast expanse of untamed wilderness that stretches for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. There are a few indigenous localities scattered throughout the area, but most are accessible only by flying or I guess walking for a few months if you're a lunatic. The point is, all the roads stop at Thompson, but our destination was further beyond. Thankfully, not much further though, and Ryuko assured us we could be there within the hour. But first we decided to stop at one of the town's diners and get yourself some food. The waitress got us a booth by the window and got us menus. We spent a few minutes glancing through until she returned for our orders. The restaurant had few patrons at the time and our food arrived quite soon after. The chicken fried salmon wasn't half bad, and the others seemed to enjoy their meals as well. The waitress returned after we'd finished and laid out the tab, peppering us with a few more questions. She obviously knew we weren't local, and we told her we'd made the trek up from Winnipeg for a camping trip. She mentioned a few spots she thought we should check out, but I can't recall what they were now. I looked at Ryuko and could tell what he was thinking before he even said it. So I heard a rumor that there's a town out here that doesn't appear on any maps. He paused and the waitress cocked her head at him. Do you know anything about that? She seemed taken aback and her mouth curled into an uncertain grimace. I don't know anything about that. Have a good rest of your day. She then abruptly turned and walked away from the booth. The rest of us exchanged some glances of our own as we laid a pile of cash on the table to cover the bill. Clearly, she wasn't being entirely truthful with us, or so it seemed. Her sudden shift from cheerful to almost panicked unsettled me a bit though. We all loaded back into Ryuko's truck and headed out soon after. Several residents were out in the streets then, and all of them seemed to stare at us with vacant expressions as we drove through town. It seemed a bit hostile of what one would expect of a small Canadian town. But perhaps I just misread the vibes. The roads beyond Thompson were strictly dirt and gravel, and the further we drove the less maintained they became. I've got to be vague when describing the exact road we traveled because I don't want to be responsible for anyone trying to go find this place themselves. There's quite a few campgrounds around the area, and beyond that roads that seemingly go nowhere at all. It was around this point when cell service became non-existent, and not just zero bars, but full-on lack of connection to a provider altogether. We anticipated that, of course, but it felt a bit unnerving that if anything went wrong, then we were on our own. We kept driving along the trail for close to an hour, bending and weaving deeper into the woods and further from civilization. The area around seemed truly wild, with no road signs nor any real sign of human presence at all. Ryuko had pointed to the spot on the map where we were headed, and it made me question why any town would be built in such a place. It had to be an old mining town, I thought, but none of us knew for certain. Eventually, the trail split into 3 different paths. After some debate, we took the path on the right, which was heavily degraded. We only made it about half a click before the road simply became too narrow. We got out and had a quick look around, but it was clear there wasn't much there. After taking a good 20 minutes to help Ryuko back his truck out, we finally returned to the split in the path. It was then we noticed there was what appeared to be a pole lying off in the woods. Dunk and Panzer went and grabbed it, and sure enough, found a sign attached to it as well. It was so rusted that any previous message was indecipherable, but it seemed to indicate we were close. We followed that path for about a kilometer before something caught our attention on the side of the road. Ryuko slowed the truck down and we realized it was yet another trail. This one appeared gutted, as though it once had pavement or concrete but had since been removed. The ground was flat and graded, but clearly untraveled and overgrown with weeds and shrubs. This has to be it, Ryuko said, glancing at his map. He put the truck in park and the 4 of us stepped out. There we eyed the long-forgotten trail before us, but aside from the suspiciously flat terrain, there was little indication anything else was out there. You sure this is it? I mean, I don't see much, Dunk asked, and Ryuko nodded, stepping forward. Oh yeah, no question. A road used to run right through here. That observation was an unusual one, and I wasn't the only one who picked up on it. Why remove the road? I asked. Ryuko turned back, not seeming to catch my drift. I mean, I had assumed a town this far away from everything would be an old mining or lumber town that just ran its course and was abandoned when the work dried up. But if they went to the trouble of removing the road that led to it, I let the words hang in the air, and Ryuko understood them. Then someone is trying to hide it. Panzer and Dunk looked at one another, and a sudden air of apprehension seemed to set in. It's always a bit nerve-wracking walking into abandoned locations, but this one seemed different somehow. What if this is some government base or some Area 51 type shit? Panzer asked. So, Area 52. Dunk replied with a chuckle. I glanced around, but once again it was clear that we were well and truly in the middle of nowhere. If that were the case, I assume they would have arrested us by now, I replied, gesturing around to the endless blockade of trees. No one's here. Dunk then scoffed. Oh, just because you don't see them doesn't mean no one's here. He was right, but still the thought remained. Ryuko seemed to ponder a moment before glancing back down the hidden trail. Well, only one way to find out. The four of us got back into his truck, and Ryuko maneuvered it onto the overgrown trail. Leaves crunched and the chassis rumbled around as he began to drive forward upon it. It was rough, but not as rough as nature would have been. We drove onward at a reduced rate for about 5 minutes, seeing nothing but trees and thickets on either side. Eventually, the road began to curve left, and soon after something emerged on the side of the trail. It looked like a telephone pole at first, a dark brown column made of wood standing about 15 feet tall. As we got closer, a series of grooves and markings emerged upon it. It looked like a type of totem pole, and at the top sat a small wooden figurine of what appeared to be a bird of some kind. Ryuko slowed his truck down beside it, and we all stared up in silence. Looks like they didn't remove everything. Ryuko broke the silence, glancing at me in the front passenger seat. Is that an owl on the top? Panzer asked. Yeah, looks like it, Ryuko replied. Man, what was that movie from a few years ago in Alaska? You know, the one where they think they're seeing owls, but it's actually aliens? Dunk asked. Oh, the fourth kind, Panzer replied. Almost in unison, we all seemed to eye the owl at the pinnacle once again. Sure hope that has nothing to do with our situation, Panzer concluded. We remained there for another minute or so, until Ryuko simply put the truck into drive and continued moving forward. Around the next bend in the woods was all it took to find it. A row of buildings emerged in the distance, dark, neglected, and empty. Ryuko's truck crept slowly onward, allowing more and more of the desolate place to come into view. The walls were wrapped with vines, and the streets cracked with weeds and saplings. It almost looked like a scene straight out of an apocalyptic movie, and the derelict streets had clearly stood vacant for a few decades at the least. Ryuko pulled his truck to a stop, and without a word we all stepped out. Oh shit, it does exist, Dunk spoke, eyeing the rest of us with a keen smirk. Some of the buildings looked partially burned, but overall, the majority were mostly untarnished except by the creeping advance of nature. No graffiti on the walls and no obvious signs of major damage that one would expect from a natural disaster of some kind. As far as we could see, there were no cars there either. It was as if the entire town had just one day decided to get up and leave. Well, someone was here at some point. Panzer spoke up, laying a hand on the rotting hull of an old store. The words General Routine Convenience Store were just barely discernible upon the faded oak sign above the door. So where'd they all go? And why was the waitress covering their existence? Dunk replied, I'll admit I got the same vibe, but I wasn't ready to throw her under the bus yet. If anything, she just seemed afraid to even discuss the topic. Don't know, man, but I do know this doesn't look like no Area 52 to me. Panzer and Dunk shared a laugh. Ryuko, meanwhile, had ventured further away to the intersection and paused to glance at something laying in the street. He turned back and met my stare, giving a nod of his head for me to join him. I did just that, and once at his side I found what had held his interest. Lying on the ground was what appeared to be an old placard, heavily worn but with the words still mostly discernible. Jagaba's Town Center. Jagaba's. That's the name of this town, I suppose. I spoke. Ryuko nodded, averting his gaze ahead. Sound familiar? I asked, but Ryuko just shook his head. Down the block about 200 meters was a much larger building than the others. Double swaying doors lay mangled at the entrance and wedged open, while the hull of the building was riddled with holes and broken windows. The building looked in much worse condition than the others, and naturally that drew our attention. Panzer and Dunk joined us and we all approached. The holes in the walls almost looked like bullet impacts, but we couldn't be certain. As we got near, it became evident that it was some sort of old-fashioned hospital or infirmary. Inside was remarkably clean considering the outer conditions. There was still broken debris scattered on the linoleum, but unlike most abandoned buildings, there was no sign of graffiti or previous squatters, probably because nobody in their right mind would venture that far out. The building only had a main hallway and about half a dozen rooms, and so searching through it didn't take long. There wasn't much to see anyways, just file cabinets and medical equipment a couple decades old. What was interesting was the stash of medications still in the cabinet, many of which were dated to the early 90s. Things were becoming a bit more unnerving then, as it was evident that whatever happened there had happened quickly, and its residents had very little time to pack up. That is, if they even made it out at all. Hey guys, look at this, Ryuko called out from down the hallway. After reaching his side, we found he was examining a hatch on the floor. He managed to wrench it open, revealing a ladder which led into a dark passage below. We took turns peering down below and saw a narrow, dirt corridor that stretched in both directions for quite a considerable distance. Who wants to go down first? Ryuko asked, a smirk evident behind his mask. None of us answered back, and instead we all just seemed to silently inspect the passageway beneath us. Something was bothering me then, something lingering heavy in the air. I still don't know how to explain it, but my gut was telling me this was not a place I should be. Ryuko eventually answered his own question by climbing onto the ladder and beginning to descend. A moment later, he touched down into the dirt below. He lit his flashlight and pointed it up ahead and back behind at the two extensions of the passage. What do you see? Dunk asked. Not much, just looks like a tunnel, maybe an old mine. Ryuko called back. Why would a mine be underneath a hospital? Dunk glanced at us. Poor planning maybe, Panzer replied. As they conversed, something suddenly moved outside the window. I was the only one who saw and didn't see it well, but it definitely looked like a shadow darting away as I looked. What the hell was that? I pointed it out and the others quickly swiveled towards the window. I scurried towards the window and glanced outside cautiously, but saw nothing but an empty field of overgrown wild grass. What is it? Dunk asked. I don't know, I just saw something move. By that point, the sun was very low in the sky and the darkness was encroaching fast. The others were clearly feeling a bit unnerved by that point, as was I, and we all seemed to reach the silent conclusion that it was time to leave. We shouldn't stay after dark. We can come back tomorrow, Dunk stated as he headed towards the front door. Panzer then returned to the hatch and yelled down into it. Aye, Ryuko, time to go. He waited a few seconds, but there was no response. Ryuko, you hear me? He called again, but once more there was no reply. Panzer then sighed and knelt to the hatch. Hey man, we gotta go. Can you hear me? He waited a moment, but I heard nothing. Panzer then waved us over and climbed into the hatch. Begrudgingly I followed, knowing I couldn't let him go alone. Dunk and I soon followed him down the ladder, finding ourselves in some underground tunnel a moment later. Panzer shined his flashlight forward and behind us, but we saw nothing but an empty passage. Where the hell did he go? Panzer asked. Us HHH, keep your voice down. Dunk shushed back, kneeling in the dirt and pointing out the footprints. He went this way. The three of us moved onward until reaching the bend in the tunnel. Around it we saw the passage mushroom outward into a substantially larger room. Several large columns stood floor to ceiling, decorated in an entirely unexpected Greek-Roman sort of architecture. I'm no expert in that stuff, but the columns looked like they'd have been more at home in the Pantheon rather than some buried tunnel in North Canada. The floor too appeared to be a scuffed marble, which I can't imagine would be cheap or easy to install. At the far end of the room, my heart sank as I spotted a person kneeling to the ground in the shadows. Ryuko, is that you? The person whipped their head around, confirming it was Ryuko. He put a shushing finger to the mouth on his mask and gestured us over. What's wrong? I asked. Ryuko silently pointed down the passage in front of us. My heart skipped a beat as I stared into the fathomless dark tunnel before us, but of course I saw nothing. Behind us, Panzer and Dunk entered the middle of the chamber and glanced around. Clearly as mystified as I was, they spread out around the room to inspect the area as Ryuko, and I continued staring. I asked Ryuko about what he saw, and he just said he thought he saw someone, but didn't elaborate. Hey guys, look at this, Dunk whispered. I turned to see him standing in front of a large mural on the wall. As I got close, I saw all sorts of squiggly lines and symbols engraved upon the wall. The entire thing was probably 5 meters wide and 3 tall. The entire portrait spread out almost like a massive spider web, but I couldn't tell what I was looking at. It's a map, Dunk declared. I didn't think it likely at first glance, but as I continued staring, I realized he could be onto something. That theory had some bewildering implications, however. Dunk then lifted a hand and pointed at a spot on the lower left. This is where we came in. These symbols must be entrances or exits. The spot he pointed had a rectangular symbol with a line down the middle, and I spied dozens of others around the mural. I traced the route we had traveled to get there, and it did seem to match. We hadn't traveled far, but if that was actually a map and it was in any way to scale, then the entire system was absolutely colossal. The small area we traversed barely even registered when compared with the whole thing, and its entirety must have comprised dozens upon dozens of kilometers worth of tunnels. Who would build something like that? And how and why was it done? There were quite a variety of other symbols on there as well, but with no map index we had little context as to what they represented. Towards the upper center of the map was a large open space with a unique symbol within it. It was almost as if all the other pathways were leading towards it, which of course made it an interesting sight. Unfortunately, it was probably several kilometers worth of tunnels to get there. "What the hell is this place?" Panzer asked, but I think it was more rhetorical than anything. There was this odd scent lingering in the air, but I couldn't place it. This wasn't my first venture in urban exploration, but this time felt different. Something about the place was deeply unsettling, and although I tried just writing it off as my nerves, the feeling wouldn't dissipate. "Oh shit," Buko suddenly proclaimed in a whisper. I turned and saw him slowly backing away from the passageway. I was about to ask what it was when I saw it, and my heart stood still. Ahead of him in the corridor was the silhouette of someone obscured in shadow. The air seemed to drain from the room in an instant, as did the breath from my lungs. The person in the tunnel before us remained motionless and silent. Buko had then ignited his flashlight, which beamed against the ground. With a quivering hand, he began to lift it towards the person in the tunnel. I said a silent prayer, hoping it would simply be an angry hobo, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Its face was gaunt, with gleaming eyes that reflected the light of the flashlight like an animal would. Jagged teeth and an overbite protruded from chapped lips, and a narrow tongue seemed to taste the air like a snake. The second the light touched its eyes, it let out this god-awful wail. We took off without a second thought. In only a few seconds we reached the hatch and began rapidly clambering back up. I looked back, but saw no one pursuing us. Buko slammed the hatch behind us, and we all breathed a small sigh of relief. For the briefest of moments, I felt we were safe, but that notion didn't last. "There's something out there, you see that?" Dunk suddenly spoke, pointing out the broken window on the far end of the building. Sure enough, the trees were bustling and clearly something was moving back within them. We didn't dare stick around to see what it was and immediately made a mad dash for Ryuko's truck. As we filed inside, I saw shapes and silhouettes emerging from deep within the woods, but remaining far enough so that I couldn't get a clear look at them. As the headlights passed over them, I saw several pairs of gleaming eyes leering back at us. They were humanoid in appearance, but decidedly not human. Thankfully, we made it out without incident, and in no time we were back on the main road and speeding off back towards Thompson. We got back rather quickly compared to the journey out, and spent nearly the entire ride discussing what we'd witnessed out there. Buko stayed rather silent, and by the time I realized we had actually driven past Thompson, we were quite a ways past it. I asked Ryuko why he didn't stop in Thompson, and his response was not at all what I expected. "We're being followed." His words reverberated through the truck like a slow rolling thunder. The Suburban behind us turned out from a dark road shortly after we left that abandoned town. The three of us just stared silently at him, and he spoke again. "Don't look back." I then caught a glance of the gas gauge and realized we were approaching the E. Thankfully, a gas station wasn't too far off. But of course the main worry was our pursuers. Shortly after, Ryuko turned off the highway, and sure enough the headlights behind us mirrored his movement. Ryuko pulled into the brightly lit gas station, and the black Suburban with tinted windows followed. Pulling into the opposite side of the pump, Ryuko stepped out, and I got out with him. My heart was throbbing like crazy, but part of me wasn't even certain this Suburban was actually following us. We were sitting ducks though, with no one around aside from a single station attendant and their booth. Ryuko approached the pump, slid his card, and retrieved the nozzle as he slipped it into the gas slot. As soon as the gas began pumping, the driver's side door of the Suburban opened. Out stepped a tall man with a bald head wearing a suede black coat. I slipped my right hand behind my back and gripped the dagger in my belt, but knew if the man had a gun it probably wouldn't make much difference. The man casually rounded the front of his truck and came to a stop in front of Ryuko, who stared back defiantly. Something about his presence was deeply foreboding, like he was a simple Minuteman for some nefarious cult or group. With what we'd seen earlier, that didn't seem out of the realm of possibilities. His eyes sent chills down my spine, like there was nothing human behind his stare. The two of them just remained silent, deadlocked in a stare. "Can I help you?" Ryuko finally broke the silence, but the man said nothing, his expression unaltered and stance unchanged. Mercifully, the gas nozzle clicked behind us. Youll turned and removed it, opening his driver's side door and getting back in. The bald man then diverted his gaze to me, and he smiled. "Drive safe." With that simple phrase, he turned and got back into his vehicle. The windows were heavily tinted, but with the way the shadow bent on the passenger side, it was evident someone else was with him. Ryuko then rolled down my window. "Let's go." They didn't follow us any further, but the brief interaction left its mark on us. The four of us discussed it the entire way back, coming to the consensus that they were either government operatives or cult members. I shudder when I think of those things in that town. But clearly, someone has gone to great lengths to hide them. Posting to begin with is not a great idea, I know, but I had to do something. This all happened about a week ago now, and once Ryuko dropped us off, I haven't seen him since. No one's heard from him. His phone is off and he hasn't been on any of the online places he normally frequents. The police have been notified, but there's not much to go off of for them, apparently. He never even returned home the night after we got back. I hope he's okay, and Ryuko, if you're reading this, please contact me. I've been looking around online and even in public libraries, but so far I haven't been able to find any information on the town of Jigabas. If anyone knows anything about it, please feel free to share. But in the meantime, I just hope whoever that bald guy works for doesn't decide to come looking for us. What happened to my roommate? Many years ago, I was a travel writer in Europe. I did most of my trips alone. This story is about the first time I visited Prague. I'd never been to Prague and the trip was last minute, so I had little time to prepare. My travel partner had dumped me in another country, and I was determined to make the best out of trip by visiting a place I'd never been. Upon arrival at the train station, I visited the accommodation office and asked for a hostel not far from the center. In my early 20s, winging it was part of the fun. These days I'm far less adventurous. The hostel they sent me to was a sprawling, crumbling, slate gray Art Deco building on a nondescript street about a 10-minute walk to Stare Mesto. The inside was probably beautiful at one time, but by the time I checked in it was full of shabby, mismatched furniture and cheap stained carpet. Most of the light fixtures were broken, leaving everything but the lobby dark and gloomy. It smelled of standing water and dust. I found my room, a double for $12 per night, and made note of the fact that I had a roommate. She wasn't there, but on her side of the room there was a suitcase, dressed neatly folded across the back of a plastic chair, a scattering of makeup containers on the beat-up desk, and a stack of German fashion magazines on the bed. As I had no plans or goals on this impromptu trip, so I spent the afternoon exploring Old Town Square, the Jewish Quarter, and Wenceslas Square. I purchased some Czech crystal for my mom and painted eggs from a street vendor for myself. I also made reservations for a sunset dinner cruise for one. At around 6 p.m. I returned to my room to shower, change clothes, and unload my purchases. When I left my room about an hour later, there was no indication that my roommate had returned at any point during the day. After the cruise, I stopped at a tiny bar on Tinska and had a glass of wine. I'd heard horror stories about the dangers of Prague, but I felt no more trepidation than I did in any other large city. Sure, the cobblestone streets, fog rolling off the Vieltava, backlit Gothic architecture, and winding alleys made me think of Jack the Ripper and Dracula, but in a good way. It was nearly midnight when I returned to my hostel, so I was surprised to find that my roommate still hadn't returned. That wasn't uncommon, though. Backpackers are a fickle lot. She could have gone on a short overnight trip and just left her stuff behind, hooked up with a guy and was holed up at their place, or hanging out at another hostel, so I was surprised but not concerned. I took another shower before bed, however, and was surprised to find that things in the room had changed up in my return. Her bed was neatly turned down, the magazines had moved to the nightstand, and the dress was gone. The strangest thing, though, was the addition of a pink silky nightgown spread across the bed. My bed. Maybe she thought she still had the room to herself. I didn't see how my shopping bags, clothes, and toiletries were in plain view. I gently moved the nightgown over to her bed and then settled in for the night as I wrote in my journal. I assumed she was in the shower or somewhere nearby, so I expected her return shortly. After about an hour, though, her side was still empty. I needed to use the restroom before I went to sleep, so I made one last trip down the hall. The building was unusually quiet. There weren't the regular sounds of chatty backpackers, the clinking of glasses, or music that would normally leak through the walls. There was nothing. It was hushed, like a church after the congregation has left. I found myself practically tiptoeing back. My room was near the end of the hall, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the corridor was darker than before. The few working lights were blinking as they struggled to stay lit, and it reminded me of a fun house. A tightness began to fill my stomach, and I subconsciously quickened my steps. There wasn't a soul behind me, yet I kept glancing back over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone gaining momentum on me. The only sound was the soft thud of my flip-flops as they struck my soles. I was flooded with relief as I flung open my door, but it didn't last long. Everything was exactly as it left it except for the silky nightgown, which was now back on my bed. Sleep came in fits and starts. I left the lamp on for a while, still convinced my roommate would be right back, but the shadows it cast made the room even spookier. It was too dark with the light off. I'd finally slipped into a deep sleep when I suddenly heard the door open. A man stood in the darkened doorway, the hall light behind him showing just enough for me to see his contorted face. "I didn't mean to," he sobbed. "You have to help me." Too confused and disoriented to be scared, I sat up, scrubbed at my eyes, and reached for the lamp switch. But once the room was light, I saw that the door was closed. There was no man. I quickly bounded off the bed and went for the door. It was locked. Nobody could have entered without a key, and the hallway empty. I passed the rest of the night fully clothed, sitting up in bed, and with the light on, though I'd paid for 2 more nights. At 7 a.m. I gathered all my stuff and went down to the reception desk to check out. "By the way," I said to the 20-something receptionist, "my roommate never returned. I'm a little concerned." She picked up the room key, looked at it hard, frowned, and then glanced at her computer. "What room were you in again?" When I repeated it to her, she looked back at her screen. "Ma'am, that room's been empty for 3 weeks and it's been clean since then. We only have 6 people in the whole building. The hostel has since been renovated and is now a luxury hotel." I realized that we didn't physically meet, but I thought it relevant since I seemed to have met someone. Someone entered and left my room. I just wanted to go home. I had been walking home after the late shift with my head down. In that post-work days where all you can really think of is eating some food and vegging out, when I met her. "Oh, there you are, babe." I turned around to see a pretty young woman rushing toward me, arms wide open. I stumbled back as she wrapped herself around me, my hands still stuffed in my jacket pockets. "Please, help me. Someone is following me," she whispered, looking up at me with panic in her eyes. I glanced behind her and saw a silhouette approach, then paused just before they entered the glow of a streetlight. "Do you see?" she hissed, releasing her grip on me. "Yeah," I murmured, staring straight at the person to let them know I could see them. I hoped this would be enough to turn them away, but they remained motionless. "Will you walk me to my place? It's not far, I promise," she asked. "Yeah, of course." I didn't like turning my back on her pursuer. As we walked, I strained my ears to listen for approaching footsteps. Every so often I glanced back, unnerved to see them each time, always avoiding the light and standing in the shadows, still and silent. "Are they still there?" She tugged on my sleeve. "Yeah, they are. Listen, I don't know if we should walk straight to your place. Then they'll know where you live," I said, stealing another glance behind us. "We should try to lose them somehow." She looked up at me, and I watched her cycle through expressions as she tried to decide if I was trustworthy. "We can go to a place with more people around," I added, hoping I hadn't alarmed her. "Look, there's a diner a few streets over. We can sit down, wait a while, make sure the coast is clear before we leave." "Are you hungry?" "No, but that's fine with me. It's freezing out here," she replied after a few moments. We crossed the street at the next intersection. I looked back to see the figure still standing on the other side, watching as we disappeared around a corner. I quickened the pace, practically dragging her along. Once we made it inside the relative safety of the diner, I picked us a booth away from the windows, but at an angle that I would be able to see if anyone walked by. After our waitress dropped off our menus and glasses of water, my new acquaintance appeared to relax a bit, though her hands were still so shaky that she had to use both of them to sip her water. We sat in silence, and I kept my eyes on the window. "I'm really sorry I ruined your night," she blurted after a while. I panicked. No, not at all. Totally fine. I'm glad you said something." "That was definitely sketchy," I assured her. She looked down at the table, and we went back to uncomfortable silence. Not wanting to keep her from getting home, I eventually came up with a suggestion. "Look, I could call you a cab or something, get you a ride home. That way you know that creep won't be able to follow you." She didn't look up and address the table. Her response took me aback. "I don't know if it would even matter." "What do you mean?" She sighed, bringing her hands to her face and rubbing her eyes. "It will still be out there somewhere. She spread her fingers open, peering at me from behind them. "Yes, them. I don't know anymore." "Okay, look, how about you fill me in on what exactly is going on here?" I snapped. She dropped her hands. Her lip quivered like she was fighting back tears. I softened my expression and apologized, but she waved it off. They were far away when it started, far enough that I didn't think much of it. Just someone in the corner of my eye, really. At first I thought it was just me imagining things. It took a while for me to realize that I was being stalked. I narrowed my eyes at her, wondering just what I'd gotten myself involved with. It just kept getting closer, she continued, and it got so close I could almost see it clearly, and I knew it wasn't right. The situation was taking a turn I hadn't anticipated. There was no denying that someone appeared to be following her, but the rest of her story made me question her lucidity. I chose my next words carefully. Why don't you tell me what you think you saw, and I'll try to help you. And if I can't, I'll find someone that can. She pulled back instantly, regarding me suspiciously. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw, she replied sharply. All I'm saying is that your eyes can play tricks on you when you're afraid, I countered. No, it wasn't human. It was like it was the absence of a person, like where someone should have been. There was just no one. I was so scared, and I knew it couldn't be real. But then, you saw it too. I did see someone, that part is accurate. But I didn't see anything that made me think that they were. I trailed off as something caught my peripherals. Outside the window there had been a nearly imperceptible movement. But as I squinted toward it, I could make out the vague outline of a figure in the alley across the street. She followed my gaze, twisting in her seat. It's there, isn't it? She breathed. I nodded, gritting my teeth. Wait here, I said, rising from the booth. No, don't go out there, she exclaimed, her eyes wide. I ignored her and pushed through the door, adrenaline pumping through me. Hey, I can see you, I called, entering the road, my knuckles curling. The silhouette stood its ground. I was nearly across the road when headlights approached, washing over me just before the vehicle swerved out of the way. Get out of the road, asshole. The driver yelled out the window before blaring the horn and speeding away. In those few moments, her stalker had managed to disappear from sight. I scanned the darkened alley, moving forward cautiously, expecting them to leap out at me at any second. But there was no one there, and there was no one on the sidewalk either. For the first time that night, I felt genuine fear. I hustled back to the diner, this time checking for traffic first. As I approached the door, I found the booth sitting empty, a wad of crumpled bills sitting on the edge of the table. Cursing, I searched the streets for any sign of her, to no avail. It had been an unsettling night, and by then I was completely baffled. What exactly had happened? I forced myself to slow down and assess things logically. I didn't really know what to think. I could almost have written it off as the antics of a very paranoid woman, except for the fact that there had definitely been somebody in the alley, and it did appear that they had been following her. Then I realized that I had never gotten her name. She hadn't asked mine, and I hadn't asked hers. This seemed odd to me, considering the bizarre interaction we had just shared. Was this some kind of elaborate con? Had she been working with someone else to distract me? My mind went back to how off guard I'd been when she embraced me, and I felt for my wallet. It was still there, and everything was still inside it, so she hadn't robbed me. Still, the whole thing didn't sit right with me. I couldn't let it go, so I decided to wander the streets in the hopes that I'd catch sight of her again. I pulled my hood tight and headed back in the direction we had come from, still trying to piece the puzzle of this evening together as I trudged along. I hadn't been walking for very long when I saw a group of friends smoking outside of a pub. Hey, excuse me, I greeted them as I approached. You didn't happen to see a friend of mine go by? I had been trying to think of the best way to describe her, but the group ignored my presence entirely and continued to joke among themselves. Excuse me, sorry to bother you all. I tried again, but I'm looking for someone who... There was a murmured agreement that they should head back in, that it was too cold to stand out there any longer. And with that they filed back inside without so much as a glance in my direction. Everything about this evening had been off, but this was unbelievable. There was just no reason for an entire group of people to pretend I didn't exist. Or was there? It was the absence of a person. I froze, her words entering my brain suddenly. But that was preposterous, wasn't it? I peered at my reflection in the pub window, certain of my existence. But now I was overcome with the need to get someone to acknowledge me. I reached for the pub door. I could feel it in my hand, but it wouldn't budge. I pushed and pulled, but the door wouldn't open from either direction. I'd have thought it was locked if I hadn't just seen it swing open seconds before. It was then that I knew something was wrong. Whatever this world is, whatever plane of existence I had come from, I quickly realized that I was not a part of it anymore. No one could see me, no one could feel me, no one could hear me, and I could no longer interact with any physical objects that I hadn't already been carrying. As the early morning sun began to rise, I was still desperately trying to get anyone's attention. For all my efforts, I was awarded nothing. The most I was able to do was get trapped in my building's stairwell after trying to follow a neighbor inside. To my dismay, I hadn't caught up with them before the door at the top of the stairs swung shut, and I was forced to wait there until another neighbor came down the steps on their way to work. Being outside was better, even if I could still feel the whipping wind. At least out there I couldn't get stuck anywhere. For the first few days I felt hunger and thirst, but the longer I stayed, the less I felt. Eventually I grew numb to these sensations. Even the stinging cold became bearable. Gradually, I came to accept my fate, however cruel, however impossible it all seemed. It had probably been weeks. By then I had lost all sense of time when I met another like me. I had been sitting in the frozen park late at night, trying to remember what it was like to be real. I didn't react to the shadow that loomed in front of me, expecting it to belong to yet another person who couldn't see me. It was only when it halted that I bothered to look up. They were much like the silhouette I had seen on that fateful night, and my breath caught as I tried to find a face that wasn't there. Something darker than total blackness stared back at me, and I wondered if I appeared the same way to them. "Do you see me?" I tried asking for it. "Yes." I nearly choked, searching for words, trying to figure out what question to ask next. What happened to us?" The figure gave a dry laugh. "Seems we're dead, doesn't it?" It had crossed my mind a few times, but hearing something else say it was worse. Only then did it feel real. "But how?" I cried. The stranger snorted. "You mean you don't remember how you died?" "No, do you?" "Yeah, got lured here, just like you." "What do you mean?" The figure gave a long sigh before sitting beside me on the bench. "Haven't been like this for long, have you?" I shook my head. "Well, here's how it works. As you might have noticed, most people can't see you, and you can't do a thing to make them. But there are a couple of exceptions. They're just really rare to come across." "What are the exceptions?" "Well, there are the gifted types," it said, pointing a non-finger to the middle of where their forehead would have been. "And then there are folks who are on their way here. On the way here, like dead." Precisely. I processed this information for a while, trying to think back to the night I'd disappeared. She'd been able to see the dark figure, and so had I. I drew a sharp breath, the revelation slowly dawning on me. "The car, it must have hit me when..." "Not quite," the stranger interjected. "You never actually died. Whoever took your place managed to swap places with you right before you would have. Right place, right time. Nearly impossible without the help of someone living. So she tricked me." I scoffed, incredulous. Why would she do that to me? "Who knows, eh? People do crazy things for all sorts of reasons, you know. Point is, don't bother dwelling on reasons here. They don't matter much. Good luck finding your way back." Not many of us ever do. With that, the absence of a person strode away, leaving me to come to grips with what I'd been told. I knew I'd never find her again. Whoever she was, whatever she wanted, it didn't matter. She had gotten what she needed, and she was long gone. It took some time, but I learned that I had to accept that. I learned that I had to let it go. It seemed the only way I'd ever make it back was to remain vigilant, to notice anyone who gave me the slightest glance. So I wandered, aimless, directionless. For how long, I can't say. Time doesn't really seem to matter as much here. You kind of forget about it after a while. All I can say is that one day, my efforts paid off. One day I found my ticket back, after searching for so long. So I thank you, my friend, for the opportunity. I've been able to see bad intentions in people since I was a kid. I still couldn't save my classmates from my teacher in town. Bad intentions can take several forms. Depending on what it is, it can either be smoke curling around someone, like a storm cloud brewing, or something more nefarious. Smoke is simple. I see slight wisps of it around a person, or hanging around in the air. That's a basic bad intention, like cheating on a test or considering being rude to someone. I'm okay with smoke. I can usually ignore it. Sure, it kind of has a scent which makes me feel nauseous, but it's tolerable. That kind of intention is normal. I'm pretty sure if I looked in a mirror, it would be around me too when I'm in a bad mood. On the other side of the spectrum is the kind I can't deal with. It is an intention which haunts a person and will not let them go, will not get out of their mind until they have satisfied that disgusting, vile thought. It is poisoned emotion and feelings compiled into one bleeding black monster wrapping itself around its victim's neck. Pain, joy, lust, anger, it was all of them. A vicious cocktail of human emotion creating something horrific. It can be triggered by something, trauma, for example, but no matter what, it is always there waiting, faint, but still noticeable. I used to think they actually were monsters, that they were responsible for the bad things people did. But then I came to realize it wasn't a monster. What I saw was part of the person. It had been part of them since they were born, a sour, slithering shadow bleeding from them. It is impossible to cut away, to detach, like a shadow, and it follows people everywhere, whispering into unsuspecting minds. Whether or not the person acts on it, the color will either darken or fade. Most of the time it gets darker, but I've seen it fade. I'll use simple bad intentions as an example. When I was 5 years old, I was shopping with my mother and she didn't have enough cash for groceries. She smiled at the cashier and did the walk of shame back to the milk aisle, pulled the whole milk carton out of her cart and paused before putting it back on the shelf. I'd seen the smoke before we even went into the store. When she was strapping me into the back seat, I'd noticed a gray plume dancing around her. I wasn't scared of it. If anything, I thought it was pretty, giggling to myself. "Mommy, what's that?" I pointed to the smoke, enveloping my fingers in it. It reacted to my touch, black tendrils dancing around me. Mom twisted around, searching for something which wasn't visible to her. She looked right past it. "What is it?" "Sweetie, there's nothing there." The smoke had gotten darker as we got closer to the store, and when Mom was frowning at the carton, halfway to putting it back on the shelf, she took a moment to glance at her bag. I saw the exact moment the thought entered her mind, and the smoke around my mom tightened itself around her. It wasn't fun to look at anymore. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to look away. When I did, Mom was sighing, putting the carton back on the shelf, and grabbing my hand. On the way out of the store, the smoke faded until it was nothing but tiny sizzles of electricity sparking out. See, that is the intention that starts off bad, but strong minds can fight it. My mom wanted to steal the milk, but she forced her way through that thought and put it back. I've seen really bad intentions too. I want to tell you everything in as much detail as possible, but writing about this is hard. Still though, I need to give you some background, right? Or what I'm going to tell you is going to sound insane. I've only ever seen really bad intentions a few times in my life, so I've kept away from it. I've glimpsed it in passing, an old man frowning at a stray cat, a little girl glaring at her mother standing in front of traffic. But I don't look further. I just keep walking and pretend not to see it. There was a point where I couldn't avoid it. I didn't know my kindergarten teacher had bad intentions. She was called Mrs. Jess. She had pretty hair which smelled like apples when she picked me up, and she told jokes we all laughed at. Being so young, I knew seeing smoke was a bad thing. But what about something which was even more terrifying? Something which stopped me in my stride and elicited a shriek clawing in my throat. I didn't mean to catch her. I mean, it was Mom's fault. After class, she made me go back into class to grab my macaroni statue I made. I'd knocked it over and messed it all up. But Mom insisted on seeing my creation. So, being a stubborn 6-year-old, I'd stomped back up my kindergarten steps and pushed open the doors with way more force than necessary. Stepping into my kindergarten classroom, I automatically felt a sense of dread building in my gut. The lights weren't on, and the smiley face paintings we'd all made looked eerie in the dim glow of the setting sun through wide windows. Ignoring my squirming gut, I ran over to my seat where my macaroni statue still half stood in all of its clumsy glory, slightly tipping to the side. Gathering it into my arms, I made a quick escape, eager to get back to Mom. Before I could make it to the door, a sharp cry rang out and I stumbled to a stop, almost tripping over my shoes. Mom was on the other side of the door, I thought. She was going to hug me and tell me everything was going to be okay. But somehow I found myself moving backwards, my gaze searching the air for smoke. It was always there when something bad was about to happen or had already happened. I saw it immediately, hanging in the air like black slime. There was a trail, spatters on the floor, bleeding black leading me further down the hallway until I found the source at the very end. Mrs. Jess. She was standing with a bright smile on her face and she was wearing her favorite dress. She still had the plaits in her hair, the ones I'd tried to do at lunchtime. I was already smiling, the knot in my gut starting to unravel. I opened my mouth to greet her, but the words choked in the back of my throat when I saw it. It was huge, a slithering snake of pitch darkness wrapped around her throat, dripping onto her white dress and tainting her legs. Its tendrils gagged her smiling mouth and pulled it into a foul grimace which sent me stumbling backwards. It was everywhere. The monster swarmed her, enveloping my teacher's face. It wasn't just blanketing Mrs. Jess, but the hallway. Puddles of slime I had to fight not to accidentally step in. The teacher's smile broke through the sour-smelling beast crawling around her. I had to cover my mouth and nose. The stink was putrid. It was sour milk and rotten food creeping into the back of my nose and twisting my gut. "Cassandra," she said my name in question like always. Her voice was no different, sweet and flowery, what I had trusted. And yet I could see who she really was. I could see what she was hiding. Behind her, the door was open. In the distance, her car engine rumbling. "Cassandra, are you okay?" I didn't move. I couldn't, cringing away from the pooling black puddle on the floor creeping towards me. I didn't understand why Mrs. Jess was a bad person until the door she was standing next to opened. The boys' bathroom. A smaller figure appeared hand in hand with a stranger. I couldn't even see the man through the darkness choking him. He was nothing but a twitching darkness with a tight hold around Wendy Lily's hand. From the frightened look in my classmates' eyes, I knew the stranger wasn't her father. I started to scream. Maybe it was because of the darkness growing around me, consuming everything, including Wendy. Or because my kindergarten teacher had grabbed my arm with far too much force, her facade crumbling. Luckily, I got my mom's attention and she called the cops before Mrs. Jess and the stranger could drag Wendy away. I later found out years later, over breakfast where my mom read it in the newspaper, that my teacher had lost her own daughter several weeks before and had intended to steal Wendy away for herself. Mrs. Jess had served 5 years in prison before dropping that bombshell, before taking her own life. The monster I saw that day was the first time I saw the kind of intention which can poison your mind until you can't think straight, until you have to satisfy and feed that craving. I'm not here to talk about the incident in kindergarten. I want to talk about something which happened recently, what I'm still coming to terms with. I grew up mostly ignoring bad intentions, either because they're only light or I really didn't want to get involved. The kind of bad intention which you have no way of stopping. A kid pushing her mother into incoming traffic, an old man taking a cat home and suffocating it with his recently deceased wife's favorite scarf. How am I supposed to stop things like that? I can't see what they're going to do, only if the want is strong or weak. There was a time when I tried to stop bad things happening. It was never a monster, just smoke a little darker or what looked like a storm cloud. When I was 14, I followed a teenage boy home when I saw the dark cloud above his head. I was convinced he was going to kill someone or cause serious hurt. The boy had stopped halfway down the street and pulled out his phone. Glaring at the screen, he pressed the phone to his ear and cleared his throat loudly. "Hey, Mom." His voice was choked up. "Yeah, hi, Dad's fucking Aunt Maura." His lips pulled into a grin. "Okay, bye." Since then, I've been hesitant to try and stop people acting out on bad intentions. If it was just smoke, it really could have been anything. I was thinking about the consequences of that boy calling his mom and spilling that kind of invasive information. Halfway through Mr. Asher's detailed explanation on artificial intelligence, it was English class, but someone had asked if AI was ever going to take over the world, and that had plunged the class into a discussion which went from aliens to artificial intelligence, and then somehow to fighter jets and airplanes. Mr. Asher was an avid enjoyer of aircraft of any kind, I'd noticed. He had posters on the walls of anything from a 21st century airplane to a weird robot thing which looked straight from a sci-fi movie. What is the most important part of an aircraft? His voice snapped me out of my thoughts, and I lifted my head from where I'd been meticulously doodling Adventure Time characters in the back of my notebook. I had been battling a headache for most of the day. After hoping it would disappear on its own, I swallowed a Tylenol with half a bottle of flat Coke, and it was yet to have an effect. I figured staring at my desk would help, but a dull pain was already crawling across the back of my skull. "Anyone?" Mr. Asher urged the class with a sigh. "Come on, guys. This is preschool stuff." Fourth period English was usually the time I tuned out of class. It's not like we learned anything. Mr. Asher just ranted about future mechanical weapons and AI replacing the US Army. Riveting stuff. Most of my class were either half asleep or buried in their own work. Still though, some kids were listening, mainly the girls. The teacher was easy on the eyes, let's say 40 or 50 something years old with an actual jawline and Hollywood smile. He looked good for his age. Of course the girls were listening to his rant. I jumped when Mr. Asher clapped his hands, snapping the class out of it. "Come on, wake up. Most important part of an aircraft." "Do you mean like a plane?" Milla Jason raised her hand awkwardly. "The wings." "Yes, Milla," Mr. Asher said. "Wings. I'm glad someone is listening. But what else? Come on, I'm talking about the power of the ship. The craft would have no chance of moving without it." When there was no response, Mr. Asher clicked his fingers in front of a girl's face. I was half listening, shading my jig in. I'd drawn his face weird. He looked more like a deformed Squidward. "Wake up, Marina. What have I told you about sleeping in class? Join in the discussion. Let's get some energy. Why aren't we doing English?" Kai Oliver spoke over kids yelling out ridiculous answers. "This is English, and we're supposed to be studying the Crucible. So, why have we spent the last hour and a half talking about your weird obsession with planes? He was right. I mean, Mr. Asher really did make his obsession obvious. He inserted that particular subject into every discussion. Kai's words sent a shockwave through the class. Some kids laughed. Others muttered that he was rude. I expected the teacher to start shouting at him. There was a pause, a moment of silence when I could hear my individual breaths as I struggled to mend my Princess Bubblegum's hair. That is very true. Mr. Asher cleared his throat. And we will, Kai. But first of all, why don't you answer my question first? I'm not sure why, but the teacher's words had weight to them, a second meaning. His tone was different, and I couldn't figure out what it was. So, the teacher's footsteps startled me, the click-clack of his shoes making his way over to the back of the class where Kai was sitting. I was a few seats away from the kid. As Mr. Asher got closer, my pencil slipped from my fingers. I thought it was a fluke. I thought maybe a sandwich had gone bad in my bag, or some idiot had brought in sour milk. But no, the smell was suddenly there, real, a putrid aroma suddenly choking the air, creeping into my nostrils and burning my throat. I had to slam my hand over my mouth to stop myself puking. I felt my body stiffen up, my breath growing thinner and thinner as the teacher's footsteps stopped in front of my classmate's desk. I heard the creak of Kai's desk when Mr. Asher leaned on it. Why don't you tell me? I didn't dare look up. Just for a moment I wanted to be blissfully unaware, but when my gaze went to my lap, my eyes were already wandering. I saw his shoes first, expensive leather slip-ons. As my gaze traveled up, I saw it. I saw writhing darkness blurring my teacher from reality completely, wiping out his face. His body was the only thing left, along with half of his head swallowed and the monster's tendril snaking around his throat and shoulders, slithering tendrils already restraining his wrist. The air was thick with the foul stink already traveling around the classroom. It didn't touch other students. Focusing on my teacher, I could just about glimpse a patch of Mr. Asher's face peeking from the abomination blanketing him. I could see what nobody else could, and what had been highlighted by the thing. His smile, which was far too big for his face, almost cartoonish, a nightmarish grin growing and growing and growing on his face. The thing was pulling at his lips, fashioning them into a horror spectacle. Mr. Oliver, the amalgamation of writhing shadows, said, "What is the most important part of an aircraft?" I could feel myself moving back in my chair, my body physically reacting to what I was seeing. My throat burned, a cry clawing to get out, hysteria tangled on my tongue. "The pilot, obviously," Kai said, his voice slicing through my hurricane thoughts. For a moment I was confused why he wasn't jumping up and freaking out, pointing at the nightmare which was our teacher. And then reality settled in. Kai couldn't see the bad intention. He couldn't see what the teacher was thinking, what was emitting from him, a sickening urge which was driving him crazy. It was a craving, a lust to do the unthinkable, and I had no idea what the unthinkable was. It could have been anything, murder, or worse. It had to be that bad. The monster wouldn't be there if it wasn't something that would cause injury or death, whether that was mentally or physical. Mrs. Jess's bad intention was to kidnap my classmate and make the little girl her own daughter, and the monster had been bad. This was worse. This thing was sending my lunch into my throat, turning my gut. When I risked to look up, it was everywhere, a sentient tendril of darkness worming its way around the classroom, burying itself into the walls like mold. I found my gaze latched onto the two of them, student and teacher, as they seemed locked into a staring match. Kai with a slight smirk, and Mr. Asher with intrigue. Kai was the smartest in the class. Usually, he kept quiet and to himself, but his intelligence couldn't be hidden in skyrocketing test scores worthy of an Ivy League school. That's right. Mr. Asher backed away, his arms folded across his chest. The darkness followed him, growing thicker and thicker the more he was thinking, the more his thoughts were growing more twisted in his mind. And that craving was getting worse. "Tell me, Kai, would you ever pilot a craft?" As my teacher's bad intention was getting worse and far more realistic, a tangible thing he was starting to plan in his head. The smell went from sour milk to rancid burning and something dead, something rotten. I could see every fucking emotion on the patches of face still showing through writhing black. He was planning, and that plan that he was putting together in his head was exhilarating him, so much so that the teacher began to tremble with excitement. "Look away." The word struck me. Look away. But I couldn't. I couldn't look away because I wanted to know. I wanted to know what was going on in his mind. What was so vile that his bad intention was enveloping him, transforming him into a beast from my childhood nightmares. Kai raised a brow. Me. He leaned on his fist, clearly contemplating. "No," he laughed. "I'd probably crash it." "Nonsense." Mr. Asher spoke with such vigor and excitement. to any other person. He was just excited. Why do you think that? He leaned forward, anticipation igniting in his expression. I'd never seen him so excited. It was sickening. I've read about people who have openly said they want to know what goes on inside a psychopath's brain and leads them to commit the atrocities they do. Trust me, though, you don't. You won't see logic or explanation to why they did it, because it doesn't exist. This isn't sickness. It's not something which should be studied. It's a craving which can't be explained, a tumor which grows and grows and grows until it is all-consuming. And I see all of it. I see it from the start to finish. I saw it in my English teacher, Mr. Asher, who had managed to hide it so well until something triggered it, bringing out his demons and showing me everything he was thinking. Everything except what he was planning to do to Kai Oliver. You're the first person this year to be recommended to an Ivy League, Mr. Oliver, and you're worried you wouldn't be able to pilot a craft. Kai shrugged. Well, it depends which craft, he said, before picking up his battered copy of The Crucible and waving it in the teacher's face. Can we actually study now? Not that I don't love talking about planes, but we need to do actual work. For a moment, I thought the teacher was going to argue before he nodded and stepped away. Quite right, he said before resuming the discussion he'd started right at the beginning of the class. I watched him walk back to the front of his class and slump back into his desk. He picked up The Crucible and started to read, but his planning wasn't ending. His thoughts were so loud, perpetuated in the stink in the air, and shadows swallowing him up until he was nothing but a blur of black. I buried my head in my knees and forced myself to breathe. I had to stop it. Whatever it was, whatever he was planning, I had to stop it. It's not like I could go to the police and tell them I was seeing bad intention on my teacher. I'd be sent to the psych ward. So I followed Kai Oliver around. It sounds stalkerish, but I was determined to make sure he wasn't a victim of bad intention. Kai Oliver was boring. I'll just say that. After class, he went to the library for a study period. I sat opposite him and pretended to read from The Crucible. He spoke to me twice. The first time was to let me know that I was reading my book upside down, and the second was a while later. He lifted his gaze from his copy, a small smile curving on his lips. You're following me? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Kai closed his book. You followed me from Mr. Asher's class, and now you're doing a bad job of pretending to read a book. He cocked his head. What is it? Do you want me to tutor you or something? That's what other kids want. Other kids? He nodded. I was stalked by a group of girls a few weeks ago. I thought they were interested, but they just wanted test answers. Kai rolled his eyes. I got used to it eventually, but I don't tutor. His eyes darkened. You want to know the secret to getting good grades? It's called working. Your social life doesn't matter. Just lock yourself in your room and study hard. I leaned back in my chair, attempting to look casual. Kai and I weren't friends. We had never spoken in our collective 17 years of life, and yet I felt like I had to get close to him to save him from a horrific fate. Why would I need a tutor? If I kept him talking, I could keep an eye on him without it being weird. Judging from his expression, though, I had already made it weird. The boy looked amused, not annoyed. That was something. At least he wasn't telling me to fuck off. You got the lowest grades last semester, he said. When I opened my mouth to ask how, he shrugged. I peek at the teacher's notes sometimes. Kai stabbed a page in his book. You're on thin ice, Cassie. They're about to call your parents. Oh, that's... I drew out a breath. That's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. He shot me a smirk before jumping to his feet. Like I said, just study. If you really want those grades, work for them. Kai sent me a sarcastic salute. There, happy now. Now you don't need to follow me everywhere. Panic flooded me when he started to move towards the door, and I was automatically on his heels, trying to keep a good distance. When he pushed through the library doors, I followed, shouldering my backpack. Where are you going? Home. Kai didn't turn around, quickening his stride. I work better at home, and no offense, but you're kind of freaking me out. You've got crazy eyes, Cassie. Kai mind bugging his eyes out, laughing to himself. What, do you see dead people? Something like that. Looking around the corridor, I didn't see any smoke or shadows. Mr. Asher was nowhere to be found, and neither was his bad intention dripping from every crevice in the ceiling. Kai took the stairs 2 at a time, and I made an effort to keep his distance. Kai reached into his jacket and pulled out his earphones, corking them in. Still no Mr. Asher. Class was still in session, but I expected the teacher to make his move quickly. I had to make sure Kai got home safely. My brain was in overdrive as I ran after him. Eventually, it became too obvious. I was catching up to him, and the boy kept twisting around and shooting me warning glares like he was seconds from calling the police. Kai crossed a main road quickly, ducking into an alleyway, and I aimed to follow him. I remember stepping forwards onto the road with full intention to run across it and after him. But at the corner of my eye, smoke was forming in the air, billowing, dancing, twirling under the late afternoon sun. It was coming from a truck driver, and it only took one look across the road at a woman pushing a stroller holding hands with a smiling little boy for me to know his bad intention. It wasn't quite inevitable yet, still gray, but it was there. It was at the back of his mind, already eating away at his thoughts. I found myself transfixed by the smoke, and I forgot to move, forgot to remember to get out of the road. I don't remember the car hitting me. It felt more like the world was exploding around me and I was the center of it. My head hit solid concrete. That, I know. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital surrounded by my parents and several nurses wearing wary smiles. According to them, I had mostly head trauma and a sprained ankle. I felt like shit, but I was already panicking about Kai. After downing half a glass of water, I asked my parents how long I had been asleep, only for them to tell me it had been 5 days. 5 fucking days since I'd been asleep. It was an induced coma, apparently, to make sure there was no internal bleeding. I tried to get out of bed, but my body was aching, my head swimming. Kai Oliver, I managed to hiss out when Mom insisted I got rest. Is he okay? Did anything bad things happen to him? Mom got a funny look on her face. She looked like she might reply before deciding against it. What is it? I whispered. She stood up. Nothing for you to worry about. Get some rest, okay? I'll be back tomorrow. When she left my room, I only had to turn my phone on to understand her paling cheeks. 3 students from my school had gone missing, including Kai. Smart students, I realized after looking through the names. Lily Hartley, Kane Jacobs, and Kai Oliver. I remembered seeing their names gilded in gold in the school's main reception. My mind whirred with questions. What would Mr. Asher want with smart students? I felt guilty for not seeing his bad intentions with Lily and Kane. After reading through a local article posted 2 days earlier, I felt sick. It hadn't been a week since their disappearance, and the police were already ruling it as kids skipping town. All of them were 18, but that didn't matter. It didn't make sense that there was barely a police investigation. When I felt well enough to stand without tipping over, I discharged myself from the hospital. Mr. Asher's house was easy to find with some Googling and a conversation with the school receptionist. He lived at the end of a cul-de-sac. His house was what you would expect a middle-aged man to own, a large Victorian building with modern touches to it, a skylight built into the roof, and a gate with a mechanical lock I found myself standing in front of. Before I could press the button, I smelled it again. Sour milk. The air around me blurred, and I glimpsed a shadow at the corner of my eye. I wouldn't go in there, kid. The shadow had a gruff voice. It sounded like an old man. When I turned to look, there was nothing there but the slightest outline indicating a human figure bleeding into late afternoon light. The figure smelled of bad intention, but his voice was strangely gentle. Every soul in that house is dead. I didn't move, didn't speak, though he must have known I wanted to know more. I was a detective in the late 90s. He murmured. A bunch of kids disappeared, 16 or 17-year-olds. I knew it was the teacher as soon as I was put on the case. His laugh was gravelly. That man was a fucking weirdo, but the kids loved him. Anyway, I tried to set up an investigation into him and was laughed at by the other guys. So I thought, fuck it, I'll do it myself. The man's breath was startlingly cold, prickling my neck. Worst thing I ever did. Cost the next thing I know, I'm being strung up and gutted like a fucking pig. He didn't say much to me, only that he was going to watch me bleed out slowly, so I'd feel everything. And I did. I felt him tugging out my insides like the bastard was enjoying it. Well, he most likely was. His words sent shivers down my spine, and I took a subconscious step back. I still don't know what is in that house to this day, the man sighed. I can't get in. I didn't write the Being Dead rulebook, so I have no idea why I can't enter my place of murder. I just remember the shit he told me while he was watching me spill my guts. He calls it his metal kingdom, or something like that. Whatever the fuck that means. He snorted. The man's a lunatic. I pray for those kids' souls, the ones he took in the 90 seconds, and now, whatever he does to them, I bet it's a fate worse than death. I caught what looked like a finger blurring into view. He pointed to a window on the top floor. I see him sometimes at night. It's usually when they've visited their parents. They're good company, but most of the time I can't bring myself to meet eyes with them. You know, I couldn't save them. Fuck, the 3 of them were right below me and I couldn't save them. He killed me before I could, and even then I didn't even make it to where they were. I was 2 steps into the kitchen before a lamp was slamming down on my head, and there I was, strung up in his piggy barn ready for the slaughter. I didn't realize I was speaking until I heard my own words hit the sound barrier. He's taken more of them. Yeah, older this time, around 5 days ago. He paused. I'm guessing these are friends of yours. I didn't answer, and he cleared his throat. You're going to completely ignore everything I'm telling you and get yourself killed too. Again, I didn't answer. I pushed the button and steeled myself. It's your funeral, the man grumbled. Just tell me what's in there, all right? I've been waiting for almost 30 years. I just want to answer one question. Why kids? Not just kids, I thought. Smart kids. Not to mention, another question driving me crazy. Why were the towns protecting him? The man, or at least the outline of him, faded, as well as the stink of sour milk. I was back in reality, standing in front of my psycho teacher's house after his victim just told me had murdered 3 teenagers in the 90 seconds and had kidnapped 3 of my classmates who were no doubt going to have the same fate. I wanted to turn and run, but before I could, the gate swung open. The speaker cracked, my teacher's voice coming through. Cassandra Samuels. Even his voice was tainted with the stink of rot and mold. What brings you here? This is quite the surprise. I was actually just about to attend a dinner date. I managed to find my voice. I need help, I said, panicking. With the crucible, I don't understand it. That is what the online whiteboard is for, Miss Samuels. Find all resources in the latest folder I uploaded. I don't have internet at my house. I lied. My power's gone off, and my parents are at work. He paused. I can spare some time to go over some of the points we went over in class. Why don't you come inside? Mr. Asher greeted me in the doorway. His bad intention was gone, which meant he'd either fought against it or given in. I already knew which one it was. The teacher led me inside his house. It was cozy with a lounge I peeked inside, and a kitchen which looked far too sterile. His laptop was set up on the dining room table, and he offered me a seat before pulling out his teacher's notes and a copy of The Crucible. We had gotten maybe 20 minutes into a lecture I wasn't even fully taking in, when the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I had to get out of there and find out where he was keeping the other students. I figured using the bathroom excuse would work, though to surprise, he shook his head, shooting me a sly smile. No bathroom, I'm afraid. Both of them are currently out of use. Tapping my pen on my notepad, I was struggling to swallow my mediocre lunch. That's okay, I said and jumped to my feet. I should probably get going anyway. My mind was already working ahead of me. I counted my steps and then followed mine. Mr. Asher led me out into the hallway and I passed an expensive-looking table laid with paperweights. I wondered if he'd used one of them to knock out Kai and the others, as well as the detective. Before I could hesitate, my hand was whipping out and snatching up a glass paperweight shaped like a heart. The teacher had his back to me. It was the perfect hit. I bet I was shadowed with bad intentions at that moment. But if it was to defend myself and find my kidnapped friends, did it really matter if my soul was blackened too? I didn't think so. I just swung the damn thing. Mr. Asher had twisted around to talk to me, and I had taken the chance and slammed the paperweight as hard as I could into the back of his skull. I expected it to be a knockout, like in the movies, but I was unaware real life was far different. My teacher didn't collapse to the ground, but he did stumble, howling in pain. He was caught off guard, so I struck again, which this time sent him tumbling to the floor. He was still breathing. Somehow, I took that as an opportunity to explore the mammoth of his house. I made sure to shut and lock the door in case someone came in, and I dragged my teacher's unconscious body in the downstairs bathroom, locking that too. You might think this was all meticulously planned, but I was just panicking. I checked the upstairs first. All of the bedrooms were empty. I knew they would be. I guess I was stalling. I really didn't want to check the basement, though when I was sure every room had been searched through, the only place left was down narrow concrete steps. The basement wasn't what I was expecting it to be. I thought I'd find some kind of torture chamber, or at least my friends tied up. That is what I thought my teacher was. I thought he was a psychotic kidnapper who was in pain. What I found, however, was a room which looked like it was made of metal. The walls were concrete, but everything else was glistening metal, which took my breath away. Dim lights shone down on 3 metallic structures, clumsily built, but well enough to look like a real craft of some sort. It was like something from a sci-fi movie. They were in 3 colors, pink, blue, and green. Humanoid structures towering over me. I blinked, tearing my gaze from whatever project my teacher had been working on in his spare time. Whatever I was looking at could wait. I had to find the others. I risked using my voice in a whisper, scanning the room. "Hello," I hissed. "Is anyone down here?" I nearly jumped out of my skin when the structure next to me, the blue one, flashed suddenly. It hummed like it was powering up. I triggered it somehow. Voice activation, maybe. I ignored it and kept searching. There were empty boxes at the back of the room, as well as a door which looked like it led into an old bathroom. I was twisting the handle when the humming grew louder, and I could have sworn it sounded like a groan mixed with a yawn. "Cassandra." The voice sent me twisting back around, my gaze going to the structure which was now powered on. "Oh, thank God." Kai was talking, his cry filling up the room, but I couldn't see him anywhere. "You need to help us," he hissed. For some reason, I couldn't stop staring at the blue machine. It seemed to be flashing in sync with what he was saying. Mr. Asher went fucking crazy and knocked me out. I don't know what he's done to me, but I woke up here. I can't fucking move, man. I think he's drugged me or something. Kai, I cut him off. Suddenly, it was so hard to breathe. My body was paralyzed, and I could sense my hands slowly moving to cover my mouth. The metallic thing in front of me had stopped flashing. I took a slow step backwards. "Where are you?" "What do you mean, where am I?" "I'm right in front of you." "Are you blind?" "Cassie." My brain was suddenly in full control of my body. I took a step forwards, and then another and another until I was resting the palm of my hand on the thing's metallic shell which hummed in response. "Hey, no touchy. Get me out of here." God, man, he's done something fucked up to me. Does he have me tied down or something? I can't feel my legs or arms. I don't think words can describe what I felt at that moment. What I felt when I searched the room further, when I pulled open the mysterious door and found a toilet leaking bright red, and what my teacher had tried to stuff down it. I was screaming, and I couldn't stop myself. I didn't care that I could get caught, that I might freak Kai out. I couldn't fucking stop. My hands were over my ears and I was begging it to be a nightmare. It had to be, right? But Mr. Asher's words from class were haunting the back of my mind, and all it took was looking at the teacher's project to understand what the man had meant. What is the most important part of an aircraft? The pilot. Kai Oliver has answered. Would you ever pilot a plane, Kai? The teacher's voice rang in my head. Looking at the shiny metal structure in front of me, I came to the realization that Kai was the pilot. He was the pilot, I thought, thinking about what was stuffed down the toilet, what spattered the walls and floor. I only saw half a torso and slimy pink and red before I'd backed out of there and heaved up everything in my gut. I couldn't leave them. I didn't look at the metal thing with Kai's voice. I looked at the old wooden door hiding his remains which our teacher had failed to hide. Kai, I spoke softly, gently, so he wouldn't freak out. I'm going to get all of you help. Okay, what? His tone grew frightened. No, Cassie, don't leave me here. I can't move. Tears filled my eyes. You're right, I said. Hey, I drugged you. You're in a bad state right now. My stomach lurched when his son rang out, tinged with something robotic, something humming on the edge. I think something bad has happened to me, he whispered. I can see you, but I can't see myself. Am I okay, Cassie? The majority of Kai Oliver was in the bathroom, while the rest of him towered over me. I took another step back, my breath thinning. You're fine, I bit out. I promise I'll get you guys out of here. The metal thing flashed. Okay, Kai sighed. Just hurry up, okay? I've got a test due on Monday, and fuck, I still need to finish my Yale application. He groaned, and the structure moved slightly, its twitching arm jolting. Man, I've got so much work to do. It sucks that asshole chose the busiest week of my life to decide to kidnap and keep me in his fucking basement. Kai was humming to himself when I left him. I left Mr. Asher and called the police, pushing past the detective who stepped in front of me. What's in there, kid? I didn't reply, focusing on what I was saying to the cops in hysterical shrieks which racked my chest. When I spoke to the lead officer, calmly trying to explain what I had seen, I knew someone would help them. Someone would get them out of there. I waited for the report. I waited for the cops to storm my teacher's house and pull out his filthy secret. Except that is not what happened. They stormed his house, but they only found him locked in the bathroom. According to them, there were no metal monsters in the basement, and I was arrested for attempted murder. It all makes a sick kind of sense. For reasons out of my knowledge, this fucking town is protecting my teacher, in the past and present. Mr. Asher dropped the charges when my mom begged him, but when they dared put me in front of him, I couldn't help myself. I screamed at him, over and over again. Why? I asked him, and I didn't stop screaming it at him until I was dragged out. It's been 3 months. I didn't bother with college. I'm still trying to get in that fucking house. I'm still waiting for his bad intention to show up. And when it does, I'll be ready. I'll show you the town, and this time they won't be able to cover it up. I will show them what my teacher did, and I'll get them out of there. Whatever is left of them, whatever is powering those things. I promise you, Kai, I will get you out. I found a creepy photo album that belongs to my wife, but she denies ever seeing it. My wife Isabel and I met because of a murder in our freshman year at college. Our dorm had been blocked by the cops because a girl we both knew had been found stabbed 42 times in her bed. The killer has taken her eyes, mouth, nose with him. The strangest thing was that not one person in that crowded dorm heard her scream. Isabel lived a few rooms down from the scene, and I saw her standing at the very center of the crowd, her arms wrapped around Christy, the victim's roommate, who was white with shock. They looked terrified and still in their pajamas, but Isabel turned and her blue eyes met mine. Something in her gaze was so sad and scared that I knew right then in that moment I needed to protect her. I went up to ask if I could help in any way, and ended up spending the day helping Isabel look after Christy. After that, we were pretty much inseparable. I was there for her when the police announced they were trying to search for the killer but had no leads. He struck again a few towns over, exactly the same mo, and then again a town over from there. The press began to call him the college butcher. Isabel spent more time at my room after that. She was majoring in literature, so I'd find notes strewn across the room about everything from Dante's Inferno to Austen's Pride and Prejudice. I didn't mind though. Isabel was beautiful, kind and funny, and someone who had lived a very normal life until that point, so I could understand the shock. She loved her parents, had 2 younger sisters, and the first time I met her parents for Christmas, I almost resented my own parents for not welcoming me nearly as warmly as they welcomed us into their home. It was perfect. Too perfect, and I should have been smarter, wiser, but I was young, stupid, and deeply in love. We got married a few years after college, after I had got a job as a software developer, and she had got a job working as a teacher at the local high school. We bought a house in a quiet, safe neighborhood in a quiet, safe town, and for a while, everything seemed so good. For 10 whole years, everything has been good, until 3 weeks ago when I decided to clear out the attic because I could swear I heard something skittering up there when I was getting ready to leave in the morning. Thinking it was mice or rats, I told Isabel in the kitchen that night while she was adding the finishing touches to the bolognese and I was pouring us a couple of glasses of wine. "I think there's something in our attic," I said casually as I passed her the glass of wine. "I'm going to go give it a clear out and see if it's a rat or something." When she said nothing, I looked at her face. It was completely pale and she was staring at me with something I could not place in her eyes. It wasn't fear. It was something else. "Don't go up there. I'll deal with it." I frowned. "I really think it's something small and I've been wanting to clean up that place for a while. Let me deal with it." She stared at me then, and a sort of involuntary shudder went up my spine. "Jack, do not go up there. Promise me." I nodded slowly, confused. We respected and loved each other, and I wouldn't want to hurt her in any way. And given how stressed she was, I knew I had to listen to her. But she may as well have dangled a chocolate chip cookie in front of my face and told me not to ever touch it. So I waited until she left for work one morning and went up there. The attic was dark, but we had a light in the middle of the room. Regardless, I had my phone's torch I could rely on. Since ours was an older house, we had actual stairs leading up to the attic as opposed to a ladder. And when I walked to the end of the hallway and opened the door that led to the attic, I swore I heard a creak at the top of the stairs, the kind of creak only a foot can make when it lands on a faulty floorboard. The hair at the back of my neck stood up as though a cold draft had blown into the hall. I squinted into the darkness at the top of the stairs and softly asked hello. As the moments passed, rationality caught up with me. How stupid was I to think there was something up there? Annoyed at myself, I climbed, grasped my phone and flicked the torch, and with more confidence than I truly possessed, I walked up the stairs, listening to each stair creak as I did. The attic was creepier than I remembered it. It was actually a space I had planned to convert into a game room of sorts, but Isabel had talked me out of it, and honestly, over the years I had forgotten how big it was. It was your average attic in many ways. Dusty, wooden floors, a small window at the end of the room overlooking the neighborhood, but it was spacious. Sure, it held all our old junk, but even so, the boxes and the couple of pieces of old furniture took up such little space at the far end of the room. I remember thinking how nice skylights would be in the sloping ceiling. Why had Isabel, who was so organized and wanted all the rooms in the house to be used, so keen to leave this as it was? A slight unease had started to make its way around the corners of my mind. As if on autopilot, I walked to the end of the attic where the 5 boxes which contained Isabel's things were lying. Part of me was screaming that this was a massive invasion of her privacy, but I didn't care by that point. I wanted to see what was in there that was making my wife act so strange about this particular room. I sat cross-legged on the dusty floor and pulled the first box to me. Opening it up, the first box was just some old clothes that she had kept for sentimental value. T-shirts signed by friends, a few old sweatshirts, nothing that really piqued my curiosity. The next box was just some old books which she didn't want to part with but for some reason wouldn't keep in the bookcases I had built for her in the living room. When I reached the third box, something in me hesitated. I think a part of me knew that my life was going to change after I opened this box. Some strange sixth sense. Carefully, I unsealed the box and looked inside, and a sigh of relief overcame me. It was just framed photographs and a photo album. I smiled and lifted the first one, Isabel and her sisters laughing as children at her 4th birthday. Some were of her parents and others of us. Then something struck me. Why hadn't she put these photos up downstairs? That weird chill was back. The box only held the large brown leather photo album now, and my heart racing, I opened it to its first page. It was a large black and white photo of a small girl on a swing facing away from the camera. That in itself was creepy, but the creepiest thing about the photo was another little girl in a white dress who was standing at the edge of the woods looking at the girl on the swing. It was almost as if she was looking at me through the photo. The next page had the same little girl on the swing playing in the jungle gym, smiling as she swung from the bars. Behind her, the strange little girl stood, watching her every move, her eyes cold, her mouth a thin line. Page after page of this little girl living her life, and the strange girl standing on the edges watching her. As the girl grew up, I recognized her to be Isabel, and the girl watching her looked like her, a darker, angrier version of her. I swallowed hard watching my wife's doppelganger grow closer, seeing photos of her in my room with the shadow of herself watching her. My vision swam and I felt sick. Snapping the album shut, I wedged it under my arm and fled the attic, taking the stairs 2 steps at a time down from the attic. As I closed the door and leaned my head against it, I took a slow, shuddering breath. What the fuck was going on? That evening I waited for my wife to come home at the kitchen table, nursing my strongest whiskey in my hand as she walked in through the kitchen door. "Hi, hon," she greeted me with a kiss and dumping the shopping bags full of groceries on the table. "How was your day?" I paused and slowly cleared my throat. "I found it, Isabel." She was pulling the milk out and was about to turn to the fridge to stack it when I said this. She frowned, putting the milk down on the table. "What do you mean?" I quietly lifted the album off my lap and put it on the table. "This is why you didn't want me to go into the attic, right?" The words came out harsher than I intended them to. She looks at the album and her face turns pale as though she has seen a ghost. But when she looks at me, she says, "I've never seen that before in my life," and without another word walks out of the room. I chased after her. "Isabel, who is the girl in this? Look at me when I'm talking to you." I grasped her arm and turned her towards me. She slapped me hard across my face. My wife, who wouldn't even raise her voice at our cat when he scratched her, slapped me. I watched in open-mouthed shock as she stormed up the stairs into our bedroom and slammed the door. The album was still in my hand, the weight of it an omen. And that's when I heard it again, the skittering I had been hearing from the attic, except now it sounded like it was coming from our bedroom. "What the fuck?" I muttered. That's when the scraping started. It sounded like someone was very slowly clawing at the floorboards above me. My heart began to race as I slowly looked at the darkness at the top of the stairs. Why hasn't she switched the lights on when she went up there? "Isabel," I called, my voice hoarse with fear. At first there was nothing, but then I heard it. "Isabella," a high-pitched voice mocked from the darkness. My blood ran cold. I was terrified, but the thought that my wife could be in danger was more overpowering, so I ran up the stairs to our bedroom door. I found it wide open with no trace of my wife inside. "Is Isabel?" I asked hesitantly as I looked around the empty bedroom. That's when I felt it. A cold hand grabbed my ankle from under the bed. I screamed and pulled myself out of its grasp, stumbling backwards until I fell against. "Isabel." She grabbed my hand and dragged me down the stairs. "I told you not to go into the attic." She sobbed as she dragged me to the front door. "Now you've let her out." You've let her into our lives. As we got outside, she rushed to the car. Hurry up before she finds us. I jumped into the passenger seat without saying a word. Isabel, what the hell is going on? She started the car and we zipped out of the driveway. I could see her knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. She finally spoke, her eyes focused on the road. She's always been there, always angry. You see, I'm the one who got to live. What? I was more confused than ever. I'm a twin, Jack, she said to me quietly. I'm the twin that survived while she died in the womb. I looked at her confused. So she's what? She's an evil spirit who wants a chance to live, and ever since I was born she has been eating away at my life. That album was a way to trap her. Those photos were like talismans. I used to keep her in there. Every single physical piece of evidence she exists. When we were in college and that awful thing happened, I went to a professional. She helped me trap her, and then I opened up the album and let her out. I said softly. She nodded, a resigned sigh escaping her lips. She wants to be me, you understand? She won't stop until she has absorbed all of me. I was quiet. That's when I saw the movement in the mirror. Turning around, I saw the thing that wanted to be my wife sitting there, grinning at me. I yelled. Isabel slammed on the brakes. We didn't even see that truck coming. We didn't have a chance. When I woke up at the hospital later, a policeman was standing next to me looking grim. I clearly tried to get up, but my whole body felt like a bruise and I fell back onto the bed breathing hard. Isabel, I whispered. Every part of my body hurt. Where was my wife? Mr. Taylor, the policeman said. I am sorry to inform you that your wife was killed in the accident. The news hit me like a punch in the face. No, I strangled back a sob. No, sir, I am sorry for your loss, but you are going to need to answer some questions for us. The police officer pulled up a file and looked at me carefully. I nodded through the tears running down my face. We would like to know why your DNA has showed up in a string of murder cases. Are you familiar with the case of the college butcher? A few months ago, I discovered the perfect town of AmITheA. Now I wish I had never visited. I had fallen asleep on the train ride and only woke up because my head slid off the back of the seat and slammed against the window. I was jolted awake and rubbed my head for a few seconds before I opened my eyes and saw the sign outside. You are now entering the town of AmITheA. We hope that all of your dreams come true. As I sat up and looked around the train car, I realized that I was alone. All of the other passengers seemed to have gotten off at their stops, wherever they had been. I wondered how long I had been asleep. We didn't seem to be moving anymore, and I stood up. Just then, the train attendant showed up. I flagged him down. He was a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in slacks and a button-up, with a red bow tie around his neck. Hi, sorry, I think I fell asleep for a while. Did I miss the stop in Goldcrest? I asked him. He glanced out the window. It appears so. We're in AmITheA now. That's about an hour out of Goldcrest. I sighed. The sleepiness was starting to wear off and I was starting to realize how fucked I was. Not only had I missed my stop, but now I was going to miss my work meeting. Well, is there a way I can get back to Goldcrest from here? He thought for a second. You could wait for the next train. It'll be here in about 20 minutes. I sat back down, annoyed. There was no way I wasn't going to get fired over this. At the very least, I would be demoted. I would recommend taking a walk through AmITheA. It's really a lovely town, the train attendant pressed. I glanced back at the town behind me. It did look like a nice, peaceful place to be. Maybe he was right. Maybe a walk would calm me down. I'll come get you before the next train leaves, he added. I nodded and picked up my bag, walking off the train. The weather in AmITheA was amazing, nothing compared to the chilly temperatures back home. I made my way through town. After a few minutes, I noticed that there didn't appear to be anyone else around town. I continued walking around for a few minutes before I turned around and made my way back to the train. Back so soon? Asked the train attendant. I shrugged. There's not much to do. Use your imagination. He replied. What do you mean? I asked, confused and slightly annoyed. Isn't there anything you wish you could do? Surely there's something about your life that you would change. I thought about it for a second. I guess so. Well, try it out. Envision it in your mind. And then, well, you'll see. He grinned at me and waved me off. I hesitated for a second, but then made my way back into town. I walked until I found myself in a small suburban neighborhood. I stopped in front of the first house on the street and stared at it. It was what I would consider my dream home. A huge yard with a well-kept garden and a wooden porch. It had bay windows in the front of the house and a large front door with glass paneling. I thought back to what the attendant said and closed my eyes as I envisioned the one thing I would change about my life. Then I opened them and took a deep breath. I walked up the porch steps and put my hand on the doorknob, exhaling before I pushed the front door open. To my surprise, it opened and I walked into the house. I could hear the sound of children laughing upstairs. The house smelled like freshly baked bread and I set down my bag. I could hear footsteps coming toward me. The sound of heels tapped on the hardwood floors and I looked up to see Rosalia coming around the corner. "Babe, you're home." She smiled at me. I smiled back as she reached out to take my jacket off. She gave me a peck on the cheek and a hug. She smelled like roses. I inhaled as she backed away from me. She was dressed in a tight-fitting sweater and a skirt. Her nails and makeup were done, and her hair was soft and shiny, her soft curls falling down her shoulders and back. "How was work?" she asked. I followed her back into the kitchen, trailing behind her slowly. "It was fine," I replied awkwardly. I watched her as she bent over to take a loaf of bread out of the oven. I felt bad for staring and averted my eyes as I shifted awkwardly. "The boys are upstairs. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you," Rosalia said as she set the loaf of bread down on the counter. "I'll go say hi." I made my way upstairs and found the kids in the first bedroom to the left. They were playing with Legos and stopped when they saw me, running up to hug me. I crouched down so I could hug them both. "Daddy, you're home," they shouted. I pulled back so I could look at them. It was a bit weird to see them here. I knew they weren't really my kids, but they looked exactly like them. Finn had the same blonde curly hair, and Hudson had the same birthmark on his right cheek. The resemblance was uncanny, almost scary. "Do you want to play with us?" Finn asked. I stood up and stared down at my twin sons, who weren't really my sons. "Maybe later," I replied. I walked out of their room, closing the door behind me. As I turned around to head back downstairs, I ran into Rosalia. She grinned as she grabbed onto my tie, pulling me into her. She kissed me and I grimaced. Not because I didn't like it, I did, but I felt guilty. She pulled away from me and ran her hand down my chest. "We could sneak away into the bedroom right now, you know," she whispered. I forced a smile. "You can go ahead. I'll meet you there," I replied. She winked at me and headed towards the room at the end of the hall. I hurried back downstairs and headed out the front door after grabbing my bag and my jacket. I felt anxious, like my heart was going to fall out of my chest. What was I doing? How did that seem so real? And why did I like it? I really shouldn't have liked it. It was wrong, and I felt guilty. Here I was, imagining a life that didn't involve my wife, but rather some other woman who was taking her place. I hurried back towards the train as if Rosalia and my fake sons were going to come after me or something. As I approached the train, I saw the attendant heading my way. "I was just about to come get you," he called. "I'm here. Is the other train going to take long?" I asked. "Right on cue." The next train pulled up, and the attendant pointed toward it. I waved and walked off towards the train. "Come back anytime," he called after me. "AmITheA will be here waiting for you." Walked into the house and heard the sound of my kids playing upstairs. However, the house didn't smell like freshly baked bread. Instead, it smelled like cheap candles and mac and cheese. I set my jacket and bag down by the door and made my way toward the kitchen. There were a couple of dairy dishes in the sink, and my wife Kira was cleaning up a spill on the counter. "Hey, you're home," she said. She stood up and washed her hands before walking over to me and giving me a kiss on the cheek. She smelled of cheap fabric softener. "How was work?" she asked. She walked over to the table and picked up some dishes, carrying them over to the sink. She was dressed in old slippers and sweats. Her hair was tied up at the top of her head. I thought back to my time in AmITheA and felt the guilt setting in again. "It was great," I lied. She smiled back at me. "Dinner's in the oven. It should be ready in like 10 minutes. "Sounds good," I replied. I walked upstairs and found the boys in their room watching a movie. "Hey, guys, what's going on up here?" I asked, looking around their room at the toys that were scattered about. "We're watching a movie. Do you want to watch?" Hudson asked. I nodded and joined them on the floor, sitting in between them. "So what did you guys do today?" I asked them. "We went to the park with Mommy and Rosa," Finn replied. I felt a pit forming in my stomach at the sound of her name. "That sounds fun," I responded. "Yeah, Rosa bought us ice cream," Hudson said. "Well, that's nice of her." Downstairs, Kira shouted that dinner was ready. I didn't talk much through dinner, and after I finished doing the dishes, I made my way back upstairs and into our bedroom where Kira was coming out of the shower. I passed her in her towel and headed into the shower myself and then joined Kira in bed. She rolled over to face me, leaning forward to kiss me. I kissed her back enthusiastically, and I felt bad. Our relationship had been a little rocky for the past year or so. She was always so busy with the kids, and I was always so busy with work, and I supposed we were struggling to find time for each other. We had hit a bump in the road and we both knew it, although neither of us did anything to fix it. She looked at me and I could see the sadness in her eyes. "Good night," she whispered before she rolled over. I closed my eyes and dreamt of AmITheA. I would see Rosalia every morning as she walked out of her house across the street and jogged up and down the road. I developed a crush on her that only grew the more I thought about her. And the more I saw her, I went back to AmITheA almost every day after that. I was supposed to be at work, but that wasn't important anymore. I would take the train and ride until it stopped in AmITheA. The same attendant was always there, smiling at me, knowingly. The guilt was easy to ignore after a while. My life in AmITheA only got better. I had a hotter, younger wife who was always dressed up with her hair perfectly done. And I had my sons. I had the home of my dreams, and I suppose the life that I had always dreamed of. I spent hours with Rosalia in AmITheA. She was fun and romantic and exciting. I hated leaving AmITheA and going back to Kira every day. I was starting to hate her, and then I brought her to AmITheA. I didn't know what to do with her at first, but then I found a role for her. She was the neighbor across the street who was obsessed with me. She would try to seduce me every day when I got to my home in AmITheA, and also when I left. It helped me to stop hating her. In fact, I think I started to like her even more. At least one version of her was trying, even if it wasn't real. As my time in AmITheA continued, I started to notice things that were changing in my real life. Kira seemed to become more forgetful, and I'd sometimes find her staring at the running water as she stood outside the shower, like she had forgotten what it was for. Another time I found her staring at a pot of boiling water as if she were looking for something. She didn't react until I shook her a few times, and even then, she acted as if nothing had happened. I also noticed that my sons had gotten quieter. They were once loud and playful boys, and now they would sit in their rooms and stare at each other. One day as I was leaving to catch my daily train to AmITheA, I saw Rosalia standing in the middle of the road as she jogged in place. She seemed confused and stared off into the distance, her eyebrows pressed together. I approached her and called her name a few times before she snapped out of it. She looked at me as if she had no idea who I was before she continued on her run. I felt like I had caused this. My time away had destroyed my family. Did they somehow know what I was up to? Did Rosalia somehow find out about my fantasies? Despite all of these things, I couldn't help myself. I had to visit AmITheA. It had become an escape from my real life, which was slowly falling apart in front of my eyes. I had been visiting AmITheA for about a month before things went wrong. I was laying in bed with Rosalia. She had climbed on top of me and we were kissing as I ran my hands through her hair. Suddenly, she stopped and pushed herself off of me. I looked up at her and she stared down at my face. I watched her as she looked at me. I watched as her eyebrows pushed together and her eyes welled up with tears. "Are you okay?" I asked her. Tears started to spill down her cheeks and off her chin, falling onto my bare chest. "Why are you keeping me here?" she whispered. Her face had changed from sad to frightened and her lower lip quivered. "What?" I asked, sitting up and moving her off of me. She sniffled. "I don't want to be here. I want my life back." "Why are you keeping me here?" she sobbed. I tried to comfort her as she grew more distressed, sobbing louder and louder until she was shaking and shouting as she tried to take deep breaths. "Babe, what's wrong? Talk to me," I asked. She got up and backed away from me, grabbing the sheet to cover herself up. "I don't want to be here. I'm not your wife. Let me go," she shouted, falling to her knees as she kept crying. I don't know what you're talking about," I said as I got dressed. She took deep breaths and sat hunched over with her head in her hands as her shoulders shook. "Rosalia, are you okay?" I asked, slowly approaching her. She stood up and then lifted her head to look at me. Her face was red and wet from her tears. "What would you like for breakfast today?" she asked in a suddenly cheery voice. She smiled at me, but her eyes were empty and dead. "What?" I asked. "I can make you some waffles, or maybe an omelet." I stared at her and she started to get dressed. "I'll be down in a moment," she said. I walked out of the room, confused and scared. What had just happened? I made my way into Finn and Hudson's room. They were sitting in front of the TV watching a kid's show. I approached them. "Hey guys," I said. They turned to me and smiled. "How are you guys doing?" I asked. "We're okay, Daddy," Finn replied. "But we miss home," Hudson added. I froze. "What do you mean? You're home? We want Mommy back," Hudson said. I stared at them. "I miss Mom. Rosa is nice, but I like Mommy better," Finn muttered. I backed out of the room as she went back to their show. They had the same look in their eyes as Rosalia, dead, emotionless. I walked downstairs and opened the front door to see Kira standing on the porch. "Hey," I said as I tried to walk past her. "Are you happier here?" She asked. "What? Are you happier? Is she better than I am? Do you like it this way?" she asked. Her tone wasn't accusatory, but rather sad and disappointed. I said nothing. "Why did you bring me here? To chase after you? Why did you take my kids?" she asked. Her voice broke like she was about to cry. I moved to the side and slid past her, making my way down the steps. "Do you like it better here, Duncan?" she called after me. I turned to look back at her and saw Rosa and the twins step out of the house. "Are you leaving?" Rosa asked. "Don't leave us here, Daddy," the boys called. I kept walking. "You are such a fucking coward, Duncan. You can't just leave us here," Kira shouted. I ran all the way to the train and took deep breaths to calm myself on the ride back. Then I ran to my car and sped home, trying to shake off the events I had witnessed in AmITheA. When I pulled into my driveway, I didn't even bother turning the car off. I just wanted to see my kids and my wife, my real kids and my real wife. I unlocked the door and ran into the kitchen first, but no one was in there. I checked the living room next, and then the upstairs bedrooms. The house is empty. I could feel my hands start to sweat and my heart begin to race. I ran back outside and looked around, thinking maybe Kira had taken the kids on a walk or something, but she was nowhere to be seen. I ran across the street and banged on Rosalia's door, praying that I was wrong. When I heard the door opening, I sighed in relief. I looked up to see Whitney, her housemate, standing in the doorway. "Yes," she asked. "Is Rosalia home?" I asked her. She shook her head. "I actually haven't seen her since this morning. I don't know where she went. Her car is here, and so is all her stuff." I was about to call the cops, but I thought she was back. "But it's just you." My heart sank. "Thanks," I mumbled. Whitney shut the door and I walked back to my empty house. I couldn't make myself go inside, and I knew that Whitney wasn't going to find Rosalia again. I knew I wasn't going to see Kira or my sons again. I couldn't face them after what I had done. I still think about them sometimes, but I haven't gone back to the town of AmITheA. I don't think I ever will. I really think he wanted to hurt me. In my late teens and early 22nd, I was friends with a girl named Lucy. She was a very lonely kind of girl whose parents were, well, honestly, really shitty parents. Her mother was verbally abusive and her father really couldn't care less about anything. Because of the lack of love in her life, Lucy searched through dating sites for love and comfort from strange men, and she was not afraid of meeting them face to face even if they'd been chatting for only a few days. My friendship with Lucy was a strange one. I found her quite annoying sometimes, but I also felt awful for her because of her loneliness and lack of friends and love in her life. Sometimes I really didn't want to hang out with her, and some days I would accept her offer to hang out. When it was just her and I together, she was normal and okay to be around, but also very appreciative of having someone giving her attention. We had a small group of friends and she would try to get all of us together as often as possible, and honestly, the whole group together was really quite fun. When we were all together, Lucy was very hyper and you could just tell that she was happy to be around people who didn't insult her as her mother does. Suddenly, Lucy tells us she has a boyfriend. We were all surprised because we knew she met a lot of guys online, but we had never heard her say she was dating someone. A few days later, she sets up a day for our friend group to meet Trevor. None of us were looking forward to it because we thought he was going to be like all the others, a temporary boy toy. When we met him, we all felt awkward. He barely spoke a word. He wouldn't look directly at any of us at all. Lucy would try to be funny, but he would just give her dirty looks. Needless to say, we thought he was a weird one and could tell he didn't care much for her. As the days went on, Lucy kept telling me how much Trevor did not like me. This was weird because no one ever disliked me. I am always polite, respectful, and I smile a lot at everyone. But for some reason, he did not like me. She kept saying he thinks I am using Lucy for her money. Not sure how he thought that since I paid for everything for Lucy. To keep this piece of the story short, I think he was trying to find reasons to convince her to get rid of me. I got a terrible vibe from Trevor. He dressed like he didn't care about life. He never smiled. He didn't shake our hands when first meeting us. He stank of weed and really had an overall uncomfortable feeling about him. After months of Trevor trying to convince Lucy that I am a terrible friend and she should not hang out with me anymore, she started to do as he said. She would start to hide me from him. If she and I were together and he would call her on her phone, she would lie and say I wasn't there. If she was with a group of friends, he would have her swear I wasn't there. When he was going to be joining the group on an outing or just hanging out at her place, she would tell me I couldn't come. Lucy will do whatever a boyfriend says just to keep pleasing him so she doesn't lose them. Now here's where it gets scary. Lucy calls me one day and says she wants me to come hang out at her place. I agreed. She came to pick me up. We went to her house and watched TV for a bit. We then decided, since it's a nice day outside, we would take her 2 dogs for a walk to a nearby pocket park and would later return to the house to have lunch together. While at this park, she receives a phone call. Now, let me say that Lucy is not a private person whatsoever and has never, ever walked away to answer a phone call until this day. She walked far enough away that she knew I would not be able to hear anything she said. This was suspicious to me, but not enough to question it. The call ends and she begins walking toward me with a look on her face as if she is trying not to smile. She tells me, "So, I need to bring you home now." I was slightly confused as we had only been together for about an hour, when we usually spend the entire day together, and she would never want me to go home. She would even frequently beg me to sleep over to avoid being alone. So anyway, I said okay, and we walked to drop off her dogs at home, and we got into her car and off we went. About 10 minutes into the car ride, I realized she wasn't going in the direction of my house, so I questioned her. "Where are we going?" She smirked but didn't respond. I asked again, laughing uncomfortably. "Seriously, where are we going?" She continued to smirk but didn't want to answer me. I started to realize she was heading in the direction of where her boyfriend lived. "Oh hell no," I asked one last time with anger in my voice. "Where are you taking me?" Her only response was bone-chilling to me. "Trevor wants to talk to you." Nope. I wasn't having any of this. I insisted and demanded she let me out of the car, but with her evil smirk and same response. She said it again, "It's okay. He just wants to talk to you." I was furious at this point because this creepy guy who looks like he wants to kill someone, who also despised me, wanted to talk to me. Why can't he talk to me on the phone? Why do I need to go to his sketchy apartment? She absolutely refused to let me out of the car. She had the doors locked, as if I wasn't able to unlock my passenger door. I waited until she reached a red light. I grabbed her wallet from the back seat and took out her bus pass and bolted out of the car. I had no idea where I was or where the nearest bus stop was, but I was not about to let her crazy-ass boyfriend do whatever he wanted to me. She yelled for me to get back into the car, but of course, I ignored her. She sped off furiously. I immediately blocked her number on my phone. I removed her as my friend on social media and immediately warned the group of friends not to talk to her because she has gone nuts. I have not spoken to her since that very day, and she also lost the other 5 friends of the group as well. After this situation, Lucy, I hope you're truly lonely now. I learned the hard way why you should never agree to come into work on your days off. My boss asked if I'd be able to come in over the weekend and work on a project with another coworker. He said we'd be the only 2 in the building and would have free reign of the facility and its equipment. While I've always told myself I'd never come in on a weekend, I did like the prospect of having access to a few of the machines, something I'd normally have to sign up for, sometimes weeks in advance. The relative vacancy of the building was an added bonus as well, with normal operating hours having anywhere between 30 and 40 people on a single floor. Ultimately, I agreed and came in early Friday morning to see with whom I'd be working. It was a person I hadn't seen before, though I wasn't really startled by that, since I'd rarely made any effort to really grow acquainted with anyone. The nature of my job was research, and my work didn't require me to work with more than 2 or 3 people, let alone befriend anyone. So I greeted him, discussed the division of tasks, and got to work. Halfway through the day, he came over to my desk and asked if I had any interest in history, specifically in regards to the burial practices of ancient civilizations and the kinds of things with which they'd often bury themselves. I was a little taken aback by the question, mostly because I hadn't been asked something so casually personal in all my time working there. But figuring that it'd be best to keep up a polite rapport with him, I said sure, and he then asked if I'd like to see his gallery of such items at the end of our shift. I'm not exactly sure why I said yes, but I did. At the end of the day, we checked out and I followed him to his house. He led me to his basement, which ordinarily would have been a huge red flag, but my professional familiarity with him and the aesthetic homeliness of the house dissuaded any feelings of unease I might have had. The stairs leading down to it were carpeted, and there were cutely ensconced lights affixed to the walls as intervals. The basement itself was completely furnished, having the general appearance of a man cave, not exactly the decor of a deranged murderer's basement. He told me to wait on a leather couch in the center of the room and went off around the corner to retrieve something. I sat down and admired the room, taking particular notice of the seemingly ancient artifacts and relics displayed throughout, some of which I recognized as being Egyptian, while others were wholly beyond my limited historical knowledge. They all seemed to be concerned with, modeled after, or based on something pertaining to death, sculptures and casts of death's heads, figures of people in various states and throes of agony, death, or inhumation. It would have been a really macabre scene had the lighting not been so expertly handled to display everything in a museum-like way. Some even had little placards inscribed with trivia beneath them. These morbid objects were plainly the property of a true collector, not some weirdo hoarding mortuary trinkets. He returned a few moments later, carrying something wrapped in a beige tarp. Silently, he set it down on the table before the couch and stepped away, beckoning for me to unveil it myself. Playing along, sensing nothing in the way of foul play, I leaned forward and began unwinding the tarp. There wasn't a smell. At first, the tarp had efficiently contained that, but upon removing the final layer, a powerful stench hit me, and for a moment I couldn't even see the sheer acrid foulness of it stinging and watering my eyes. He apologized, said that he'd forgotten to warn me, given how he'd grown accustomed to it himself. Even as I blinked away tears, I mumbled that it was fine and did my best to regain my composure. Turning back to the object, I found myself feeling an even deeper revulsion from the sight of the thing than its smell had caused. It looked vaguely like a hive, only made of flesh. The material of which it was composed was plainly soft tissue of some kind, extremely porous and tensile. It was a bit larger than a football and about twice as thick. The base was fat, and the flesh-like substance seemed to collapse and congeal here, whereas it tapered off to a weirdly sharp point at the top. The whole thing was a dark pink, not yet red, but verging on it. It was so abjectly disgusting, and I made no attempt to hide how much it repulsed me. It's curious, isn't it? The shape, structure, even the color, my most intriguing find yet. Would you like to touch it? The question was like a smack to the face. I would have more readily agreed to kiss any of the skulls on showcase throughout the room than lay a single finger on that abhorrent chunk of whatever. I told him as much, though with a little more tact, considering how he plainly valued the bizarre thing. I didn't want to upset him, had no reason yet to suspect any ill-spirited intentions. He shrugged and then knelt beside the table, bringing his face level with what I'll from now on call the flesh hive. Gripping it with both hands, he brought his forehead against the surface and started humming. The tune wasn't one I recognized, but it seemed like a very sad, depressing song, like a funeral dirge. I'd given him the benefit of the doubt beforehand, but now, seeing him humming to this horrid little chunk, I decided that he was probably a little off his rocker in one way or another, thinking that I should probably head out before something even weirder and possibly harmful happened. I politely excused myself, saying that I had something to take care of at home. I half expected him to scream out or try to grab me or do something crazy, but he merely threw a dismissing flutter of the hand in my direction and continued on with his strangely sensual caressing of the flesh hive. Still a little on edge, I took the steps two at a time and tiptoe ran to the front door. I made it home fine. The next day at work I saw him sitting in the break room, only this time he looked distressed, nerve-wracked, as if he hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Against my better judgment, I went over to his table and asked what was wrong, and he initially didn't seem to recognize me. Only when I said, "Did something happen after I left?" did he realize who I was and come to his senses a little, in a frantic, barely cognizable way. He then explained that his hibernaculum had prematurely opened, and that the things that had dwelt therein were now loose, assuming that I'd been right and that the thing was some sort of hive. I asked him where his pets had gone, thinking this to be the cause of his distress. I remembered how utterly distraught and panicked I'd been as a kid when my dog had gone missing for a whole day, and sympathized with his plight. But in an unforeseen turn of events, his response was, "They're not my pets. Their owner has been dead for centuries, if not longer, and they haven't gone missing. They're loose within me." And like a trigger, my brain finally allowed my eyes to relay what they had been seeing the whole time. In the span of a blink, the man's true, loathsome appearance was revealed to me. His once normal, healthy-looking skin was now pallid and splotchy, sickeningly vascular in some areas and wrinkly in others. His clothes were damp, as if he'd been sweating profusely for hours. His hair, well, he didn't have any. It was simply gone. My mind had simply projected the sight of his former hairstyle onto him in some manner of psychological cope. He looked deathly ill, and in a final, disgusting revelatory moment, my nostrils were invaded by the most noxious stench I'd ever smelled. It was like a cauldron of boiling innards, spiced with the offal of beasts. He absolutely reeked. I reeled away from the man, who rose to follow me as if fearing to lose the one person whom he thought could help him. I was shocked, so utterly disgusted that I didn't think to do the one logical thing, leave the break room. Instead, I backed myself into a corner, my mind unable to reconcile the man's warped, molting appearance with the normal environment of the break room. In his attempt to grab a hold of me, he'd fallen from his chair, and rather than get up and walk, he instead began crawling on his hands and knees in my direction, and as he crawled, he left a trail of slime in his wake, a sort of yellowish secretion too thick to be urine, too abundant to be sweat, and with each clumsy movement he let out a raspy gasp or a stertorous moan, the kind of sounds you might hear from a breathless corpse coming back to life. The horror of it simply became too much, and finally, just before he could reach me, I regained some of my senses and pushed away from the corner. One of his slime-slick fingers grazed my ankle at the last moment, and I'll never forget that horrendous feeling for as long as I live. I managed to leave the break room having suffered only that minor physical interaction, and quickly went to my desk to gather my things. Knowing I'd have to pass by the break room again on my way out, I bought a pair of scissors with me, telling myself there'd be nothing wrong with using them for self-defense. Steeling myself for the journey back, I gripped the scissors in my right hand, set off toward the exit. All of the doors in the office have a vertical rectangular window through which you can peer in. I was delighted to see that the break room door was still closed, but something told me to peek through the window to see if the man had succumbed to his nightmarish illness or escaped to somewhere else in the building. I wish I hadn't looked inside. I could have just continued on and kept my sanity, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I stopped to gaze through that rectangular window, and I saw something so beyond the scope of normalcy, so biologically egregious, that I still question whether or not nature should be regarded as something worth protecting and revering, or destroying. I say this because on all accounts, the transformation the man had undergone in my brief absence was, tragically, a natural one within the context of his infestation. The things that had broken free from the hibernaculum and come to reside within his body were undergoing a perfectly natural process of adaptation and emergence, however inimical to the host itself. And the host, my coworker, the most recognizable part of him, the part that hadn't been completely repurposed, was his head, and it dangled from the ceiling on a tendril of some kind. The head had been sapped almost completely of its moisture and muscle, the face shrunken and ghoulish, the sockets practically hollow, the eyes barely visible within those dark pits. The mouth hung agape a little, but there was movement in the lips, and I thanked the barrier of the door for preventing me from hearing whatever unwholesome sound he might have been making. The rest of him had been divided, stretched out, reconfigured to suit some unimaginable design plan. Parts of him were plastered against the walls, while others stood erect from the floor, enrooted there by a network of tubes, tendrils, and what couldn't have been vines, but appeared so. Entire swaths of skin were stretched between counters and tables, or drawn tautly over chairs. Organs pulsed rhythmically, attuned to a life force wholly separate from that of their original owner. The sheer amount of mass present within the room was irreconcilable with how much of him there had been before, and I can only attribute it to some kind of spontaneous generation from within, the work of the age-old vermin that had taken residence within his flesh. I never saw them, not in any definite way. The titanic horror of that briefly glimpsed scene didn't allow me to really focus on each and every specific detail. I might have spotted a flourishing bouquet of flesh, beneath which could have been the nascent body of a burgeoning insect, or maybe a vaguely crustacean form, but far too big to be any crab or lobster, nestled within a wall-mounted ribcage. There could have been hairy, worm-like projections emerging from amidst a garden of steaming viscera, but the images, when they can be recalled, are fleeting, and the last thing I want to do is give them greater clarity within my mind. I only want to relate what I can, what is absolutely necessary, and then forget. As you can imagine, I didn't dawdle. I fled from that building, not bothering to clock out, forgetting that I'd technically stolen company-owned scissors. I left him there, to suffer, to be the incubator and birthing vessel for some new or long-forgotten order of Parasite. I don't feel guilty about it. There's nothing I could have done. If you'd been in my place, you would have done the same, I'm sure. He was simply too far gone for human help. Even if he was still alive, that life was no longer human. Unsurprisingly, the business contacted me a few days later offering a nice severance package. I accepted it, of course. Included was a multi-paged NDA, though it strangely only pertained to the work itself, not the incident with my coworker. So, I haven't violated the terms of that agreement in telling you what happened. But in the event that I have somehow said too much, I only ask that you be mindful of the things you deal with. If you're a collector of antiquities, or happen to find yourself in the presence of ancient, newly unburied things, make sure the things you plunder from the dead, legally or otherwise, are as dead as their mummified owners. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and all that. I lived on an abandoned oil rig until people started to vanish. The rig was an oasis for the homeless. 2 miles off of the Texas coast, it was an abandoned oil rig turned into a shelter for the homeless. It was against the law, but the authorities never seemed to pay us any mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Isn't that the general position most places take on the homeless? I'm not sure how long the rig had been going before I ended up there, but when I arrived, it was like a full-fledged town on the water. A few people ran boats back and forth to the mainland. Some of the long-term residents operated like a city council. There were shops, a clinic, and a gas-powered generator to charge cell phones. A few local charities and food pantries would bring fresh water and dry goods a few times a month. Everyone got a bit for themselves, but the bulk was saved for those who couldn't go to the mainland for day labor. The most impressive feat was the garden. Over countless years, people had hauled dirt a few buckets at a time until there were dozens of planting beds on the old helicopter pad. No one officially oversaw it, but an older lady named Greta prided herself with constant care and tending. I lived there for 7 years. After losing all of my worldly possessions, the rig was the first place I ever felt at home. Shuffling from the alleyways to the shelter and back to the alleyways had worn me down. I had almost given up when Freddie told me about the rig. I'm heading for the coast, Tim, Freddie told me one day. He was a decade older than me and a good friend. I wouldn't have gotten through my first few years on the streets if it weren't for him. Got an old friend who says there's plenty of space out on an old oil rig. A fella at the coast will take me out to it for a few bucks. You ought to come. An oil rig? I asked in disbelief. Why the hell do you want to go live on an abandoned oil rig? Sounds too risky. Freddie laughed and swatted me on the back. It's like a floating city. No cops to mess with you. No business owners are chasing you away from their shops. Just a bunch of people like us that came together to prop each other up. What have you got to lose? A convenience store canned you and sleeping on the streets has lost its luster. 2 days later, we hitched a ride to the coast. Freddie and I were blown away after we arrived. When he told me about the rig, I had imagined a filthy squat pad filled with trash and waste. It was quite the opposite. Aside from the rust of the aging structure, the rig was kept immaculately clean. No one slept in the open. Every available inch of indoor space was dedicated to sleeping space and food storage. A kind woman named Janet gave us both sleeping bags and blankets upon our arrival and took us to an old boiler room where there was available space to sleep at night. She told us we could leave our belongings in the boiler room, but Freddie and I were apprehensive. Don't want anyone stealing my stuff, Freddie said curtly. Leaving stuff sitting around is a good way to get fleeced. You'll find the community here quite respectful of everyone's property, she said. Janet reached into her back pocket and pulled out 2 yellow sheets of paper filled with handwriting and gave them to both of us. Those are the rules here on the rig. We have a 3-strike policy here. If you break the rules 3 times, you're banished permanently. We both began to read this list of rules. Rule 1, no theft of any kind. Failure to repay debts is considered theft. Rule 2, no fighting. Rule 3, no drug use. Rule 4, drinking is allowed in moderation. Rule 5, if you don't contribute food or goods to the community, you must work daily to maintain the rig. Rule 6, do not enter the mechanical room below the drill module. Seems reasonable enough, I said and extended the list back to Janet, who decides if the rules have been broken. You can keep it, she replied. We have an informal council that meets every Saturday night in the mess hall. It's made up of our oldest residents. They will hear complaints and decide if a rule has been broken. If the incident is serious, the council will get together that day. We thanked her and headed to settle in. Over the next few years, Freddie and I integrated nicely into the community on the rig. The population remained roughly the same. New people would arrive occasionally. Old-timers would move on from time to time. Freddie and I spent most of our time on the rig. Before he lost his job and home, Freddie had worked in construction and welding. The council was excited to find out about his experience and asked if he would be interested in helping maintain the facilities. He agreed but asked that I be allowed to assist him. It was a comfortable life. The uncomfortable part came when we saw our first banishment. During a SATA meeting with the council, a man was brought forward to answer for a rule infraction. His third. He was an older man with a long beard and a thin frame. His eyes were red with tears as he stood before the group. "My name is Albert Martin," he said with a shaking voice. "I have been accused of stealing 3 cans of soup from a neighbor. Someone found the emptied cans under my cot. I was framed. Someone knew I'd been in trouble 2 times already and pinned this on me. Have mercy. I have nowhere to go." The crowd murmured with discussion as the old man wept. Freddie and I could hear the conflicting opinions amongst the community. Some thought there wasn't enough evidence, while others said Albert was a known rule breaker and was likely guilty. Albert Martin, one of the councilmen, said, "This is your 3rd infraction and we cannot tolerate theft on the rig. Many here rely on the food donations we receive. You are banished and will not return here." "No," Albert shouted. He pulled out a rusted blade with a cloth-wrapped handle and held it toward the council. "I don't have anywhere to go. I didn't steal the damn food. It's a setup." While the man waved the knife at the group in front of him, Freddie tapped me on the shoulder and beckoned me to follow him. He crept silently up the aisle behind the man. Moving surprisingly quick for his age, he darted forward and wrapped his arm around Albert's neck. "Get the knife," Freddie shouted to me, and I pried the blade from the old man's hand. "Take him to the mechanical room downstairs," demanded a woman from the council. "We will hold him there until he can be taken back to shore." Freddie and I carried the thrashing man out of the mess hall and down the stairs toward the mechanical room. A man trailed behind us and pulled a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. We tossed him inside and slammed the hatch shut, and the man locked it. "You've killed me, you bastards," Albert shouted from inside the room. He hammered on the door and threw his weight against the thick metal. "You'll hear me. You've killed me. They aren't taking me to the shore. Those damn things are gonna kill me." Freddie and I turned to leave, but the old man's wails of fear and agony resonated in my mind. What things was he talking about? I would find out years later when Freddie was found guilty of his 3rd violation and ended up in the mechanical room. Freddie was a hard worker and well loved in the community, but in his later years, he became overly fond of alcohol. He managed to keep it to himself for a while, but over time he grew angrier. When he was drunk, that's when the trouble began. His first violation was a simple fist fight. Freddie sat on his cot, drinking hooch and talking loudly to anyone who would listen. The man who slept in the far corner from us asked him to quiet down so he could sleep. Without warning, Freddie punched the man and told him to shut up. The second violation came when Freddie drunkenly rifled through another man's gear looking for cigarettes. He found half a pack of crumpled Marlboros and was closing the bag when the man entered. Freddie returned them, but the damage was done. His final violation came when a woman and her husband asked Freddie to fix a leak in one of the bunkhouses. He insisted it was already repaired, but they told him the leak had continued. Feeling insulted, Freddie shoved the husband and told him to piss off. When the man begged him to come to look at the leak, Freddie punched him. With that, the council decided his fate and had 2 men haul him off to the mechanical room to wait for a departing boat. That night when I returned to my cot, I saw all of Freddie's belongings sitting on his bed. I began to bag them up to take down to the mechanical room for his ride back to shore. After gathering them up, I headed to the stairs into the lower level of the rig. When I arrived on the lower level, there was a man from the council, Carl, standing guard beside the door to the mechanical room. Freddie was banging on the door and begging the man to let him out. He stood stone-faced, staring in my direction. "Tim, stop," the man said to me. "Freddie has already been judged. We're just waiting on a boat." "I know," I said, gesturing toward the backpack full of my friend's belongings. "Just wanted to drop his stuff off so he can take it back with him. I don't want him to leave with nothing." "Just drop it there," Carl said flatly. "I'll make sure he gets it before." Suddenly the air was filled with agonized screams. You could always hear muffled yelling on the upper levels when someone was locked up awaiting their banishment, but the thick floor plating always made it inaudible. Up close, I could hear the fear in my friend's voice. "What the hell is that?" Freddie shouted. "Let me out of here. It's going to kill me. Open the damn door. You need to leave," Carl said, pointing toward the stairs. "Something is in there with him," I shouted. "Let him out. This is how it works, Tim," he spat. "If you don't want to join him, you'd better go." I could see the keys to the room hanging from a ring on his belt. I'm not sure what came over me, but I threw the backpack at Carl's head and lunged forward for the keys. He was momentarily shocked, but quickly regained his composure and began to struggle, landing 2 punches to the side of his head. He slid limply to the floor. I pulled the keys from his belt and unlocked the door. As the door creaked open, I began to call for Freddy, but the words died in my throat. Standing above my friend was a gangly creature covered in wet, scaly skin. Gill slits opened and closed on its neck, and purple eyes gazed at me from its bulbous head. As I made eye contact with it, the thing opened its massive jaws and hissed before grabbing Freddy's limp frame by the head. It turned toward an opening by the drill shaft and began to drag Freddy toward it. A crimson streak trailed behind them. Freddy's eyes were barely open as he lifted his hand toward me in a gesture for help. The creature's hand turned and a dry snap echoed in the mechanical room before it threw Freddy's lifeless body through the hole. A clawed hand reached toward me, mimicking the same gesture as Freddy. The thing opened its mouth again and uttered what I can only describe as a hellish laugh. Finished with its taunt, it stepped back and fell through the hole and into the rolling waves below. I left that same night and got as far from the coast as I could. After a few days in a Houston shelter, I left the state. I live in Omaha now. Farmhand work is plentiful, and I managed to get a cracker box apartment. The green pastures make me feel safe, but when I try to sleep at night, the roar of the ocean still echoes in my mind. I never told anyone what I saw. The authorities wouldn't believe me. Hell, maybe they knew. No one is worried about the homeless. Out of sight, out of mind, right? A glimpse of hell. So my story began on a typical Sunday. I was with my friends, hiking up a small mountain near my hometown in Norway. I was the first to reach the top, and as I looked out at the view, I slipped and fell. I hit my head on a rock as I fell and everything went black. The next thing I remember is opening my eyes and seeing a bright light. I felt weightless and at peace. Then, as suddenly as the light appeared, it was gone and I was falling into darkness. I felt like I was falling for hours, but it could have just been seconds. I eventually hit the ground with a thud and looked around. I was in a dark place lit only by a few torches. I could see people walking around in the distance, but they were too far away to make out any details. I started walking towards them, but no matter how far I walked, they always seemed to stay the same distance away. After a while, I started to hear screams. They were coming from all around me, and they sounded like they were in pain. I covered my ears, but the screams just got louder. I tried to run away from them, but no matter where I went, they followed me. Eventually, I came to a clearing, and in the middle of it was a large lake of fire. People were floating in the lake, and their screams were the loudest of all. I watched in horror as they were consumed by the flames. I tried to turn away, but I couldn't. I was frozen in place, unable to look away from the suffering. The longer I watched, the more I felt myself sinking into the ground. Soon, I was up to my waist in the ground, and the screams were coming from inside my head. I don't know how long I was in that place, but eventually I died. I don't know how I know that, but I just know. As soon as I died, the pain stopped and the darkness faded away. I found myself back in the light, and I felt someone's presence with me. I turned to see who it was, and I saw my grandmother. She had died a few years before, and I was surprised to see her there. She told me that I was in heaven now, and I felt a sense of peace wash over me. However, she also told me that I had to go back. I didn't want to, but she said I had to. She said that I had a purpose to fulfill and that I wasn't done yet. I asked her what that purpose was, but she just smiled and said I would know when the time came. Then she gave me a push and I woke up. I was back on the mountain, and my friends were gathered around me. They told me that I had been unconscious for 2 hours, but it felt like minutes to me. I don't know what happened to me during those 2 hours, but I do know that I will never forget it. I can't help but wonder if what I saw was really hell, or if it was just a glimpse of what's to come. Either way, I know that I don't want to go back there. My husband won't get off the fence. He was a handy guy, my husband. Always had been. Whenever there was a problem around the house, leaking pipes or a busted boiler, he would wrinkle his nose in disgust if I dared suggest we call a plumber. "I'll do it," was all he'd say before donning a tatty pair of overalls and digging out whatever tools he needed from the attic. His hands were big and rough and constantly glazed with a persistent layer of dirt, reflecting the years of hard labor he'd endured throughout his long career. I'd always loved that quality about him. Not the dirty hands, mind you, that I could take or leave, but the ability and know how to start a project and see it all the way through to completion. It was something I deeply admired. That was until he hatched the bright idea of replacing the fence in our backyard. "Anyway, this one's rotten," he informed me one day, running a grubby hand over the faded orange paint. "If we don't get it replaced, it'll likely be coming down on its own soon enough." we'd best get ahead of it. All right, I'll do it. And so he got to work. First, he tore down the old, admittedly flimsy eyesore and drove new posts deep into the soil, accompanied by many assurances that this won't be going anywhere. He loved a good project, but something in his eyes told me he'd been enjoying this one a damn sight more. I kept him fueled with sandwiches and coffee and practically had to drag him into the house when the sun went down. But it's almost done, he complained. It isn't going anywhere, I laughed, and you can't operate on caffeine alone. You need sleep. And so, pouting like an overgrown child who just had their playtime cut short, he wolfed down supper, took a 2-minute shower, and clambered into bed alongside me. When golden sunlight tickled my eyelids open the next morning, I sighted Paul's vacant side of the bed and threw back the covers to follow his lead. I breezed through my morning routines and descended the stairs to wash yesterday's dishes. I looked up at the window to check on Paul's progress, and paused. He was out there all right, but he was sitting precariously atop the fence. I frowned through the blinds with my hands submerged in a soapy sink, unable to fathom what on earth he was doing up there. I pawned my hands dry and headed outside to find out. Hey Lynn, he called out cheerily when he saw me coming. Look, the fence is done. Yes, Paul, I can see that. I smiled, but why are you sitting on it? The smallest shadow of a falter passed over his grinning face. Oh, you know, I was on the fence about getting up here at first. He threw his head back and roared with laughter while I stared incredulously up at him. The time to stop came and went, but Paul just kept on laughing. When it finally faded to a breathless wheeze, he was forced to clutch at the top of the fence to save himself from tumbling backwards. His cheerful demeanor cracked for the first time, giving way to a choked panic that even the near fall didn't constitute. His eyes went wide and he panted with the effort of digging his heels into the wooden panel. Oh, he chuckled nervously. That was close. Paul, what's gotten into you? Nothing, darling. Just admiring my work, that's all. His tongue probed the cracked surface of his lips. Would you mind bringing me out some water? I shook my head but did as he asked. When I handed him the cold glass, he carefully distributed his weight so he could lean down to reach it, then straightened up and gulped it down in one go. He handed back the glass and I stared at it for a moment, unsure of what to say. I'll call you when dinner's ready, okay? Paul nodded down at me with a smile that seemed somewhat forced before I turned and headed back inside. I whittled down the hours tackling chores around the house I'd been putting off for a while, humming upbeat songs and contemplating anything at all as long as it wasn't Paul and his bizarre behavior. When the ticking clock could no longer be ignored, I bumbled around the kitchen, subconsciously stretching each stage of food preparation well beyond the time frames I had come to expect of myself. More than that, I was fervently avoiding looking at the window while simultaneously wondering why. It was fear, I realized. For one reason or another, I was terrified that I would look up at that small rectangle of glass to see Paul still out there perched atop the fence. I scolded myself. I was being silly, I knew that, and yet still I didn't look. Only when his dinner sat steaming on a plate with a can of cold beer standing neatly beside it could I finally mold my voice into words. Paul, I called through the open back door. Dinner's ready. For a moment there was no response. I stared at the beam of evening light stretching from the doorframe across the kitchen tiles, muttering a prayer that his soggy silhouette would appear there. Hun, would you mind bringing it out here? I froze and gulped back a pocket of air. How long was he going to keep this up? Why was I going along with it? Why did my hands shake so violently as they grasped the hot plate? It took everything I had to place one foot in front of the other, and it wasn't until I stood in the cool shadow of the fence that I finally looked up at my husband. His wide eyes that normally sparkled a deep ocean blue were surrounded now by vivid webs of red. Tears swelled at their corners before streaking down dirty cheeks and into his smiling mouth. He reached out to take the plate from me, but the cutlery slipped over the edge and fell between blades of grass. Don't worry about that, baby, he said as I followed them to the ground. I think I'll stay out here a little bit longer if that's okay with you. It's a beautiful day. I glanced once more at his face, blistered from sunburn and peeling away in places, and merely nodded before hurrying away. I gnawed at my nails, dimly aware that my leg was bouncing as I watched images play across the TV screen and registered not one. My mind was focused solely on the empty seat beside me, fraught with worry and stress. But I knew where Paul was. There was no mystery there. He was outside, safe and sound, balanced atop his newly erected fence like a strangely territorial gargoyle. I grabbed the remote and upped the volume to drown out the nagging thoughts and concentrated with all my might on the celebrity couple that had just gotten back together for the 4th or 5th time. All throughout the early hours of the morning, I could hear his distant sobs playing to the beat of my tears thudding against my pillow. Tomorrow, I decided. Tomorrow I would drag him down by his legs if I had to. A flash of blue lit up the curtains and a clap of rumbling thunder followed. Just not right now. It could wait until tomorrow. Heavy bags had gathered under my eyes by the time the alarm spurred me into action. I skipped my sacred routines and swept downstairs clad in naught but my nightie, knowing that slowing my pace for even a moment would spell disaster for the modicum of determination I'd spent the entire night building. I stepped barefoot on soggy grass and made myself look. As expected, Paul sat right where I left him, hair plastered over his forehead and strands soaked from the night's chaotic downpour. However bad I thought I might look, I knew it didn't compare to Paul. I marched right up to him, holding out a hand to grab hold of his shin, but stopped short of the fabric of his overalls. I looked up and clapped a hand over my mouth in a mixture of surprise and horror. Paul's face was mere inches from my own. His lips were still stretched in that horribly strained smile, but his eyes were pleading desperately. "Please," he hissed through gritted teeth. I tried. I swear I did. His big eyes followed my every move as I tried with all my heart to just reach out and touch him. But it was as if I was a protesting passenger within my own body. And there was more than air between us. "I'm sorry," I mouthed eventually, before taking a step backwards. Paul's head shook violently and tears were running freely, but the forced smile never left his lips. "That's okay, hun." His eyes darted from left to right. "I'll be inside soon." It's been a week since then. A week. For the first few days, I would take my time building up the courage to carry out some food and drink and hand it to him without meeting his gaze. Now, as dreadful as it makes me feel, I can't even bring myself to do that. He slides over to the leaking gutter whenever he needs to drink, and I've seen pigeon carcasses littering the grass around him on the rare occasion I can force myself to peel back the curtains and look. He doesn't sleep. How could he? But neither do I. Sometimes I wonder which one of us has it worse, though the answer might seem obvious. I'll try to update in a few days. Hopefully there will have been some change by then, but just to clarify, I am not asking for help. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed these stories, then hit the like. See you guys next time.